The young man froze when he heard a familiar voice. This child is Yuzong's son? Then what about Yuzong? How is she? My lord, by the time we found them, Lady Yuzong had already. Lai Neon vaguely recognized the voices of the head of the Lai, Sungmu family, and the Lai family's butler. But his father, Lai Tezin, should have died already. Once Lai Neon could clearly see what was in front of him, he confirmed that this really was his father, only much younger. And not just him, Butler Choi was there too. Lai Neon instinctively reached out toward them. Then he was shocked to discover that his hand was tiny, like a child's. It was absurd, but the truth was that Lai Neon had really been reborn as a child. Lai Neon's first reaction was panic. He had no idea what was happening, when he had clearly already died. At first, Lai Neon thought this was some final flash before death, or perhaps the world after dying. Then he heard Lai Tezin instruct Butler Choi. It would be good to give this child the infant name Neon. Arrange for a wet nurse to care for him like the other children and assign part of the Spirit Sword Corps' guards. Also, have this child attend the weapon selection ceremony together with the 8th young lady. Butler Choi looked very surprised because Lai Neon was still only a baby, completely unprepared, and there was also quite a large age gap in months between him and the 8th young lady. However, Tezin had already made his decision, and after settling the matter, he left with Butler Choi. Lying in the wooden crib, Lai Neon let out a breath of relief. As expected, it was still his father. Even after so long, his pressure was just as frightening as ever. But more importantly, what exactly was going on here? If this really was the final flash before death, then it felt far too real. Besides, the conversation Lai Tezin had just had with Butler Choi was something that had truly happened before. Hard as it was to believe, it seemed he really had returned to the past. It was difficult to accept something so absurd. And just like that, several months passed since the first time he returned to the past. Then the special day of the Lai Sungmu family arrived, the weapon selection ceremony. During this ceremony, the children of the family would reveal their talent through the weapon that chose them. Lai Neon's father, who had once been chosen by dozens of swords as a child, had become the greatest swordsman of his era. His eldest brother, who had been chosen by a sword, a magic book, and a staff alike, had become famous for his extraordinary talent in both swordsmanship and magic. And this time, the one taking part in the weapon selection ceremony was Lai Neon. Just like in his previous life, he had to wear an uncomfortably stiff formal outfit and sit on a velvet chair waiting. Lai Neon's wet nurse, Moon Go-ah, kept praising how adorable he looked in the cumbersome clothes, and encouraged him not to worry, saying the results would surely be good. Young Master's path in life will definitely always be wide open. I'm certain of it, Gawa said with a bright smile. Lai Neon also felt happy. To him, this wet nurse was no different from a real mother, because he had grown up without his own mother by his side. And yet, because of pressure from his other siblings, Gawa had eventually been expelled from the family along with him. She was the only one who ever stood on Lai Neon's side, the one who cried for him in worry even at the very end. Looking at Gawa's gentle face, Lai Neon became even more determined that this time he would not let those heartbreaking things happen. So he stretched out his tiny hands, grabbed Gawa, and pressed their faces together. Gawa, in this life, I will protect you no matter what, Lai Neon thought to himself. At that moment, a servant came to report that everything was ready. Meanwhile, Butler Choi had also come to report to Tezin that all preparations for the weapon selection ceremony had been completed. He gave a nod, then led the group outside. The weapon selection ceremony truly had gathered a great many people. Compared to the 8th young lady, an illegitimate child like Lai Neon, who had only recently been brought home, attracted even more attention. He could recognize a few familiar faces, such as Bak Hoa-yun, Lai Tezin's official wife. There was also the Lai family's general manager, Lai Taehyung, who was Lai Tezin's younger brother, the eldest son Lai Myung-jong, and the 3rd young master, Lai Gun-song. Lai Taehyung stared at him for a while before remarking, "He's still far too young." Lai Myung-jong nodded in agreement, saying he had never seen anyone participate in the weapon selection ceremony at such an age. As for Lai Gun-song, his displeasure was written plainly on his face, which made sense. If your father suddenly had a child out of nowhere, anyone who wasn't exceptionally broad-minded would naturally be unhappy about it. At the firm declaration of family head Lai Tezin, the weapon selection ceremony officially began. The first to go was the 8th young lady, Lai Hoa. Tezin carried the little girl and placed her on the stone chair at the center of the ceremony, then used a dagger to make a clean cut on Lai Hoa's fingertip. She immediately burst into tears. Blood dripped from her fingertip and seeped into the stone, instantly forming an invisible connection. The weapon linked to the other end of that thread was the ultimate famed sword of holy rank, the Ivory Fong sword. Ivory Fong had not responded to any child of the Lai Sungmu family for a very long time, and yet now it had chosen Lai Hoa. Tezin extended his hand, and the Ivory Fong sword immediately flew toward him. He raised the sword high and declared before everyone that from this day on, the weapon would belong to Lai Hoa. Everyone immediately crowded around Bok Hoa Yun to congratulate her on yet another outstanding genius being born into the family. Hoa Yun politely thanked them, but her gaze remained fixed on Lai Neon. His ceremony began right after Lai Hoa's. Up above, many people were whispering about his status, saying that a secondary son of unknown origins had no business taking part in the weapon selection ceremony. But Tezin still held him in his arms before placing him on the stone chair. Unlike his elder sister, Lai Neon did not burst into tears when his father drew blood. That pleased him greatly. Tezin patted him on the head in front of everyone, then praised him. Good, but Lai Neon had already lived one whole life. He felt neither joy nor satisfaction at being praised by his father. On the contrary, he was extremely tense because the moment had finally arrived. In his previous life, the sword that had chosen him was the heavenly ranked sword, Tauntaun. Now that he had been reborn, he did not know whether they would still be fated for each other in this life. Lai Neon's blood dripped onto the stone chair, and just like with Lai Hoa, an invisible thread quickly formed. On the raised platform, Taehyung quietly observed the person beside him and saw that Hoa Yun's expression had turned ashen. Anyone who wasn't blind could tell she was not pleased at all. That was only natural. After all, Lai Neon was Tezin's hidden bloodline. She was the official wife. Of course, she wouldn't be happy. Taehyung secretly sighed, feeling that Lai Neon had a truly cruel fate. Bearing the title of a secondary son, surviving in the Lai Sungmu family would likely be anything but easy. That fleeting thought of Taehyung's was noticed by one of the family elders. The old man with white hair and beard stepped forward a few paces, then stroked his beard and said, "It seems the general manager has quite a bit of interest in this secondary son." Taehyung did not answer, only gritted his teeth inwardly. He felt that perhaps it was exactly because of conservative old men like this, trapped in their obsession with pure bloodlines, that everything had become so complicated. But the other party was Elder Council President Lai Chinyung, a man of great authority in the family. So Taehyung did not dare show open disrespect and instead replied, "Greetings, Elder President." Taehyung's eyes were icy. He also knew that Cheon-young was not someone who ever revealed his true thoughts. So no matter what, one could not let down one's guard while speaking with him. Like most people, Cheon-young showed clear disdain at the sight of a secondary son of unknown birth and origin being allowed to take part in the weapon selection ceremony. But what he said next was truly too much. The weapon selection ceremony has no meaning for a secondary son anyway. That was already proven clearly by the general manager's own experience, was it not? Taehyung's hands clenched into fists. He truly wanted to fight this old man. But of course he couldn't do that, and so Lai Cheon-young remained as arrogant as ever. Oh, forgive me if I spoke out of turn. It's just that the story of General Manager Lai, who came from outside and was not chosen by a single weapon in the weapon selection ceremony, is simply too well known. Age had clearly sharpened Lai Cheon-young's tongue. His words were more than enough to drive Taehyung mad. In the old man's eyes, a secondary son was still just a secondary son, worthless, and therefore better off knowing his place. And in the end, Taehyung could no longer hold back. He shouted, "Enough. I won't tolerate such excessive insults any longer." Lai Cheon-young's eyes widened in shock, not because of Taehyung's defiance, but because of the dazzling light erupting from below the platform. Taehyung immediately shot to his feet. The blue light grew more and more blinding, and these two men of the Lai family stood there with completely opposite feelings. Impossible. How could this happen? Lai Cheon-young clutched the railing, nearly unable to keep his footing. Haha, even seeing it with my own eyes, it still feels like a dream. Lai Taehyung on the other hand, looked excited, as though he were secretly hoping that the child who shared the same background as him would truly have a bright future. The thread of light extending from Lai Neon was so dazzling that people could not even clearly see him and the family head standing at the center of the platform. The result was nothing like what had happened in his previous life. This time, every weapon present at the ceremony had chosen Lai Neon. Even more terrifying was that even the weapons that already had owners reacted to him, as if they wanted to betray their masters and make Lai Neon their new wielder. Lai Myung-jong's sword was no exception. The blade in his hand began to glow. But instead of looking irritated, Myung-jong looked excited. He then turned to the person beside him and asked his third younger brother, Gun-sung, "Do you believe what you're seeing? It seems our ninth brother possesses talent far beyond anything I ever imagined." "That's right," Lai Gun-sung replied, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he could hardly stop himself from getting rid of Lai Neon on the spot. Everyone who witnessed this was loudly discussing it. Most of them thought the result was absurd, and that something like this could never appear in an illegitimate child. Lai Tezin took a deep breath, then signaled for everyone to be quiet. And just like that, the entire surrounding platform fell silent. He said that according to family rules, every weapon that had chosen Lai Neon should belong to him. However, dealing with the matter so simply would likely not be easy. So Tezin wanted to hear everyone's opinions. And Tae-hyung was the first to speak. He felt that no matter what the family rules said, handing every weapon here over to Lai Neon would go against the true meaning of the weapon selection ceremony, because this ritual was a tradition that had to be preserved for future generations. So, the fairest solution would be to let the ninth young master of the Lai family choose one item for himself from among all the weapons that selected him. Lai Tezin thought his younger brother's words made sense, so he immediately accepted the proposal. With a snap of his fingers, all the weapons rose into the air, then arranged themselves neatly into a circle. After that, Neon was lifted up as well, and placed in the center of that ring. "Come, my son, choose the one you desire," Tezin said firmly, though he was not sure whether a child like Neon could understand his words. Of course he understood, and Neon also knew that this choice was extremely important to him. He did not know why things had changed from his previous life, but no matter what, this was a good opportunity. So he had to seize it no matter what. Neon clenched his little hands and began to crawl. He passed by many priceless treasures, such as Braha, the sword bearing the bloodline of the true dragon, meant to slay powerful demonic creatures. The twin holy spears, white mirror, forged by combining part of a saint's body, or the staff Van Hen, made from a branch of the world tree where the spirits sleep. The spirit demon sword, forged at the moment when the moon, the sun, and the stars aligned. All of these great weapons were waiting for Neon to choose them. But without a moment of hesitation, he crawled straight toward the ancestral sword of the Lai Sungmu family, discovered long ago in an untamed wasteland. For generations, not a single person had been able to awaken its hidden power, leaving it buried quietly in darkness, covered in the dust of time. That sword was called Hakda, and Neon reached out and touched it. Lai Tezin watched him intently. Based on its known abilities, this sword did not qualify to be ranked among the heavenly tier weapons. However, because it was connected to the family's founder, it had always been preserved together with the heavenly tier arms. Until now, no ancestor had ever been chosen by Hakda. But Neon was different. Tezin could not tell whether this was merely the meaningless choice of an infant, or a great destiny newly arranged by fate. But after that, he lifted his youngest son into his arms and declared before everyone that Neon had chosen Hakda, thus bringing the day's ceremony to a close. Up in the high seats, Bak Hoa-yun's face had gone cold. She kept muttering to herself, "Neon, another troublesome nuisance has entered the family. If he becomes an obstacle, then I have no choice but to remove him." Time flew by, and 9 years passed. Today, just like every other day, Neon said goodbye to his nanny before heading off to train. But Gawa insisted on walking him part of the way. She found it strange, too, because nearly all the other training grounds were still empty. Yet Neon stubbornly insisted on choosing the old, worn-out training ground number 1. Before he could even explain, the two of them heard someone shout from training ground number 7. "Not like that. If you grip the sword too tightly, you'll hurt your hand. Come on, try a vertical slash one more time." It turned out to be Lai Hoa, training together with her master. Although she was one place above Neon in the family order, he had never called Lai Hoa older sister. Instead, he always called her the 8th young lady, even if that was not exactly proper. Because to him, calling a girl only 5 months older than himself older sister just felt too awkward. Lai Hoa seemed to be having trouble swinging her sword. to the point that she lost her temper even with her own master and threw the sword in her hand to the ground. The childish face of 9-year-old Laihoa clearly showed her fury as she shouted, "Master, why do you keep nagging so much? It doesn't matter how you hold a sword, as long as you grip it firmly. Young lady, all of this is for your sake. First, calm down and try again. You'll definitely do better this time." The other party also eased up a little, then picked up the sword from the ground and handed it to Laihoa. This man was Beck I-Hyan, the leader of the Black Dance Society. After learning his identity, Lai Neon could not help being shocked. For a 9-year-old child to already have such an influential master was simply too much. And while lost in thought, he unconsciously spoke those thoughts aloud. Hearing this, Gawa was heartbroken. She thought her young master was feeling miserable because he had no master, so she tried to comfort him. "Young master, a great master will surely appear soon and recognize your true talent." After that, Gawa grew sad again and blamed everything on herself, thinking she was too incompetent to serve him properly. While a child the same age as Laihoa had been raised on weaning food mixed with medicinal herbs since infancy, Lai Neon had lacked everything. Seeing the young wet nurse like this, Lai Neon truly could not bear it anymore. So he put his hands on his hips and said, "There you go again. You're someone I should be very grateful to, Nanny, understand? And as for people like them, I don't need them either. They would surely only come because of the status of the Lai Sungmu family. Besides, I already have good masters." Seeing Lai Neon look so confident and composed far beyond his age, Gawa finally felt somewhat comforted. Only after escorting him all the way to the gate of training area number 1, reserved exclusively for the direct line of the Lai Sungmu family, did she leave. Lai Neon pushed the door open and entered alone. This place was a symbol of the long history of that prestigious family. But now, it was almost more of a symbolic site than a true training hall. However, there was only one reason Lai Neon had come here. It was because this place stored older weapons than any other arsenal in the training grounds. In a corner, Lai Neon found a rusted sword, its blade already covered in cracks. But to him, this was a treasure, because 9 years ago, when he returned for his second life, several extraordinary changes had happened to him. Among them, the most astonishing was that he had gained the ability to read the memories hidden within weapons. The moment he held that old sword in his hand, Lai Neon felt as if he had traveled back hundreds of years and was standing inside a classroom. And because of that, he received instruction from countless masters of distant generations. Those were the memories engraved into this weapon. The older and more finely crafted a weapon was, or the longer and more dearly it had been used by its owner, the clearer its memories became, like an unshakable pillar. Thanks to those memories from the past being replayed more vividly than ever, Lai Neon studied with great diligence. And today, he had finally finished practicing the 7-star sword. Since coming here at age 7, he had read nearly all the memories of the weapons stored in the family's arsenal. For someone with as miserable a previous life as Lai Neon, this was quite an achievement to be proud of. Wonderful. It's been a long time since I've seen such a perfect 7-star sword. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. He wondered who it was, only to find it was Tae-hyung. As mentioned before, the man whose appearance was no different from that of a villain was the general manager of the Lai Sungmu family, and also a 4th-rank warrior. Though he had been born a concubine's son, his strength had earned him recognition and raised him to his current position. And from Lai Neon's previous life to this one, Tae-hyung was also the only person in the family who genuinely cared for him, perhaps because they shared the same status as illegitimate sons. "Greetings, uncle." Lai Neon obediently lowered his head in greeting. Tae-hyung chuckled and ruffled his hair. "You could just call me uncle, you know? You never skip a day of training. That's admirable. Every time I come back from work, I always see you here, Lai Neon." Tae-hyung looked very proud of his nephew. More than anyone, he understood how difficult it must be to suffer discrimination compared to his other siblings. Even so, Tae-hyung still hoped Lai Neon would stand firm and overcome it all. "I'm Fine, uncle. No matter what, I still carry the blood of the Lai Sungmu family," Lai Neon replied firmly. "To prove oneself by the sword. That's the meaning carried by our family name, and that's what I was taught. So I will prove myself with my own strength." Lai Neon's answer left Tae-hyung dazed for a few seconds. He could not help feeling regretful that such a perfect child had been born with the status of an illegitimate son. Taehyung let out a long sigh. Come to think of it, it won't be long before you reach the age for your naming ceremony, will it? It may be a little early, but before the naming ceremony, I want to become your master. Well, are you happy? Lee Taehyung suddenly proposed. His smile was bright, and he was clearly delighted. But then Lee Neon poured cold water over his uncle by refusing the offer. Taehyung froze on the spot. He even thought Lee Neon was dissatisfied with having him as a master. But Lee Neon quickly waved his hands and explained. Before the naming ceremony, one is not allowed to serve a master. That's a rule of the family, and I don't want to put uncle in an awkward position. This answer surprised Taehyung even more. That was because Lee Neon's other brothers and sisters openly broke the family rules. The most recent example was Lee Hoa, who already had a master despite being the same age as him. On top of that, they were not only taught by famed masters, but were also nurtured with all kinds of spiritual medicines. However, Lee Neon said that even if it was a rule no one followed anymore, that did not mean he should fail to uphold it as well. And as he had said before, Lee Neon wanted to prove his strength with his own power. Hearing such words come from the mouth of a 9-year-old child made Taehyung find it truly unbelievable. When he looked into the boy's eyes, he felt as though he was looking at his older brother, Lee Taesin. It seems you have no intention of giving up this stubbornness, do you? Taehyung let out a sigh, then began rubbing his nephew's hair. You're exactly like your father, stubborn to the bitter end. Still, even though Lee Neon had refused his offer to become his master, Taehyung still wanted to help him somehow. If he did nothing for the boy, he simply would not feel at ease. So Taehyung asked again, is there anything else you need? I can help you. Lee Neon's eyes lit up at once like car headlights. This was exactly the line he had been waiting a very long time to hear. So Lee Neon scratched his head and began putting on an acting performance worthy of a film star, looking both awkward and eager at the same time. Actually, there is something I'd like to ask of you, Uncle. I'd like to visit the basement of the secret vault. The shock in Taehyung's eyes was obvious after hearing this request, but in the end, he agreed. And so afterward, the two of them rode together to the secret vault of the Lee Sungmu family. Two high-ranking martial masters stood guard at the gate, and their carriage was stopped. With his status as the family's general manager, Lee Taehyung only needed to say he was there for a routine inspection to pass through easily. Lee Neon sat in the back seat, and Taehyung introduced him as the family's youngest young master who had come to have a look around. That left the guards with no reason to stop them. After the carriage passed through the main gate, Lee Neon immediately put on a reaction appropriate for his current age. After all, for a child visiting the secret vault for the first time, to be too calm and indifferent would not look right. He had no desire to make his uncle suspicious. Through the rearview mirror, Taehyung saw the excited expression on his nephew's face and felt very pleased. You like it that much? He asked. Of course. Lee Neon nearly shouted. This is the secret vault, where the family's most precious treasures are stored. Naturally, he did not tell Taehyung his true purpose, which was to find a weapon he had failed to obtain in his previous life. The family vault contained legendary weapons and ancient relics that no one even knew for certain truly existed. Those who searched for such unbelievable things all tended to receive the same answer. Everything could be found in the secret vault of the Lee Sungmu family. Taehyung led Lee Neon inside the vault and pressed the elevator button. He said the basement of the vault was where weapons sealed away for various reasons were kept. Among them were even monster-grade demonic weapons that had devoured their own masters. If you touch those weapons carelessly, both your body and mind will be swallowed up by them. Taehyung gave a sly smile. He was trying to scare a child. But little did he know that the child before him had in fact lived through 2 lifetimes already. Even so, Lee Neon played along very well, putting on a frightened expression to satisfy his uncle. Then Taehyung himself reassured him. Don't worry. In any case, you won't be able to enter those dangerous areas. I have some matters to deal with upstairs, so take your time looking around on your own. Lee Neon happily nodded, then hopped into the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, he finally let out a sigh of relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted. The hardest thing in this life seemed to be pretending to be an innocent child. Lee Neon pressed the button for the basement. This place was also called the Graveyard of Weapons, a location that sealed away countless weapons and relics. And there was only one reason Lee Neon had gone through the trouble of coming here, to search for a special weapon called Infinity. Originally, Infinity took the form of a short sword. However, once infused with mana, it could freely change its length, shape, weight, and even its properties. In his previous life, Lai Gunsong had been the one to find it by chance in the secret vault. Thanks to the sword's limitless transformations and overwhelming versatility, he earned the title of 10,000 Forms, then forced the eldest brother out of his position as the top heir and became head of the family. After that, he found Lai Neon, who had always remained hidden in the shadows, and mercilessly eliminated him. That was all Lai Neon knew for now, and if he wanted to prevent that scenario from happening, he absolutely had to find Infinity first. Even though it would take time, Lai Neon had no choice but to check everything one by one. Mana appeared in his hand, along with the determination that in this life, he would definitely obtain that sword himself, and not let Gunsong have it. Lai Neon patiently tested each weapon by channeling mana into it. But after an hour had passed, he had checked all the short swords that looked suitable and still found nothing. Even so, Lai Neon did not lose heart. He was certain that weapon had to be here and decided to check the display case over there next. However, while moving, Lai Neon accidentally knocked down a rusted weapon. It looked older than any other weapon in the secret vault. Lai Neon reached out to pick it up, but before he could do so, mana suddenly poured from his palm in surging waves, even though he had not intended it. That rushing mana flowed into the rusted short sword. This strange phenomenon caused Lai Neon's vision to be instantly shrouded in haze. What he could see again, he found himself brought into a different space. Not the family's neat and orderly vault, but a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lai Neon was somewhat flustered, but he guessed this must be the memory contained within that rusted short sword. However, this feeling was completely different from the memories he had read from other weapons before. It felt as though Lai Neon were truly present in this place. The sensation was startlingly vivid. Then, all of a sudden, he felt a chill run down his spine, and Lai Neon turned around in alarm. It was a terrifying pressure, so immense that even nature itself seemed to tremble. He saw a gigantic pair of eyes glaring at him from above. It was the apocalyptic monster that had once emerged from the blue hole in ancient times and devoured countless civilizations. Lai Neon's legs went weak, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had felt such fear. Lai Neon knew there was no way he could ever win against that ancient monster. And if he wanted to live, he had no choice but to run. But at some point, an almost invisible presence had silently appeared behind him. Though the image was somewhat blurred, it was still enough for him to tell that the presence was a man holding a rusted sword. And then this man suddenly charged forward and bravely confronted that cruel monster. With just a single slash, he pierced through the enemy. Lai Neon was so terrified that he dropped to the ground. The power he had just witnessed was truly horrifying. With only one strike, the opponent had been killed. After it was over, the blood-soaked man turned back, threw Lai Neon a cold gaze, and then asked, "Who are you?" Lai Neon was even more shocked. He had thought this was only a memory from that battered old short sword, just more vivid than the others. Who would have thought this man could actually see him? And on top of that, the man's eyes were clearly full of hostility. Sure enough, he stepped closer right afterward and raised the sword in his hand. "I do not know why you are here, but out of mercy, I will send you on your way without pain." Lai Neon's eyes widened, but he had absolutely no way to stop the blade descending straight toward him. The painful memories of his previous life seemed to resurface in that instant. He gasped in horror. Then, in the blink of an eye, the space changed again, and Lai Neon returned to the family's secret vault. The short sword in his hand, stained by the passage of time, fell with a clang that pulled him back to reality. Even so, he could not stop trembling. What had just happened could not simply be called a memory. If it really was a memory, then why had the person inside it attacked him? The feeling of being utterly crushed by that overwhelming presence still lingered vividly, as though it had all been real. Then Lai Neon glanced at the short sword again and was shocked to discover that the rust coating its surface was slowly disappearing. A suspicion arose in Lai Neon's heart. Could this really be Infinity? He picked it up again and examined it. That's right, this was exactly what he had been searching for. So Lai Neon immediately cut his fingertip and let his blood drip onto the short blade. In this life, he absolutely had to become the master of all weapons. The moment the fresh blood touched the blade, a A dazzling light burst forth inside the secret vault. Lai Neon tried channeling some of his mana into it, then swung the sword. And sure enough, in the blink of an eye, that short sword transformed into a long sword. Time passed quietly, and a week had gone by since that fateful moment. Today, Neon was still training as usual, but his face clearly showed dissatisfaction. Failed again? It had been a week since I obtained Infinity, the infinite blade I took from the underground armory that day. For now, I was keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid drawing attention. Neon sat down, lightly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and recalled what had happened in the basement that day. But what exactly was it that happened back then? Right, that man. The arc of his sword swing had seemed to remind me that I was still unworthy. In Neon's mind, the bloody scene rose again. The moment that man unleashed a single sword strike and annihilated the monster. Not even speaking of its power, the man's very movements had carried an elegant beauty. But no matter how hard I tried to imitate them, I still couldn't reproduce them. Even so, I didn't feel impatient. In my previous life, I was only someone looked down on. I had never even been taught the family's most basic martial techniques. It was just a single move, but this was the first time I had ever come into contact with such a high-level martial art. I can do it. I remember exactly how that person moved, more clearly than anyone. At that thought, his gaze suddenly froze, his face sharpening with realization. Wait, that man, I wasn't a grown adult like him. I was only a 9-year-old child. If I tried to copy an adult's movements exactly, then of course I wouldn't be able to bring out the full power. The thought flashed through Neon's mind like a ray of light, illuminating the path ahead. I have to accept this body. I need to swing the sword slowly and naturally in a way that suits me. With renewed resolve, Neon closed his eyes and relaxed his whole body, taking a deep breath. He raised the sword above his head, tightened his grip, and poured all his strength into the tip. The instant the blade touched the ground, an explosive shockwave burst forth with enough force to split the earth open. Dirt and stone flew everywhere as if struck by thunder. Seeing the result, Neon gave a small nod. Good. It looks like I've gotten the feel of it now. All that's left is applying mana. But right after that, a pensive look settled over his face again. No matter how many times he tried to recreate it in his memory, it still felt as though one crucial part was missing, something he simply couldn't reproduce. In the end, the only option was to keep experimenting. All right, let's start over. He let out a sigh and tightened his grip on the sword, preparing his stance. But that very moment, a soft yet firm hand suddenly caught hold of his sword. An unfamiliar voice sounded beside his ear. Hey kid, where did you learn that technique? Neon stiffened. The newcomer was a young woman with silky black hair and deep brown eyes. There was no doubt about it. This person carried the blood of the Lai Sungmu family. He frowned warily and asked directly, "Who are you?" Contrary to his caution, the girl laughed easily, sounding slightly surprised. You don't know me? Well, I guess that makes sense. I don't really show my face much. Then, without waiting for an invitation, she cheerfully continued, "So what's your name?" Faced with such strangely friendly behavior, Neon hesitated a little before replying, "I'm Lai Neon." The moment the name left his lips, the girl's face brightened. She grabbed his hand and shook it over and over as if he were a doll. "Lai Neon, what a special name." "Right, I'm Lai Jianhua. Nice to meet you." The instant he heard that name, Neon immediately realized who she was. The youngest aunt, Lai Jianhua. He recalled what Uncle Taehyung had once told him in his previous life, that the youngest aunt had been so different that even grandfather couldn't tolerate her. But what truly surprised Neon wasn't her identity. It was the question screaming inside his head. Why isn't she taking her absurd strength into consideration while playing around with her nephew like this? Neon narrowed his eyes and shot Jianhua a suspicious look, but said nothing. His youngest aunt, meanwhile, paid his stare no mind. She looked him over once and casually remarked, "Your body is a little weak, isn't it?" Without beating around the bush, she strode straight toward Neon, stopped right in front of him, and bluntly asked, "So then, little guy, where did you learn that technique?" Neon wasn't the type to be easily tricked, so of course he wasn't foolish enough to tell her. Tilting his head, he asked back in a guarded voice, "Why are you asking?" Jianhua just laughed, answering with a radiant face, as if proudly showing off a prize. "Because that's an ancient martial art." This Annie absolutely loves ancient martial arts. That was the era when monsters ran rampant, right? As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled an old book from her sleeve and handed it to Neon, as if gifting him treasure. "So here, this is for you." Neon raised a curious brow. "A gift?" She nodded. "Yep, open it and take a look." Without hesitation, Neon flipped through the pages. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. The handwriting is terrible, so it's a little hard to read, but is this magic? A thought surfaced quietly in his mind. It's not just magic. There are martial arts records in here too. The level is so high, I can barely understand any of it. Maybe the rumors about her weren't accurate. With that thought, Neon hesitantly asked, this is understanding that her little nephew was still trying to make sense of it. Jianhua stepped closer, pointed at the book, and explained in a gentle but enthusiastic tone, These are ancient spells based on mana channels. Back in the old days, magic could be used through the mana channels within the body without needing a mana core. Modern magic, on the other hand, relies on storing mana in the heart. But can ancient magic really be called outdated? The mana control techniques from that era may actually have been superior to today's. She paused briefly, then continued with a seriousness rarely seen from her. That's why this Annie is researching amplification techniques and conversion techniques too, but there are just too few surviving records. Those words pulled Neon's mind into an entirely new world. A spark of interest flashed in his eyes. This is a perspective I've never considered before. Ancient magic, infinity. At once, he turned around and shouted, Annie, please wait a moment. Before Jianhua could even understand what was happening, Neon had already dashed off. Somehow, he pulled out a sword, gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, closed his eyes, and began circulating mana. The energy from a mana core in his heart spread throughout his body, but then he stopped short. Wait, that nameless warrior used mana channels. The method of mana manipulation used by the man in my memory was something I couldn't understand before, but now I can. A gleam flashed in Neon's eyes. He gathered his strength and brought the sword crashing down. Instantly, a massive crack split open the ground, sending dirt and stone flying like an explosion. Seeing the result, Neon couldn't contain his joy. It worked, but before he could even take a full breath, Jianhua shot toward him like an arrow, her face filled with utter shock. She grabbed him by the shoulders, shook him hard, and shouted, "What was that?" "That was an amplification technique, wasn't it?" Neon felt slightly guilty, glanced away, and answered somewhat reluctantly, yeah, it was an amplification technique." "Why?" Jianhua froze for a second before letting out a scream. "How did you do that?" But Neon maintained his usual mysterious attitude. Shrugging, he answered briefly, "I could just do it." Naturally, Jianhua was not satisfied with that sort of answer. Grinding her teeth, she snapped, "I mean, how could you do it?" But Neon wasn't someone who could be pressured so easily either. He answered sternly, "Why should I tell you?" At that, Jianhua completely lost her composure. Her voice nearly turned pleading, and her eyes looked as sincere as a lost child. "Because you only figured it out thanks to the notebook I gave you. Ivy lived my whole life for this. I've been searching for it for over 10 years, even after being driven out of the house. I'm begging you." Her hands clasped tightly around Neon's, trembling. A moment of silence passed between them. Neon looked at his desperate aunt and let out a soft sigh. "All right, but you have to promise me 3 things. 3. First, you must not tell anyone anything about me unless I give permission. Of course, that includes my eldest brother and my father." "Why?" Jianhua blinked and asked, but Neon answered at once without a second's hesitation. "Because I don't like other people talking about me behind my back." At that, Jianhua's eyes softened. It wasn't clear what she had thought of, but her face suddenly turned downcast. I understand. I'm the same way." Seeing his youngest aunt fall silent so suddenly, Neon was momentarily taken aback. Why does she look so unhappy? But instead of asking, he went on to state the next condition. "Second, you can't lie to me because we need to trust each other. I'll also be honest with you as much as I can." Jianhua paused for a moment, then nodded, far more serious than before. "Fine. Then what's the last one?" As for the last one, in the blink of an eye, 1 year later, at daybreak, mist still clung to the stone slabs in the training yard. In the quiet air, only the crisp sound of sword swings echoed as Neon practiced as diligently as always. Young master, a hurried voice cut through the stillness. Neon turned and saw Moongawa rushing toward him, clutching a letter tightly in both hands, her face full of alarm. "Wet nurse, what happened? Why did you run all the way here?" Though she was still out of breath, Gawa still tried to thrust the letter forward forward, as if it were more important than her life itself. "Here, look at this." Neon took it and glanced down at the familiar writing. One look was enough for him to know what was going on. The corner of his lips curled up slightly as he thought, so it's finally here. The letter was brief and direct, not a single unnecessary word in it. Summons for the following individual: 9th Young Master Neon. Scheduled date, September 10th, 10 o'clock. Details: those participating in the naming ceremony must gather at the Central Martial Arena before 10 o'clock on September 10th. Notice: anyone carrying items not on the approved list will be severely punished. Acting on behalf of the family head, Lai Myung-jong. The moment Neon read the name, Lai Myung-jong, his eyes paused. He muttered, acting on behalf of the family head, "Is Lai Myung-jong? Is father not home? I didn't hear anything about him going out on campaign." Before he could think further, the naming ceremony? Jianghua, standing beside him, suddenly shrieked as if someone had just dumped a bucket of fire over her. Startled, Neon turned and saw his youngest aunt staring wide-eyed. Her face flushed red as if she were about to start smoking. "Why is she suddenly so worked up?" Jianghua clutched her head and stammered as if trying to hold back a storm inside her. "Everything's only just started to get going. This is the most important stage right now. If you take part in the naming ceremony, you'll be tied up there." "No, you can't go." Looking at her expression, so much like a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away, Neon could only sigh. It had already been 1 year since he made that deal with his youngest aunt. Since then, she and I have researched magic together, combining origin mana and mana channels. An entirely new magic system was the dream of her lifetime. Origin mana allowed storage and attribute conversion, while mana channels allowed control and operation. Thanks to that, my ability to use magic had now far surpassed that of any child my age. Jianghua kept muttering regretfully, "You really can't skip it?" Researching magic is much more interesting. Not wanting to drag things out any longer, Neon ended it with a firm statement. "You know that's impossible, don't you? Don't worry. Even if I have a little less time, I'll still continue practicing magic and restoring ancient magic." Those words made Jianghua's eyes widen. "Huh, how are you supposed to do that?" The naming ceremony training schedule is going to be brutal, but Neon did not waver. His eyes shone with unwavering conviction. "I'll do both at once." A few days later, a white room was once again flooded with artificial light. Surrounding Neon and Jianghua was a dense magical glass cage, like a prison made of light. The two sat quietly inside, ready for what was to come. From the opposite side, a low, rough voice rang out. "Training begins today. First, endure magical attacks for 30 minutes. It was Jang Guk, captain of the Blood Tiger Squad, the man directly in charge of the naming ceremony training. As soon as he spoke, a loud hum filled the air, and the entire glass cage began firing bolts of electricity in every direction. Blue flashes crackled continuously, shining like hundreds of thunder serpents. But when a lightning was about to strike Neon, every single bolt was suddenly blocked. An invisible barrier surrounded him, repelling every attack as effortlessly as wind against a bronze wall. Even Jang Guk, who had seen more than a share of geniuses, had to stop short. Ordinarily, the 9th Young Master, who had never received even basic training, should have been scorched black by now. But instead, he was pushing everything back with magic. Jang Guk's gaze was unconsciously drawn to Neon. At that very moment, Neon's eyes met his, calm, cold, and so deep they were suffocating. "That child is observing me?" Jang Guk's heart pounded. He suddenly realized the boy wasn't being passive at all. He was testing, evaluating, forcing others to raise the level of instruction to something greater. Damn it, and this is supposed to be just an illegitimate son? With talent like this, even calling him a genius would be an understatement. This wasn't naming ceremony training anymore. It was the moment I had to pour every last drop of experience I had into teaching him. Thinking of the enormous potential before him, Jang Guk unconsciously clenched his hand. A hard-to-describe feeling rose in him. Not just surprise, but exhilaration. The passion he had thought long gone was burning fiercely again. Time waited for no one. After the grueling training session, Neon let out a breath and stretched as he muttered, "Phew, it's finally over. This family really is insane. To train resistance to magic. They actually throw me into a magic-emitting device. Still, I didn't expect the other side to apologize first. Neon shrugged. It seemed people's view of him had already begun to change. In any case, now was the time to rest a little. Just as he was about to turn away, as if fate were deliberately playing tricks on him, a shadow lunged at him from the side. In that instant, Neon reacted like a machine that had already been programmed. His arm came up decisively and blocked the sneak attack. The attacker was none other than the young girl, Lai Hoa. Seeing her strike fail, she shouted coldly, "Hey, you bastard son, come outside for a minute." Neon, of course, was not the sort to play along with someone else's script. He took one step back and frowned. "What exactly are you trying to pull?" Hoa lost her temper and yelled, "Watch how you talk. I'm a legitimate child, while you're just an illegitimate one. And I'm a year older than you, too." Neon couldn't be bothered to argue. With a child like her, wasting time quarreling was worse than practicing swordsmanship in a snowstorm. He merely waved a hand lightly. "I don't have time to bicker with you." With that, the young boy turned around and walked away without hesitation. But Hoa's anger was not so easily extinguished. Pouring mana into her fist, she shouted, "Hey, don't you dare ignore me." Sensing the fluctuation of mana from behind, Neon immediately turned around, his expression darkening. "She's even using mana now? I was gonna let it slide, but I guess I need to teach her a lesson." The punch came close, but before it could land, Neon tilted his body and evaded it lightly. At the same time, his hand shot out, grabbed Hoa by the collar, and lifted her into the air, his voice icy with warning. "If you want to whine, go whine to your mother. Don't bother me with it. I'm very busy too." As soon as he let go, Hoa staggered as she landed. But instead of admitting defeat, she began pouring out all her pin-up resentment. "This is all your fault, because you caused such an uproar at the selection ceremony before. I keep getting compared to you over and over. Please know your place as a child of a concubine and keep quiet. It's so unfair. I suffer every day, skipping meals and sleep to train, while you were born more talented than me. I don't want that either, but my mother." At that moment, Hoa realized she had misspoken. She immediately covered her mouth. Neon raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint, mocking smile appearing on his lips. "Blaming someone else sure is convenient, isn't it? Like you said, I'm a child of a concubine. My status doesn't allow me that kind of luxury. You can't sleep? Then don't sleep. You're not allowed snacks and still can't keep up? Then skip your regular meals too. If I annoy you that much, then use whatever means you can to defeat me. After that, make me apologize to you. Isn't that the style of the Lai Sungmu family?" Without waiting for Hoa's reaction, Neon turned and walked away, his steps steady, never looking back. Behind him, the little girl clenched her fists and shouted loudly, "You little brat, talk big all you want. At the naming ceremony, I'll show results far better than yours. I'll make you call me older sister and kneel down begging. Remember that." Neon didn't turn around. He only replied calmly, "Sure, I'll be waiting." That afternoon, in a training area reserved exclusively for direct line descendants, District 7, a woman in formal attire approached. Without anyone needing to announce her, that sharp, chilling presence alone made every servant bow low. "Madam has arrived," one of them said respectfully. Madam Beth Wazian gave a cold nod. "Leave. I have something to discuss with my daughter." With that, she stepped into the training room, where Hoa was focused on pounding a dummy with all her strength, sweat dripping onto the cold tiled floor. Only one sentence rang out. "What are you doing?" Hoa jolted and turned around, her hands freezing midair. Recognizing the familiar voice, she stammered, "Mother, I'm training." Hoa lowered her eyes to the floor, not daring to meet her mother's knife-sharp gaze. And just as she expected, Beth Wazian had not come to praise her. She had come to dissect all of her daughter's failures with words colder than ice. "I heard what happened. You were actually overwhelmed by him?" That ice-cold voice rang out from the doorway. Beth Wazian stood there like a brewing storm, her eyes filled with disappointment and pressure. "I told you already. If you cannot suppress him, then crush him." How disappointing. If you're only training this hard because you're afraid of punishment, then stop. Her words cut into Hoa's heart like blades, and she fell silent for several seconds. Then, as if something inside her had suddenly risen up, she slowly lifted her head and met her mother's gaze with determination. "I know what you think about my training, but I'm doing this because I want to. I'll defeat him, but not because you ordered me to. I'll do it because I want to. I'll decide for myself." That answer made Beth Wazian narrow her eyes slightly. Though her expression did not change, an unpleasant foreboding had already started rising in her heart. She muttered softly, "So she was stirred up by some nobody? You are of the direct line of the Lai Sungmu family. You and he were never the same from the very beginning. Beating him should be only natural, yet you allowed yourself to be provoked. As she spoke, she took a small glass vial from her sleeve, handing it to her daughter with a chilling reminder. This is Mimong, is a deadly poison. If you cannot surpass him, then trample him. That is the way of the Lai Sungmu family. Without another word, Beth Wazian turned and left the room. At the same time, in another room, a shocked whisper rang out. This can't be possible. The maid, Moon Gowa, stared wide-eyed at the computer screen. On it were the latest results from the Lai Sungmu family's internal evaluation system. Lai Neon, male, magic arts rank 1, weapons arts rank 1, theory rank 1, overall rank 1. Beside her, Neon smiled as brightly as spring, crossing his arms smugly. Well, wet nurse, feeling less worried now? Moon Gawa could hardly contain her emotions. She threw her arms around her little young master, her voice trembling with pride. I wasn't able to help you with anything, young master, and yet you still did this well. Neon laughed and replied gently. You've helped me a lot, so don't say that. Just then, heavy footsteps suddenly thundered from outside, shattering the warm moment between them. The door burst open. Kid, let's go train. Lai Jianghua charged in like a storm, her face blazing with energy as if she had just swallowed a whole furnace. Neon blinked. Before he could gather himself, he blurted out, but I just finished training. Jianhua boldly declared, flexing her arm like a superhero. That's exactly why we need to keep going. Training your mana will help you feel less tired. Neon looked at her with the expression of a middle-aged man watching a child talk nonsense. I've never heard of it working like that. Jianhua froze, her eyes shifting to the side as she stammered. It's true. It should be probably... Seeing that, Neon shook his head lightly, but said nothing more. He suddenly remembered something and spoke seriously. Well, that's fine. Anyway, there's something I want to show you. Those words made Jianhua's expression change instantly, from curiosity to shock. Don't tell me you've already reached the first star stage? Neon didn't answer. He only gave a faint smile, but it was enough to confirm everything. Ordinary mana control had 3 clear stages. Body reinforcement, strengthening the body. Energy manipulation, changing the nature of mana. Force release, unleashing superhuman power. However, Jianhua's mana system was divided into special star ranks, capable of combining both modern and ancient methods. At that moment, Jianhua channeled mana into Neon's body and focused on sensing him. A moment later, she cried out like someone who had just hit the jackpot. Perfect. It really is the first star stage. Did anything feel strange when you used mana? I thought it would take at least another year. Neon shivered slightly, unable to stop himself from recalling those months of fumbling alone in the dark, full of hardship and danger close to death. I figured it out while studying theory. Looking back, it really was a crazy kind of training. If I had failed to control my mana, the balance between my heart and my mana channels could have collapsed completely. But in reality, all you have to do is let things happen naturally. Mana is like water. It flows according to its own laws. In the end, our bodies are nothing more than vessels for containing mana. Neon's calm, matter-of-fact words were like a drop of water falling on a still lake, sending ripples through Jianhua's mind. She froze for several seconds, then murmured, "The body is a vessel? Kid, I think I can do it too. It'll take time, but I think I can." Unlike her usual self, her voice held neither excitement nor mischief this time, only a gentle joy, steeped in a feeling that she had just grasped something important. Seeing that, Neon smiled faintly, a small smile, but one full of relief, like someone who had just spotted a light at the end of a road. Did she just have some kind of breakthrough? Neon thought to himself. But that peaceful moment didn't last long, because the very next second, Jianhua rushed forward, hugged him like a bear clutching its prey, and screamed, "Thank you, my adorable little brat. You really are my lucky charm." Before Neon could react, his youngest aunt's arms had already tightened like steel clamps, making every bone in his body crack ominously. "Hey, let go. My ribs are going to break." Only after hearing an actual scream did Jianhua finally let him go, looking not even slightly guilty. Instead, she enthusiastically switched to a new topic. "Great, then now we move on to the second star stage. You knew from the start that your first star stage was different from a normal first stage, right? So in your opinion, what are you best at using?" Neon raised a hand to his chin and thought for a moment, as if reviewing his entire journey before answering. "Why use best? I think it's the sword." But before he could finish, Jianhua immediately shook her head and cut him off. "I don't think so." Neon was startled and frowned. But but you've never even seen me practice swordsmanship. Jianhua shrugged, replying with a half-joking look. I have, a few times when I was free. What I mean is, you have a talent even greater than swordsmanship. It's hard to explain in words, but your greatest talent is mana arts. Your aptitude for mana is so overwhelmingly exceptional that everything else is overshadowed by it. I've taught the spell I created to many people before, but no one could use it. Hearing that, Neon's eyes dimmed slightly. He lowered his head and looked at his own hands, as if searching for something he had once lost. Before I returned to the past, I was mocked for being unable to use mana. A hazy string of memories came back to him. The days he was looked down on, the indifferent stares, the pitying remarks. Seeing Neon sink into thought, Jianhua flicked his forehead lightly to pull him back. But for you now, reaching the second star stage won't be difficult. And if you succeed, then the naming ceremony will be child's play. After that, I'll teach you the real techniques, so focus. Neon gave a small nod, his voice calm, but full of resolve. Yes, I understand. By the way, Aunt, what's that thing next to you? He glanced toward a wooden box sitting on the table. Oh, this thing? Jianhua said casually. Then whoosh, a razor-sharp gust sliced past Neon's face, leaving a thin cut on his cheek, before the strange object slammed into the wall behind him, cracking the stonework all over. It's an iron ball. You need to learn how to release mana while moving. If you can only use it while standing still, then your mana arts are no better than garbage. All right, let's begin. Jianhua beamed, with not the slightest trace of guilt on her face. As for Neon, for some reason, he had a very, very bad feeling about this murderous training session. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. The scene shifted to a large training arena, where Neon and Hoa stood facing Jang-guk, captain of the Blood Tiger Squad. In a voice full of authority and pressure, he introduced himself. I am Jang-guk, captain of the Blood Tiger Squad. From now on, I will instruct you in the techniques of the Lai Sungmu family. Choose the weapon you will use and bring it here. I'll give you 1 minute, so don't dawdle. Without delay, Neon and Hoa rushed toward the weapon rack and chose their weapons. But while choosing, Hoa kept sneaking glances at Neon. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Neon clicked his tongue. Seriously, what are you staring at? Got something to say? Hoa jumped and stammered in denial. Staring? I'm not staring. What would I even have to say? Then she quickly leaned in and whispered, You're using a sword too, right? No. Without saying anything more, he picked up 2 swords and a spear, then turned and walked back to the training ground. Hoa stared wide-eyed. But earlier, when I saw you learning weapons, it was clearly swordsmanship. Over here, Captain Jang-guk glanced at the pile of weapons in Neon's hands and frowned. What exactly are you doing? You told us to choose our weapons and bring them here, Neon answered flatly. Jang-guk repeated firmly, I told you to choose the thing you use. Neon shrugged, as if it were unimportant. These are the things I use. At that point, even the Blood Tiger captain was at a complete loss. Shaking his head in exasperation, he muttered, I thought you weren't that stupid. Turns out you're a complete blockhead. Carve my next words into your bones. I said I would teach you secret arts, but I do not mean techniques or postures. Within the Lai Sungmu family, there are countless secret methods known as intent mastery. To comprehend them, you must first awaken the source still sleeping inside your bloodline. From now on, I will help you open that sense. So do not worry too much about awakening your instincts. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang-guk swung his spear with immense force. The air shrieked with every movement, sharp and relentless, as he quickly settled into a flawless attacking stance. Seeing that posture, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, Hoa shuddered and couldn't help blurting out in worry, what is he trying to do? As for Neon, he had already partly guessed what was about to happen. He turned and warned her in an even, icy voice. If you don't want to pass out right away, get ready. Before his words had even faded, Jang-guk's figure crashed down like a thunderbolt. He flashed forward like lightning, instantly closing in on Neon and launching a brutal strike, sending him flying into the air. Fortunately, in that split-second moment, Neon still managed to react, using his sword to block the blow and absorb most of its force. That action made Jang-guk burst out laughing in surprise. You blocked it? On the other side, Neon landed lightly, gritting his teeth as thoughts raced through his head. Damn it, I can't believe I have to go through this madness again. In my previous life, I didn't even finish this training course. But this life is different. Time passed in an endless cycle of training. Under Captain Jang-guk's special care, Neon and Hoa were continuously beaten to the point of collapse. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were being thoroughly crushed in every sense. A full month had passed since Neon began this hellish training. He thought to himself, for a 10-year-old child to go through training harsh enough to break bones and cause internal injuries. This really isn't for children. But I have no intention of complaining. I'm starting to feel it little by little. Neon murmured, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. In another corner, Hoa jolted awake, her face still full of alarm. I passed out again? The question rang out in confusion. Neon only shrugged and answered indifferently. That's right. This makes 22 times for you already. I'm only at 16. That teasing tone was enough to provoke her like an angry cat. Hoa immediately flared up, grumbling with regret. If only I had prepared better on the first day. At that moment, the focus shifted to Captain Jang-guk. Standing not far away, he watched the two children bickering and slowly assessed them in his mind. The 8th young lady. This child's physique is extraordinary. I've gone pretty hard on her, yet she hasn't suffered any serious injuries even once. And that bastard-born boy, right from the first day, I had a feeling he was something valuable. At first, seeing him bring over a pile of weapons, I thought he was an idiot. But unexpectedly, his proficiency with each one isn't bad at all. He's even exceeded expectations in actual combat. Only 1 month, and they've already reached this point. How interesting. Then, in a voice as booming as thunder, he shouted, "All right, training starts now. Everyone, back to your positions." At the command, both Neon and Hoa immediately stopped arguing, tightened their grip on their weapons, and turned utterly serious. Before long, Neon realized a bitter truth. If they kept fighting the same way as before, he would never get a chance to touch Jang-guk. So he cast a quick glance at Hoa and said fast, "Hey, I'll signal you. Try blocking him just once." Hoa asked in surprise, "Why should I do that?" Neon shrugged as if it were nothing. "Fine, forget it if you don't want to. I just thought we might be able to land a hit on that old man." The moment she heard that, Hoa's expression changed at once. It seemed the girl had also been nursing a deep grudge against Jang-guk after all the non-stop beatings. She ground her teeth and asked again, "Are you sure?" Neon nodded firmly, with absolute certainty. No more words were needed. Hoa immediately tightened her grip on her weapon and charged straight ahead, shouting, "You owe me for this." Right behind her, Neon rushed in as well, precise as if everything had already been calculated in advance. A resolute thought rang out in his mind. With a genius's strength, I have no chance of winning alone. That means the only option left is to use our advantage in numbers. On the opposite side, Jang-guk watched the way the two of them coordinated, the corner of his lips lifting slightly as something amused him. He did not hesitate to comment, "Working together, are you? Not a bad choice. But that's only if the plan succeeds." The moment he finished speaking, Jang-guk tilted his head lightly, dodging the spear thrust rushing toward him from Neon. It was a simple motion, as if he had already seen everything coming. Immediately after that, he counterattacked with a lightning-fast sweep of his spear. But Neon had already anticipated that move. The instant he saw his opponent make a move, he quickly withdrew his spear and defended in time. A flash of surprise appeared in Jang-guk's eyes, but did not stop there. In the very next instant, he poured strength into his body and lunged straight forward at a terrifying speed. And at the exact moment both sides were about to unleash their decisive move, Neon suddenly shouted, "Now." The moment he spoke, he sprang backward to widen the distance. Hoa immediately rushed up to take his place, bringing her sword down like a bolt of lightning. Yet that determined strike was stopped with ease by Jang-guk. From behind, Neon continued watching in silence. He knew very well this would not be easy. The two of them would never be able to bring Jang-guk down with a single ordinary blow. At that moment, he decided to change strategies. Neon threw his spear aside and focused his energy into his special ring, the infinite weapon he possessed. In the blink of an eye, the ring transformed into a gleaming longsword. This was one of the few weapons capable of inflicting real damage, the sword he had obtained from the Endless Secret Vault. Once more he gathered strength in his feet, and with the speed of an arrow, Neon shot straight forward, the sword in his hand blazing with fierce momentum. At the same time, Hoa was blasted backward by an overwhelmingly powerful strike from the captain. But Neon seized that precious opening in time. He let go of the sword, shifted all his weight into his fist, and threw a straight punch with all his might. It seemed certain to hit, but no. Jang-guk caught his fist easily with one hand. That brief instant made Neon let out an awkward laugh. "Haha, so you blocked it?" Before the question had even settled, a punch from Jang-guk crashed into him like a bolt from the heavens, sending Neon's body flying like a cannonball. He slammed hard into the wall and coughed up blood. Even so, that coordinated attack was enough to satisfy Jang-guk. His calm, steady voice sounded with a hint of approval. So it took you 37 days? Congratulations on unlocking your sixth sense. But the young lady still has a long way to go. As he spoke, Jang-guk leaned aside to evade yet another strike from Hoa, then suddenly swept her legs out from under her, sending the girl tumbling into the wall without the slightest chance to resist. Looking at the two children sprawled on the ground, Jang-guk seemed to decide that was enough for today. He casually declared, "That's enough for today." Before long, the sound of arguing rang out again. Hoa sprang up, turned toward Neon, and demanded irritably, "Hey, you said we could land one hit. I actually trusted you, you little brat." Ignoring the two children as they bickered, Jang-guk turned and walked away. In the meantime, he quietly glanced at his palm, which was now slightly swollen. A cold thought passed through his mind. So even after activating mana, it only pierced through a little? Even if it was only a tiny amount, I still broke the taboo against using mana. If he abandons a technique like that, combined with his already exceptional combat instincts, he may one day become someone capable of striking fear into the very pillars of the family. Time passed as swiftly as the wind, and on the 47th day, after Hoa also unlocked her sixth sense, the training under Captain Jang-guk officially came to an end. For the remaining time, the two of them were allowed to rest and review what they had learned. And it was at that very moment that someone appeared before Neon. It was none other than his older brother, Lai Myung-jong. Lai Myung-jong, the eldest son of the family, bore the title Song Eseong, a name feared in both the world of magic and the world of martial arts. He was a second-rank master in both fields, a figure both respected and dreaded by all. But to Neon, he was not a legend or an idol, only his one and only older brother. Neon took a quiet, deep breath, reminding himself to return to reality. After the two of them sat down, Myung-jong spoke, his voice full of guilt. "I'm sorry I couldn't pay attention to you. It may only sound like an excuse, but I've been rather busy lately." Neon simply replied gently, his calm eyes showing he had understood long ago. "It's all right. I'm Yufine." Across from him, Myung-jong laughed when he saw Neon's somewhat cautious yet sincere attitude. "This is our first time meeting, isn't it? But you recognized me right away?" Neon did not beat around the bush and answered frankly, "Of course. Even if I'm only an illegitimate child, how can I not know what my own eldest brother looks like?" The moment he heard that, Myung-jong seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. His expression turned faintly sorrowful, and in a low voice he reminded him, "Illegitimate? Never say that again. Our mothers may be different, but you and I are still brothers." Those words were not merely a reminder, but also a sorrowful ache. In Myung-jong's heart, he felt bitter on Neon's behalf. A child who had not even been granted a naming ceremony, yet always saw himself as someone outside the family. Unaware of the thoughts in his older brother's heart, Neon only scratched his head awkwardly and muttered, "Sorry." Seeing that, Myung-jong merely sighed, a heavy breath laden with emotion. "You don't need to apologize. Just understand it, that's enough. Next time, you don't need to greet me so formally. We're brothers, so why be so stiff?" "Yes, I understand," Neon said with a smile and a nod. In the memories of his previous life, Neon had always remembered his eldest brother clearly. No matter how talented he was, he had always remained sincere and composed like this. Not wanting the conversation to become too heavy, Myung-jong changed the subject and took a gift from inside his coat. "This is a gift for our first meeting. When I enrolled at a Fent Magic University in France, I obtained this, but I think it'll be more useful to you. It's a divine medicine called Necta." As he spoke, he gently placed a small glass vial in front of Neon. The clear light inside radiated a special kind of energy. The moment he saw it, Neon immediately recognized it as a top-grade spirit medicine created at the Magic Tower in France, a true treasure of which only 500 milliliters were produced every 10 years. After a brief pause, Neon reached out and accepted the vial, his eyes shining with deep gratitude. "Eldest brother, you've given me something this precious. Thank you, truly." Yet that reaction seemed to take Myung-jong by surprise. He looked slightly startled, then slowly murmured as if speaking to himself, "You're a little different, aren't you?" Neon narrowed his eyes slightly, puzzled. "What do you mean?" At that, Myung-jong smiled warmly and explained, "All the younger siblings I've met before saw me as a rival, so this feels both strange and pleasant." Neon only smiled faintly before voicing his honest thoughts as well. "It's not like I don't see eldest brother as a rival. Since I was born into this family, eldest brother is also my rival. So don't think of me as just some cute little child. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll become your greatest rival. I hope we'll have an interesting competition." The confidence shining clearly in Neon's eyes made Mi Youngjong burst into hearty laughter. Ah, all right, I'll wait for that day, the day you become my strongest rival. With that, he gently patted his younger brother's head. The gesture was both affectionate and full of expectation. As for Neon, he made a silent vow in his heart. My eldest brother has always sincerely loved and protected me. This time, I will definitely protect him. Time passed just like that, and a few days later came the day of the Lai Sungmu family's second and most important examination. The naming ceremony had officially begun. On the deck of a ship cutting through the waves toward the venue, Neon and Hoa stood silently beside each other. They were being taken to a special island, Red Cyan Island, where the color of the earth changed depending on the density of mana in the air. This was the ancient site the Lai Sungmu family used to hold naming ceremonies for its new members. As soon as the ship drew close to the island, one of the attendants stepped forward and announced in a serious voice, "I will now explain the naming trial. The young lady and young master must survive on Red Cyan Island for 3 weeks and prove yourselves. The devices being issued to you now are for tracking your location. Unless it is an emergency, you must keep them on you at all times. The final stage of the examination will open 2 days after the end of the 3rd week. Good luck to you all." The moment they set foot on the island, the atmosphere changed at once, as if warning them of the harsh journey about to begin. Suddenly, Hoa spoke softly, her expression somewhat hesitant. "Hey, there's something I want to say." But before she could finish, Neon sighed, as though he had already guessed what she wanted to say. "Looks like you've made up your mind, haven't you?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Hoa asked, eyes wide. "Ever since training, you've been wanting to say something," Neon said bluntly, without circling around it. His direct words struck right at her weak point, making the girl's face flush red as she immediately shouted, trying to hide her embarrassment. "How did you know that?" Looking at Hoa's pitifully flustered appearance, Neon could not help laughing inwardly. "How can I not know?" He tilted his head, his tone sounding as though he were soothing a sulking child. "Go ahead, I am listening." From Hoa's side, she swallowed hard and, after summoning all her courage, removed the badge pinned to her chest. She looked toward Neon, her eyes giving him a perfectly clear signal. "Do the same." Understanding what she meant, Neon removed his badge as well. The two of them quickly put away the devices known to be capable of tracking them and listening in on every conversation. Once everything was safe, Neon asked, his tone no longer teasing, "It's done." "What is it?" At that point, Hoa stopped hiding it. From inside her pocket, she took out a glass vial containing a murky liquid and said clearly, word by word, "This is poison. It's called Bewitching Dream. It only works on children under 15. If it is exposed to the air for more than 5 minutes, it evaporates on its own. Once it enters the body, it will clog the mana veins for a long time." Hearing that, Neon's expression darkened instantly, and his voice sank. "Who gave it to you?" A simple question, yet heavy as stone. Hoa knew very well that no matter what happened, she absolutely could not reveal that name. The person who had given it to her was her own birth mother. So she only replied stubbornly, "I'm not going to tell you that." The moment she finished speaking, she swung her arm and hurled the glass vial straight at a nearby rock. A sharp crash rang out as glittering shards scattered. Hoa lifted her head and continued decisively, "See, there's no evidence left now. I'll defeat you fair and square, without using this poison, so you'd better give it everything you've got too." That attitude caught Neon slightly off guard, but then he smiled faintly and nodded. "Even if you hadn't said it, that's exactly what I intended to do." "Good." After that, the two of them pinned their badges back onto their clothes, preparing to part ways. But before leaving, Hoa turned back and reminded him like a little old lady, "You put your locator back on, right? Don't go risking your life by heading into the center of the island before you know the terrain. It's dangerous." From behind her, Neon let out a weary sigh and shook his head in exasperation. All right, I know. Are you worried about me or something?" That one sentence immediately seemed to hit the wrong nerve, making Hoa flare up. "Worried? Who's worried? I'm just afraid you'll end up dead somewhere before you even get the chance to fight me." Just as the girl finished yelling, a spine-chilling roar sounded from deep within the dense forest. The two of them instantly fell silent and turned toward the source of the sound, their eyes sharpening with caution. In that brief hush, Hoa lowered her voice and said one short sentence, heavy with meaning. "Then don't die, okay? I'm going on ahead." With that, she turned around and quickly headed off to the left side of the path. Her figure gradually grew smaller beneath the thick forest canopy, leaving Neon standing alone and watching her go. He muttered as if to himself, "She's gone. Even so, my goal was never the outskirts of the island. All right, time for me to move too." straight to the center of Red Cyan Island. At that same time, inside the Lai Sungmu family's observation room, where screens were displaying live footage from the island, the elders and high-ranking members watched intently. One of them spoke up, his gaze fixed on the screen showing Hoa. She really is the Lai Sungmu family's 8th daughter. She's already completed her first hunt, and the number of monsters Hoa has taken down is no small amount either. All things considered, this should be Hoa's first real combat experience. Yet that perception of hers was not something she gained by chance. 47 days, was it? Off in a shadowed corner, Captain Jang-guk merely leaned against the wall in silence, then slowly said, "This child was not originally like this. I thought it would take her at least a full 2 months." Inwardly, Jang-guk could not help thinking, she has talent, but that alone would not be enough. Someone simply pushed her forward. That person was the youngest young master, Lai Neon. His gaze slowly shifted to another screen, the one showing Neon. Completely unlike Hoa, who was fighting without rest, Neon instead seemed to be quietly exploring, step by step investigating every corner of the island. That stark contrast made the old man Cho-jang furrow his brow and ask suspiciously, "But what in the world is that brat doing?" Jang-guk glanced at the screen and replied slowly, "Looks like the boy is searching for shelter." At once, several cold, mocking laughs echoed throughout the room, acting like a little rat running away. What a coward. Just what you'd expect from an illegitimate child. On the other side of the observation room, Myung-jong was also following everything closely. Hearing those cruel taunts directed at his younger brother, he could no longer remain calm. He cast a glance over the faces around him and reminded them coldly, "Enough. In a dangerous place like that, finding shelter first is the smart thing to do. There's nothing to criticize about it." His words made a few of the men who had been mocking Neon cough awkwardly, then try to patch things over with hollow remarks. "Ahem, yes, that's true, huh? I guess we've been watching the 8th young lady too much, so her standards got raised." But not everyone knew when to stop. The sly old man Cho-jang did not show the slightest respect to the family's eldest son and continued his barbed remarks. "Let's see now, in the Lai Sungmu family, being ordinary is a sin, isn't it? Someone carrying Sungmu blood, yet behaving like a mediocre nobody, is truly laughable." Those vicious words made Myung-jong clench his fists. He did not answer back, but inwardly his emotions surged, looking down on a child simply because of his birth. Since when had our family become like this? Or rather, have we always been this way? But more importantly, what exactly is Lai Neon trying to do by heading straight toward the center of the island like that? That thought made him unconsciously turn his eyes toward Tae-hong, the uncle of both children. At that moment, the old man was biting his nails non-stop, his eyes full of worry. A mutter slipped from his mouth. "TCH, what the hell is that kid thinking?" Those words made Lai Myung-jong realize he wasn't the only one who felt confused. He let out a quiet sigh. "What on earth are you trying to do, Neon?" The scene shifted. By now, Neon had found a deep stone cave in the forest, secluded enough to serve as a shelter. He did not act recklessly. Before stepping inside, Neon lit a handful of herbs and tossed a burning torch into the cave as well. The spreading light and smoke helped check whether anything was hiding inside. After that, he used leaves to completely cover the entrance. Every movement was precise, not a single wasted step. A few approving murmurs came from the onlookers. His concealment skills aren't bad either. Suddenly, Elder Cho-jang widened his eyes and shouted, "Wait, hold on a second. What is that brat doing?" All eyes immediately turned toward the screen. The image showed Neon removing his watch and badge, the 2 tracking devices, and setting them aside. Then he covered both devices completely with leaves. At once, the monitoring screen went black. Behind them, Captain Youngwon burst out laughing, unable to hide his amusement. "Ha, you really can never predict him. Ha, you really can never predict him." Both Tae-hong and Lai Myung-jong could only clutch their heads helplessly. In truth, for Neon, that action was necessary. He could not allow those prying eyes to observe all of his secrets. After hiding all the devices, he muttered softly, "No need to let other people see this. Now I can use it freely. Once you've entered Red Cyan Island, you have to harvest as much as possible. Come on, time to move." As he spoke, he transformed the ring on his hand into a sharp short sword, ready for the hunts ahead. Time passed quickly, and evening fell. Under the flickering firelight, Neon sat before a clay pot, frowning as he stared at the liquid inside. It was a thick, dark blue fluid that looked no different from poison. It was so ghastly that he almost felt as if he could see a screaming face inside it. He muttered, unable to hide his reluctance. It should be done, but wow, this looks awful. Is this really manatee? An old memory surfaced. In his previous life, because he hadn't even had enough money to buy cheap spirit medicine, he had once followed herb gatherers and apothecaries around his search for mana grass. Now, in a place like Red Cyan Island, where mana densely filled the air, it would be too wasteful not to use it to increase his mana. His youngest aunt had once said the same thing. Even one sip of mana tea, no matter how disgusting, was better than nothing. Neon took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Phew. All right." He lifted the pot and brought it to his mouth. Not long after, the clay pot was tossed limply aside. As for Neon, he collapsed, his whole body pale, as if all vitality had been drained from him. He weakly groaned. That really is a flavor straight from hell. And so, his 3-week solitary battle officially began. Day 18 of the naming ceremony, Lai Myungjong's office. Beneath the clear blue sky stood a not too large house with an old-fashioned design. Lai Myungjong was focused on his work in the office when a voice suddenly came from outside. "My lord, may I come in?" He raised his eyes. "Ah, come in." At that moment, a subordinate entered from afar. "My apologies for disturbing you while you're working." Myungjong did not mind and answered with a concerned smile, "It's fine. Judging by your expression, I assume it's bad news again." The man who had just entered immediately reported in a solemn tone. "A large group of wanderers appears to have entered northern Korea." He was Lee Young-hwan, deputy captain of the sword squad under Lai Myungjong's command. Standing straight and stern, he wasted no time delivering the detailed report. "At first, we thought they were going to cause trouble in the reclaimed zone near the dangerous area, but they're moving south. 2 days from there lies one of the family's magic stone mines." Lai Myungjong darkened slightly and rubbed his chin in thought. "Wanderers, those criminals who drift from place to place?" Then he continued analyzing the matter, seeking Young-hwan's opinion. "Those hyenas wouldn't trespass into our family's territory without a reason." Young-hwan also had his suspicions and pointed out several dubious signs. On the outside, they look like wanderers, but that could just be a disguise. There must be some force backing them. Myungjong kept tapping his fingers on the table, clearly troubled by the matter. There was also news that the Nine Dragons camp had moved troops to the northern border. From the information he had gathered, it was clear that the Nine Dragons camp, a massive force of the Central Plains, had been repeatedly provoking the Lai Sungmu family by intruding into Myungjong's undeveloped lands. He lowered his eyes, as if he had grasped part of their intentions. "It seems word that father left the family has leaked. This must be a perfect opportunity for hostile forces." Wanting to confirm the situation further, Lai Myungjong asked, "Does the family's intelligence department know about this yet?" Young-hwan continued in a ringing voice. "Because of the surveillance order you gave in advance, we learned of it faster than the family's intelligence branch." By now, Myungjong had already formed a rough plan for this urgent matter, so he stood and made a decision. Then first, cooperate with the intelligence department and investigate further. He pushed his chair in and turned to look outside. There is definitely something more going on. With both hands behind his back, Lai Myungjong did his best to remain calm on the surface, but inwardly he was uneasy, hoping this was merely a false premonition. The scene changed as night fell. In a pitch-dark part of the dense forest, a red magic circle appeared. Then it suddenly changed, and the symbols at its center began to glow. The next second, layers of space cracked open, revealing a black hole in the middle. Something like a tool jingled continuously as it slowly emerged outside. Then a person stepped out, a crooked smile on his lips, part of his hair covering his face. This mysterious figure had suddenly appeared in the forest. In the darkness, only his silhouette could vaguely be seen as a cold voice rang out. 2 nights should be enough to kill one illegitimate child, shouldn't it? Beneath the clear blue sky, not far from the gloomy forest, the beach rippled in the distance. Harsh, terrifying cries rang out endlessly, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of a ferocious beast. The source of those tremors was a monster that looked like a cross between a dragon and a crocodile, prowling about and snorting. It belonged to the dragon-type monsters of rank 7, Draco. Neon suddenly appeared before it, gripping his sword tightly, his breathing ragged. Draco raised its head high and drew in a deep breath, its belly swelling and glowing red. Mere seconds later, it spread its wings and blasted out a long stream of fire with all its might, the kind of power nothing could survive. Neon's eyes widened, his face tense, sweat pouring down as strain showed clearly in his expression. Timing it perfectly quickly as the flames rushed near. He twisted his body and slipped behind them. The blazing fire roared past, right beside Neon. Bravely, he infused his sword with magic and drove it straight forward. With the inner power he had built up earlier, Neon launched himself high into the air without hesitation and confronted Draco head-on. With a loud shout from him, streaks of lightning burst forth one after another, carrying his determination with them. Neon leaped straight onto its head and, without the slightest hesitation, drove his blade down in a violent strike, crackling with electricity. Unable to dodge and incapable of defending itself, Draco was instantly charred black and collapsed. He let out a breath of relief and raised a hand to wipe away his sweat. Even Neon's clothes had been affected, burned through in several places. Glancing at them, he sighed, "A dragon really is different. If I were still at the edge of Red Cyan Island, I would have been taken down by the very first attack." Neon sheathed his sword and thought to himself, "I've only reached the center of the island, the dragon's territory, on the 19th day. But staying here any longer would just be a waste of time." Neon did not linger. He quickly turned to leave, thinking, "I came this deep for another reason." Suddenly, his foot halted halfway through the step. His sharp sixth sense picked up something. Neon instantly became alert and dropped into a defensive posture. What now? He dropped down onto the ground and, from experience, pressed his back tightly against a tree trunk, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Neon's face darkened, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he thought, just as I expected. Another wave of monsters appeared before him. This time they moved in a pack, with bodies that looked half human and half lizard. According to the records, they were rank 8 monsters, lizardmen. Neon did not run. He stayed in the shadows, observing their every movement. Something has been off since yesterday. Lizardmen are supposed to live on the outskirts, yet they're appearing in the center. But whenever I attack, they only run instead of fighting back. He rubbed his chin as he seriously considered his next move. Lizardmen are low-ranked and not very intelligent. They must be under the influence of something. Once he had an idea, Neon wasted no time drawing his sword and charging forward. If that's true, then, the lizardmen quickly sensed him, and one of them turned its head to look. At its loud cry, the others immediately fled in a panic. Neon had won the gamble. Fearless, he rushed after them even faster. Just as I thought, Neon unleashed a flurry of sharp sword strikes. One by one, the creatures failed to escape and lost their lives. Standing amid a pile of lizardman corpses, the small boy thought to himself, "Once could be a coincidence, but not twice. I have to pursue this." The sun was gradually sinking behind the mountains, and the sunset glow spread across the sky as eerie sounds echoed through the trees. Rin Pyo, too. From deep within the forest came that voice, followed by streams of hazy purple energy. Forumkai. The cause was none other than that same mysterious man, seated cross-legged and facing the sunset. The bloodline of the Lai Sungmu family really is bizarre. He remained focused on his task, unaware that a lizardman had already approached from behind. For a child like that to kill so many on his own. But well, it shouldn't matter. Even as it drew near, he remained intent on muttering to himself. In the end, he's still just a child. This man was the monster tamer, Nishiyama Sogo. He merely curled his lips into a calm smirk and glanced behind him. A greenhorn, so easy to trap because of his lack of experience. Shielding some sort of creature in his arms, Sogo lowered his eyes and softly said, "Looks like I won't even need to use that thing I prepared." At some point, Neon had already positioned himself up in a tree. Looking down over the situation, he assessed it. "It's so obvious that I became suspicious, but it really is a trap. The ability to control monsters. A tamer?" Neon frowned, doing his best to conceal himself as much as possible. How could an outsider enter Red Cyan Island? He continued, turning over plans in his mind. It's not impossible. If there were a teleportation array already set up somewhere inside the island. Only moments later, a sly smile appeared on Neon's face as a flawless plan formed in his mind. In that case, someone inside the family definitely had a hand in this. His expression darkened, and one hand slowly pulled down the zipper of his jacket. Report it to the family and wait for reinforcements? His fist tightened, his eyes fixed straight ahead. No, by the time reinforcements arrive, it will already be too late, and then I won't have any proof of the mastermind left in my hands. He immediately reached into his pocket. Then there's only one way. Continuing with his plan, Neon activated a skill, invisibility. He did not let the opportunity slip away. Neon instantly sprang down from the branch. "I'll erase the evidence." He crouched low on the ground, drawing himself into an attack stance, then launched himself forward at high speed. "Myself." He flew behind Sogo and swung his sword, intent on cutting him down, having already resolved himself. Killed him. But at that moment, a bird in Sogo's hand suddenly awoke, as if sensing some danger. In the next instant, it let out a piercing shriek, warning him that Neon was behind him and about to strike. Hearing the cry, Sogo turned around in surprise. "When did you get here?" Staring at the bird in his hand, Neon thought in irritation, "Damn it, did he bring some relic that detects danger?" But Neon did not stop. He still swung his sword down at Sogo. Sogo quickly twisted aside and narrowly escaped the fatal blow. Dropping to one knee on the ground, he said with difficulty, "The bastard child of Sung Mulan is stronger than I thought." Neon stood tall, pointing his blade at him as he answered in a scornful voice, "Or maybe you're just too weak." Sogo hurriedly flung out his hand and shouted, "Shut up! Stop him!" At once, 3 green monsters appeared from nowhere and lunged at Neon on his command. Neon quickly tightened his grip on his sword, and a surge of sword energy wrapped around it. 7-star sword, 3rd form. Then, in a flash, Neon streaked toward the 3 monsters so fast that only afterimages remained. With a clean strike, he decapitated them. The confidence on his face vanished the moment he sensed something wrong with his body. He froze for an instant. At that moment, dozens of iron chains bound him, shocking Neon. His body would not move, standing to the side and chanting. Sogo burst into a crafty laugh when he saw Neon immobilized. "You've fallen into the trap." A mysterious magic circle appeared beneath Neon's feet, continuously producing chains that wrapped around his body. Neon looked over himself in speechless shock. Meanwhile, Sogo kept provoking him. "That formation is a superior spell array, capable of sealing a martial artist's mana. Without mana, you're nothing but a useless little brat. In that motionless body of yours, go and embrace your miserable end." Neon stood there, watching Sogo slowly retreat from view, leaving only the green monsters behind. The words escaped his mouth before he could stop them. "A mana seal?" His face hardened, becoming steadily more resolute. If that's the case, a powerful aura erupted from Neon's body, as if it meant to devour everything. He shouted through clenched teeth, "Then I just have to use my mana channels." Before the monster's eyes, Neon shattered the chains apart. A small explosion burst forth from the sheer force of his power. Neon turned towards Sogo, who was still calmly trying to escape, unaware of what had happened. He leaped over the man's head in a blur, leaving Sogo staring blankly in shock. Only when Neon landed and stood before him did Sogo look at him in horror. With a confident face, Neon pointed his sword at Sogo and called out, "Trying to run?" Trembling, Sogo stepped back and asked, "How could you break the formation?" Neon looked at him calmly and replied, "There's no reason for me to tell you. Your image has already been sent back to the main house through the communication device. Surrender." Sogo lowered his head, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "It doesn't matter." Then, to Neon's astonishment, Sogo declared with confidence, "I'll kill you and win my freedom back." Neon stared in disbelief, as if he couldn't trust his own ears. "What?" While Neon was still stunned by his words, "You mean that?" A massive shadow suddenly came at him in attack. A huge tail slammed into Neon's small body, leaving him no time to dodge as he took the full force of the unexpected blow. Neon was sent flying like a shell just fired from a cannon, hurtling toward a huge tree in the forest. At the end of the attack, his body slammed hard into the trunk and snapped it in half. As for Neon, his whole body was covered in wounds, and fresh blood burst from his mouth. His body trembled as he lay motionless on the ground. One thought kept running through his head, "Don't tell me." Then Neon weakly raised his head and looked forward in fear. A gigantic beast shaped like an enormous turtle loomed before his eyes. The ruler of this land, Kui Thursday's son. Clutching his wound, Neon struggled to his feet, his mind racing. A rank 3 nightmare-class monster. How could a mere tamer like him possibly control Kui Thursday's son? Seeing that Neon had managed to stand again, Nishiyama Sogo could not help but remark, "You're pretty sharp. The taming may not be complete yet, but the order to kill you will still be carried out perfectly." He looked at Neon with a thoroughly vile expression. Raising the staff in his hand, Sogo took something out and said, "Stop struggling." He flung the yellow talismans in his hand into the air and said as he scattered them, "Accept your fate and die quietly." Neon dropped to one knee on the ground, rapidly thinking of a way to deal with this desperate situation. His expression gradually hardened. He slipped a hand into his pocket and thought, calm down. If he still can't fully control Kui Thursday Sun, then all I have to do is catch the tamer. Neon pulled out an extremely plain-looking pill. Looking at it, he thought to himself, to create an opening against that monster, this is the only way. Never thought the day would come when I'd have to use this. Without hesitation, Neon immediately put the pill into his mouth. It was a forbidden medicine, banned because its side effects far outweighed the amount of mana it granted. The moment he swallowed it, his body was instantly enhanced by a mysterious power, the explosive burst pill. Flickering streams of energy rose from Neon's back as he thought, and one more thing. He glanced down at the ring glowing brilliantly on his hand. Neon gripped his sword tightly and poured powerful sword energy into it. He kept thinking of the secret art she had told him to use only when his life was in danger. His eyes seemed to flare as one thought filled his mind. This is the moment. A crushing force burst from his body, making the ground around him tremble with the technique, reverse heaven art. Neon kicked off the ground, leaving a massive crater beneath his feet. Then Neon flew over the monster and delivered a decisive slash across its enormous body. He landed with difficulty and could not help but think, its skin isn't even scratched, but it still had an effect. Once again, Neon poured a fierce power into his sword. With this, I'll bring it down. The monster let out a horrifying roar that shook the entire mountain forest. Hearing it, Neon was stunned. This is Kui Thursday Sun's roar. Peer, looking at the giant monster before him, he could not help but think, I can't move because of Kui Thursday Sun's mana field. Damn it. Suddenly, a mysterious black aura spread from his body. Neon glanced at it in surprise. The black aura is pushing Peer back. Seizing the chance, he rushed toward the monster at full speed. This is it. Neon gathered all his strength, drawing his sword far behind him to build momentum for a killing blow. He muttered the name of the technique under his breath, Voidless Eclipse. Then Neon swung a demon-slaying slash at the monster, leaving it gravely wounded. It opened its mouth toward the sky, cried out in anguish with immense inner force, and then collapsed to the ground. The clouds immediately cleared, and light shone down once more. Neon covered his mouth with one hand to stop another mouthful of blood from spilling out. Hugging his battered, exhausted body, he dropped to his knees and thought, there's no time to hesitate. The side effects of the explosive burst pill and reverse heaven art will leave me unable to move for a long time. Clutching his injured body, Neon ran forward as fast as he could, worrying as he went. Only 10 seconds left. Kui Thursday Sun has already attacked the wrong target. I need to find a tamer now. Through the forest, Neon desperately searched for Sogo as the countdown ticked away. 8 seconds, 4 seconds. But then he suddenly stopped short, as if he had discovered something. Looking down at the ground, Neon saw a red thread appear as though it wanted to guide him. A path? Looking toward the narrow trail in the woods that the thread pointed to, Neon did not hesitate and rushed in as the countdown continued. 3 seconds. At once, at the end of the thread, Nishiyama Sogo appeared, trying to flee through a mountain crevice. He turned back in panic and shouted, "What? How is that possible?" Meanwhile, Neon was racing against time. 1 second. He lunged forward, thrusting the sharp tip of his sword towards Sogo's throat. But inwardly he thought, not enough, I'm just short. If only my body were a little bigger. Then Neon looked at the sword and shouted, "Then extend." The sword actually lengthened, piercing straight through Sogo's throat and sending blood spraying everywhere. He managed only a choked gasp before dying. At last, the blood-soaked sword fell to the ground with a sharp clang. Neon trembled violently as he sat before Sogo's cold corpse, calculating his next move. First, I have to keep my body stable. If I collapse now, I'm finished. He grabbed a medicine box of some sort and emptied it into his mouth. She said that if I ever used reverse heaven art, I had to drink this. Good thing I brought honey nectar. Neon's eyes gradually dimmed, and his whole body swayed out of balance. Before he completely lost consciousness, he was still thinking, before the monsters get close, I have to completely suppress him. Weariness showed on his face as his eyes slowly opened again in a hazy daze, scanning his surroundings. Neon felt as if his entire body were being pinned tightly to the ground, his breathing slowly growing deeper. A whisper sounded, "White everywhere. Where is this? What happened to the monster tamer and Kui Thursday Sun?" Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his whole body, making him convulse, and even the pupils of his eyes began to stiffen. Neon clenched his fist, enduring the pain that made his body tremble. He muttered softly, describing his condition, "It feels like my whole body is about to shatter." After a while, A blue eye opened and stared fixedly at Neon's motionless body on the floor. A slow voice, tinged with disappointment, said, "So in the end, it has come to this?" That voice came from the black mist swirling around his body. Those things were far too dangerous for a human to absorb. How can both of them coexist in a single vessel? The black mist wrapped around Neon's hand, and the voice sounded again, now carrying a trace of pity. "I'd hoped you would not wake. If only now." After that, it tossed a dark purple lump in front of him and coldly ordered, "Feed it to him." Neon woke at the sound and blurted out in surprise, "This is—" When he saw a large honeycomb in front of him, he gasped softly. A purple honeycomb. Could it be? "Duattachtai." The voice sounded again in reminder, "Not you. It is the one that needs to eat this." Afterward, an image of an old turtle was reflected in that eye, and it said, "The age has changed. Grow stronger, child of mankind." The eye gradually faded, the image of the turtle grew farther away, and the voice slowly weakened before vanishing completely. "Do not let yourself be swallowed by the era." Laihoa tilted her head and looked at him with an innocent expression. "Oh, you're awake?" Neon turned his gaze toward her hazily and murmured, "Hoa." She angrily corrected him, then lowered her voice to ask, "You brat, how dare you call your older sister by name?" "I'll let it slide since you're hurt. How's your body?" Neon closed his eyes and re-examined the flow of energy within his body. Though his musculoskeletal system had suffered severe damage, his mana had risen at a terrifying rate. He slowly opened his eyes and muttered in shock, "Did I really absorb 2 Ha Thatch Thay?" Then Neon answered Laihoa's question calmly. "A few mana veins are severed, my internal organs are a little displaced, my bones are cracked, and a few muscles are torn. Nothing too serious." Hearing that, her face went pale and she shouted, "What? And you call that not serious?" Neon looked at Laihoa seriously and muttered to himself. 2 Ha Thatch Thay was originally what Laihoa intended to take. A terrifying spiritual medicine that strengthens the body, boosts mana, and grants immunity to poison and curses. It really was the thing I was determined to obtain on Red Cyan Island, but I do feel a little guilty. But under his somewhat probing gaze, she instead looked suspicious. "Did you hit your head or something?" Neon suddenly sat up and asked, "Wait, why are you here?" From a distance came a loud voice. "Little brother." Lim Youngjong ran over anxiously. Neon answered with some confusion in his voice, "Big brother?" Worried, he raised a medicine bottle and said, "Are you all right? Let me heal you with mana first. I brought medicinal water too." Neon waved him off with an awkward smile. "Thank you, brother. Mana treatment won't be necessary, but I'll accept the medicinal water." Lim Youngjong silently watched him drink the medicinal water, but the way he looked at Neon was full of pity and a trace of pain. Lim Youngjong turned and said, "Hoa, could you step outside for a moment?" "Yes, I understand." After she left, he turned back to stare at Neon and said in a serious voice, "If you had died, I would have wiped every organization connected to the monster tamer from this world, no matter how great a power they were." Neon smiled and said, "That's reassuring to hear." But right after that, Lim Youngjong became stern and reproached him. "As a member of the Lai Sungmu family, what you showed was truly the model of a martial artist. But as your elder brother, I cannot see it positively. It was recklessness." Embarrassed, Neon scratched his head and said, "I didn't anticipate Kui Thursday's son's appearance. I'm sorry, brother. If I had known it was there, I definitely would have waited." He lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes, and sighed. "As long as you know the difference between recklessness and confidence, that's enough." Suddenly, Neon made a proposal. "Big brother, since I dealt with a monster tamer, the information about him belongs to me as well." Lim Youngjong raised a hand and rubbed his temple. "I knew you were going to say that." Then he looked up at Neon and said, "That monster tamer used to be a quasi-5th-rank sorcerer of Japan's on my Oreo. It seems he was expelled for trying to master forbidden arts. The one behind him provided high-level talismans and magical tools, then activated them while Kui Thursday's son was asleep. They wanted to kill you and make it look like the act of a monster." Neon fell silent in thought, then asked absent-mindedly, "You still haven't found the mastermind?" Lim Youngjong sighed and continued with an important detail that widened Neon's eyes in shock. "He's in a near-death state, so it's difficult to extract information from him immediately." Then Neon gave his own conclusion. "So, I wasn't their main target. They were aiming at you." After a moment of silence, Lim Youngjong asked, "Why do you think that?" Neon laid out his reasoning. "They wanted to damage your reputation by making everyone believe you failed to detect the intruder and reacted too slowly." Lim Youngjong sighed again and lightly rubbed his neck. "That's right." The next moment, his expression turned awkward as he said, "It seems I can't just keep pretending not to know." Neon asked cautiously, "Are you all right?" He reached out, patted Neon on the head, and reassured him, "I'm fine. My reputation may have taken a slight hit, but it's nothing significant." Looking at Neon with indulgent eyes, Lai Myung-jong added, "I can't be away for long, so I'll be heading back." Just as he was about to pull his hand away, Neon grabbed it and called out loudly, "Big brother!" Neon's eyes were full of confidence as he made a clear proposal. "Would you like to make a deal with me?" Seeing that Lai Myung-jong still looked surprised, he explained further. "Say that you had already anticipated the monster tamer's infiltration and gave me orders in advance. I'll testify accordingly." Then Neon lowered his voice and muttered, "That way, it'll look like you prepared even for what the Family Intelligence Network hadn't discovered yet." Lai Myung-jong asked, "Wouldn't it be best for you to testify truthfully?" Neon leaned forward slightly as he rose to his feet. His voice was full of sincerity. "If people believe I accomplished this on my own, they'll definitely become even more wary and watchful of me." Lai Myung-jong repeated softly, "So that's why you called this a deal?" Then he made a counteroffer. "A deal is when both sides exchange something they both need. What do you want?" Standing straight with clear excitement, Neon stated his request. "Give me access to the scripture pavilion. 3 days will be enough." Lai Myung-jong let out a faint laugh, but answered in an indulgent tone, "You arrogant brat." "Phoenix, thank you," Neon said at once. "No need to thank me. This is only a deal," he replied. He patted Neon on the shoulder and asked, "Even if I refused, you probably already had a way to handle this, didn't you?" Neon stammered and could not answer properly. Well, a phone rang in his pocket. Lai Myung-jong pulled out the vibrating phone and said, "It looks like the captain of the sword squad is calling me. I really have to go now." Before leaving, he turned back, called out, and tossed something to Neon. "All right." Neon quickly caught the small sword, his face full of surprise as he looked at the gift. Lai Myung-jong departed, leaving behind a promise that still echoed in Neon's ears as he gazed at the gleaming little sword. "I'll keep this matter secret for you." Neon smiled helplessly and said, "As expected, you're really not easy to deal with, brother." While he was putting his clothes back on, Lai Hoa came over and asked, "Looks like the conversation went smoothly?" He only answered coldly, "Yeah." Standing with her hands on her hips, her eyes slightly challenging yet somewhat resigned, she asked Neon, "So which trial gate are you going to challenge?" "It's already been 3 weeks. It should have opened by now." Still in an even tone, he asked back, "What about you? Which one will you challenge?" The question made Lai Hoa snap angrily. "I asked first." Neon was left speechless, then said, "If you want to know, answer first." Placing a hand on her chest, looking proud, she answered, "Which one will I challenge? What else but the hardest one, the Vong Chap Gate." After saying that, Lai Hoa asked again, "What about you?" Pulling up his zipper with one hand, Neon answered, "The Trandao Gate." Her face went stiff in disbelief as she asked, "Huh? Does a place like that even exist? Don't tell me that's one of the outer trial gates." Lai Hoa frowned slightly, narrowed her eyes, and answered with determination, "Yeah, it's in the outer area." Then her voice suddenly dropped as she said regretfully, "What a disappointment. Looks like I misjudged you. You actually chose one of the outer gates? Then there's no need to say anymore." She stood silently beside him and muttered, "I thought you were my rival. No, to be honest, I even thought you were better than me." Neon glanced at her as she turned away and guessed inwardly, since everyone assumes the location determines the difficulty of the trial gate, they probably think I chose an outer gate because it's easier. Then the two of them walked off in different directions. Turning his back and heading the opposite way from Lai Hoa, he let out a small sigh and said, "Whatever, let them think what they want." In a dense forest, in a spot touched by dreamlike shafts of light and faint rustling sounds, Neon pushed aside leaves to find his way and thought, "I don't remember exactly, but it should be around here." He lifted a branch, squinting one eye against the glare, and thought, before the regression, this was the cave I discovered by chance, and also where I'll complete the second challenge of the naming ceremony. Ahead of Neon was a dark cave. He stared deep inside with suspicion. The Trandao Gate. Neon went to find a torch, lit it, and prepared to venture deeper into the cave. He raised the flame and stepped inside, his innocent-looking face thinking to itself, "At a glance, it's just an ordinary wall." But after observing the clear patterns on the stone for a while, Neon fell into thought again. But of course, it can't be that simple. He set the torch aside, grabbed the sword at his waist, and drew it. Neon kept slashing at the rocks, and blue light flared along the path of each cut. After a while, a massive door appeared, while the rocks at its sides continued to crack and fall away. With eyes shining in confidence, he stared at the door and cried out inwardly in triumph, Found it. Neon took out the small knife he carried with him and slowly cut into his palm, letting the blood flow. He clenched his hand and watched the blood drip, his gaze fixed intently on the blue light radiating from the wound. Neon flung his hand toward the great door, and the drops of blood spattered across it together with streaks of light. The door, stained with blood, began to move, and a beam of light flashed out from within. The ground began to tremble, and the door slowly opened, revealing an altar standing in the center inside. He stood there, surveying the room. At that moment, Neon looked very small, standing before the open doorway without yet stepping in. He slowly walked toward the altar, his tightly clenched hand still dripping blood drop by drop. Neon held his hand out and let the blood flow into the bowl already set there, then solemnly declared, "A descendant of Lai Sungmu seeks to undertake the trial of the ancestors." Neon watched as his drops of blood turned into streams of blue smoke that wrapped around his body, blending with his plea. "Please grant permission." An echo rang out from the structure, and the content of the combat gates trial was only one thing. Those streams of blue smoke formed an illusion of Neon himself, and the announced trial was to defeat his own self. Standing opposite the illusion, he quickly readied his sword and muttered the rule over again, "Unlimited attempts. Until I win. Even if I give up, I cannot leave." He drew his sword into a ready stance and murmured, "Let's begin." He pushed off hard with his legs to attack, his foot slamming into the ground with a loud impact. But before he could strike, the illusion's blade swept across his head, making Neon suddenly freeze as he blurted, "Huh." His head felt as though it were separating from his neck. Crying out in horror, his voice slightly trembling, Neon stammered, "What the hell is happening?" The illusion of himself remained motionless in the posture of its completed attack, while that shrill cry still echoed in the air. Neon hurriedly clutched his own neck and shook it, his face plainly filled with panic. Still full of doubt, he felt at his neck and tried to calm himself. "Just now, my neck was definitely cut through, right? An illusion. In this trial gate, I can't die." He forced himself upright and cursed inwardly. "It feels so real, it's infuriating." At this level, an ordinary person would probably go insane. A cold glint mixed with suspicion appeared in his eyes as he looked toward the illusion and thought. Besides, staring at his other self, Neon muttered to himself, "Can I really do that much?" Taking his sword firmly in hand again, he murmured as he analyzed the situation, "The combat gate's illusion lets me use my power perfectly." Recalling how the blade had passed through him without killing him, leaving only a fleeting sensation, he came to a realization. That means I still haven't brought out all of my own potential. If I could fully draw it out, I would have blocked that attack just now. Without waiting any longer, Neon reset his stance and shouted, "All right, one more time." Before he could charge, the illusion was already faster and struck first, leading him to form his own conclusions through repeated attempts. But the third time, his abdomen was pierced through. Dead. The next time, the illusion changed methods and went for his throat. On the fifth attempt, he managed to block the sword, but immediately after, his neck was snapped. Dead. Neon fell into the sensation of losing his head countless times. The 10th attempt, dead. The 11th, the 18th, the 20th. This time, he swiftly countered the illusion's next move. Their two swords collided at the same moment, throwing both bodies backward. Neon hit the ground and skidded across it, but he remained completely in control of his landing with his own 2 feet. His rough breathing gradually grew faster. He counted under his breath. Was that the 75th or the 80th? Then, as if suddenly enlightened, Neon's eyes widened, his face hardening as he muttered, "I think I understand a little now. I can learn all of it." Neon was also gradually coming to realize the true rule created by the trial. "My greatest strength is freedom itself, overwhelming adaptability." He transformed his original sword into a spear, his hand gripping the shaft tightly with unmistakable resolve. He swept the spear in a single, fluid motion, glancing ahead with confidence as his thoughts sharpened. A fighting style that cannot be predicted. Neon charged at his own illusion again and declared, "This time for sure." The two spears clashed, and the illusion quickly blocked his spear strike as well. Next, both sides transformed their weapons back into swords, and, as Neon described it to himself, they continued trading blades, then gradually changed them back into spears and continued fighting with no sign of stopping. The illusion of himself slid backward, but because it was only an illusion, it did not seem easy to throw off balance. On the illusion's side, the spear shifted back into a sword, and it looked at Neon with cold eyes. Then Neon deliberately left his guard open, and just as before, the illusion rushed in again. The illusion's sword thrust forward and pierced straight through Neon's abdomen. It went almost all the way through the blade, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. Neon's voice rang out with smug contempt, leaving the illusion momentarily baffled. Idiot! With one hand, he grabbed the illusion's sword hilt and yanked it toward himself. With the other, he swung his own sword and shouted, "I exposed that opening on purpose, you fool." The sword strike Neon, unleashed, filled the entire space with streaks of blue light. Even the stone floor cracked beneath it, and this sword technique was called Demon Slaying Severance. The illusion of himself was dead now, its body gradually dispersing into tiny blue motes. Its whole form slowly faded into space, and just before vanishing completely, the illusion curled its lips into a faint, pained smile. Neon stood in the center of the room, surrounded by floating blue rays of light. He muttered to himself again, "If one overcomes the gate's trial, the Lai Sungmu bloodline releases its hidden power. In my previous life, my ability was only the most common type, enhancement. Within the blue energy covering his body, a hint of gold now began to shine." Neon whispered softly, "But in this life," he looked on in astonishment as the golden light spread. His pupils seemed to freeze in place. Vaguely, he raised a hand to catch the golden energy and asked in a dazed voice, "This ability is..." Outside the chamber were many people, likely those who had come to undertake the trial. Taehong was standing outside the door as well, so anxious that he kept sighing. Taehong stood with his arms folded across his chest, grumbling in complaint. "I thought this time he'd behave himself, but that brat is impossible. They hold a peaceful naming ceremony, and he just has to stir up trouble." Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Startled, he turned toward the door. "The density of magical power is changing." Everyone turned to look as Neon stepped out, followed by a loud cry. "It's awakening." His face had gone dark, and his body staggered forward step by unsteady step as he emerged from the chamber. Taehong ran over in distress, shouting his name, "Lai Neon." Worried, he caught Neon's swaying body, shook him, and asked, "Are you all right? Wake up." Neon's lips were so dry they were cracked. Struggling, he croaked, "A little." Taehong blinked in confusion. "What?" Neon's face had turned a sickly purple, and with a trembling hand he weakly pleaded, "Water." "I am Stadovin." Supporting Neon's pale, strengthless body, Taehong could only gape in speechless disbelief. His whole body began to tremble now, the anger he had been suppressing about to burst out, and he growled, "You little." A voice full of force thundered out, startling birds all around the cliff into flight. "You damn brat." In a noble, luxurious residence, a desperate cry echoed outward. "Young master," Kawa shouted emotionally, her face full of worry, tears welling in her eyes. Throwing her arms around Neon, she sobbed, "Do you know how worried I've been? First the beast tamer, then Mount Kui Thursday's son, and then the trial set by the great ancestors too. Nurse, I'm Fulfi. I've been outdoors for nearly a month." She pinched Neon's cheek and scolded him. "At first I was going to give you a proper scolding, but welcome home, young master." Neon, so embarrassed that both cheeks turned red, replied, "Yeah, thanks." Kawa let him go, gently wiped at her teary eyes, and said, "I've prepared bath water. Once you're done bathing, I'll serve your meal." Wrapped in a blanket, Neon asked absent-mindedly, "Nurse, what about my aunt?" At that moment, he thought to himself, "I thought you'd be the first one to come running." She suddenly hesitated and answered awkwardly, which made Neon a little suspicious. "Well," Ji-ai Honghua greeted him with a bright face. "My dear nephew's here." At that moment, Ji-ai Honghua was locked inside a prison cell. Neon burst out laughing. "What on earth did you do?" She smiled with her eyes nearly shut. "Sorry, but seeing that you're safe is what matters." Even while imprisoned, Ji-ai Honghua was still concerned about him. "But what exactly did you do for your magic power to increase that dramatically? You still haven't fully digested the energy inside your body." Still as carefree as ever, she told Neon to sit down so his legs would not get tired. "Come on, sit down. Now I'll go over it with you." Neon cut her off. Aunt, realizing she had gotten a bit too excited, she became embarrassed. It's fine. I just never imagined you'd go this far because of me." Ji-ai Honghua remembered what had landed her in prison. The reason she was locked up here was that she had become so agitated that she caused a scene in the elders' quarters, and it had taken 2 people to restrain her. She had kept cursing at them, shouting, "It was you people, wasn't it? You're the ones who did this." She had caused an uproar in the control room with the elders and the eldest brother there, yelling at everyone. Again, just like always. Ji Hanwha regretted her impulsive actions. "I'm sorry, my dear nephew. I thought they had done something strange to you, so I lost control and got angry." Neon was startled hearing his aunt confess this. She had simply been consumed with anger at the thought that she might never see him again. Ji Hanwha grabbed at her own throat and whined to him. My throat just suddenly tightened up. Neon recalled the memories the 2 of them shared, and deep in thought reflected. To be honest, I never fully trusted her before, but at some point, I came to see her as part of the family. He smiled and sighed, accepting this new feeling within himself. All right, now I can admit that. Neon turned, preparing to leave, but he did not forget to tell Ji Hanwha, "I'll get you out of here soon. Please wait just a little longer." She stretched a hand out through the bars and called after him. "How are you going to do that? It's fine, don't push yourself." Neon gave her a gentle, healing smile. "I'm not going to do anything. You'll be released soon anyway." He closed the cell door and said goodbye to Ji Hanwha. "See you next time then." At that moment, out at the airport, a plane landed in the middle of the night. Once it arrived safely, the stairs were already in place, and a whole line of people had gathered to receive it. Tae-sin stepped out of the airplane door. The attendants respectfully greeted him, while Wazian inclined herself in a bow. "You've arrived. Sorry to keep you waiting." She politely dismissed it. "Not at all. Hot water and food have all been prepared. Please wash up comfortably and then eat." Neon and Sei-hein stood still, listening to the adults speak. Tae-sin replied to her, "All right." Neon glanced around. After what happened at the naming ceremony this time, I thought I had grown quite a bit myself. By chance, father and son's eyes met. Neon, too, was full of complicated thoughts. But just how great was the distance between himself and his father? He still could not measure it. His father's hasty turning away only gave Neon more to think about. Did our eyes just meet? Tae-sin walked ahead as if nothing were wrong and said casually, "I've always said that those who do not know how to struggle are unnecessary to the family." But his eyes seemed to search for the target of his own words. "Among them, there's only one child who carries a desire for victory worthy of my regard." Tae-sin's words made Neon waver. Who was he talking to? Was it his eldest brother? Neon sighed helplessly. "I tried this hard to hide my emotions, and he still saw through me." The scene shifted to the grand banquet hall of Lai Sung-mu. A red carpet had already been laid out, and lively conversation filled the room. Neon chose a small corner and quietly took everything in. Because this is such a rare event in Lai Sung-mu, the scale of this banquet is far grander than other naming ceremonies. He observed each person one by one, and thanks to the memories from his previous life, Neon could recognize them. That man is the youngest Tower Master, mage, ever known. Looking at another, he still recognized him at once. The head of Amyorio. Ah no, right now he should still be the vice head. Just then someone approached, breaking into Neon's private space. "Forgive the intrusion, youngest young master." Butler Choi formally invited him. "The clan head summons you." Neon had not expected this and asked again, just to be sure, "Father?" Butler Choi replied, "Yes, please come this way." As Neon followed him, questions filled his mind. Why is father calling me aside? Hopefully it's nothing serious. Now outside beneath the starry night sky, he respectfully faced Tae-sin. "You called for me, father?" Neon raised his head and was surprised to realize there was someone else there besides his father. Standing next to him was his older brother. "Elder brother." Sweat broke out on Neon's forehead in anxiety. "Don't tell me." Before he could finish the thought, Tae-sin cut in. "I assume you already know why I summoned you." He ordered Neon to recount the matter. "I want to hear about what happened during this naming ceremony." According to Lai Myung-jong, you discovered an outsider and ordered his arrest. Neon instinctively lowered himself when Tae-sin asked, "This whole matter was your plan, wasn't it?" He shut his eyes tightly. "Just as I thought. Father already knows." Gathering all his courage, Neon admitted it to his father. "Yes, that's right. I was the one who proposed the deal to elder brother. The condition was that I would have the right to enter the scripture pavilion for 3 days, and in exchange I would help elder brother avoid the storm of criticism this time." Tae-sin seemed helpless with his youngest son and could only punish lightly after raising his hand. "Considering your contribution in this matter, I will overlook your false report." He gave Neon one final warning. "But there will not be a next time." Neon bowed deeply and accepted his fault. "Yes, I understand." Now it was Lai Myung-jong's turn to be punished. On the other hand, Myung-jong, you will receive an appropriate punishment later. Organizing this banquet was your responsibility, so return to your duties. Placing a hand over his chest, he obeyed. Yes, I will. Before leaving, Lai Myung-jong still wore a gentle smile to reassure Neon. Neon glanced after his brother anxiously. I wonder if elder brother will really be all right. After the eldest son left, Tae-sin continued speaking to his youngest son. Aside from the false report, the merit in this matter belongs to you. You will receive the reward that Lai Myung-jong promised you. Neon was surprised by his father's words. Finally, because you uncovered the combat trial, I will grant you a reward. Neon stated his wish. If that's the case then, cut to Tae-sin standing on the platform, giving the opening speech for the banquet. Thank you to all the guests who have gone to the trouble of coming here. I hope that our two children, the main figures of today's celebration, will be blessed on the road ahead. Neon and Won knelt beneath the red carpet, listening as he declared, we will now proceed with the naming ceremony. His warm, deep voice rang out, Wah, step forward. She smiled as she received Tae-sin's words. You were chosen by the holy sword and have always shone like the sun around you. Continue walking this radiant path. He bestowed upon her, I give you the name Seihan, meaning one who shines forever. At that very moment, Seihan's name plaque was lowered as well. The girl happily replied to Tae-sin, thank you. When it became Neon's turn, Tae-sin's gaze immediately sharpened. Next, the entire hall fell silent as they heard him call for the next person. Neon stepped forward. He rose and walked forward, taking note of the expressions of the people around him. Their reaction was no different from his selection right before, but that was fine. Neon stood there proudly, not caring in the slightest about what surrounded him, and listened as Tae-sin assessed him. You are hard and sharp, yet at the same time flexible without ever breaking. Like a blacksmith gathering iron from the four directions to forge it into a single mass. You two have forged yourself. Speaking seriously about him, he said, I can think of no better word to describe you. At once, he snapped his fingers, and the sound echoed throughout the room. Neon's name plaque was lowered. Therefore, I will give you the name Cheol. He stood in silence before his name plaque. Before, I was once given a name that meant, live strong like iron and steel. Neon smiled faintly, a trace of pride on his face. But now that meaning had changed. He placed a hand over the left side of his chest. Until I reach the pinnacle of Sungmulin, I will not stop. Neon took pride in his new name. My name is Lai Neon. Smiling brightly, he said to his father, thank you. Cut to the isolation room of Lai Sungmu's judicial wing, a single room fully furnished for one occupant. But someone inside was about to lose her mind, groaning non-stop in the room. Ji-ai Hanwha had been locked up there for days and was at the end of her rope. Clutching her head, she screamed. She grabbed the bars, shaking them madly as she shouted at the world, I want out. It's so stuffy, so frustrating. I couldn't even witness the kids' naming ceremony. Ji-ai Hanwha's racket spread beyond the room. You said you'd let me out, so why is it taking this long? Even the guards by the door looked like they wanted to send an urgent distress signal. Save us. Suddenly, a phone rang, drawing their attention. After finishing the call, one of them stepped inside and saw that Ji-ai Hanwha was on the verge of turning feral, biting the blanket and wailing that she wanted out. The guard unlocked the bars and told the terrifying woman, you can leave now. She froze in place exactly as she was. Ji-ai Hanwha lit up the moment she heard him. As for your disciplinary punishment, that will be announced later. For now, you've been permitted to leave the isolation area. She excitedly rushed out of that prison-like place, making a huge commotion, and the guard shouted nervously after her, don't go kicking things. Suddenly, someone called out to stop her. Wait, hold on a second. Ji-ai Hanwha grew even happier when she saw Neon waiting for her at the door. Oh, kiddo. She stared wide-eyed and asked her beloved little nephew, don't tell me you were really the one who got me released? He replied, yes, that's right. Ji-ai Hanwha blinked in confusion. Huh, how did you? Before she could finish, he held a sheet of paper up in front of her. Ji-ai Hanwha opened it and read the information on it. What is this? Neon reminded her, you owe me a favor. Ji-ai Hanwha kept reading the paper. Fong Lai Ji-ai Hanwha, appointed to the post of elder. The further she read, the more stunned she became. And appointed as the master of former young master Lai Neon. He broke into a radiant smile and held a hand out before her. From now on, master, I look forward to your guidance. Cut to Neon tugging at his robe and straightening his clothes. Kawa curiously asked him, so you're starting today already? seeing that he now knew how to dress himself in traditional clothes. She was so moved that tears and snot started running down her face. Neon smiled and answered, yeah, from now on, this is the real beginning. Sniffling, Kawa said, has young master already turned 13? He walked toward the door and said goodbye to his nursemaid. Then I'm off. Now he was 13-year-old Lai Neon. Under the clear blue sky, his voice rang out, good. He stood looking at the school gate. His life as a new student had begun. While standing in formation in the schoolyard, he heard people whispering about him. Hey, isn't that the illegitimate son? Yeah, that's the 9th son, Lai Neon. I heard he caused quite a stir at both the selection rite and the naming ceremony. Their words were filled with contempt. He probably just got lucky. He's an illegitimate child, after all. Relying on luck to achieve results like that in the naming ceremony would be a bit difficult, though, right? It does make me curious. Neon stood properly in line, but he couldn't help noticing those foul-mouthed remarks. How many times are they going to say it? Illegitimate, illegitimate. It's giving me a headache. Suddenly, he heard whispering right beside his ear. Oh, it's the 8th young lady. They were talking about Sei Hein, whose elegant presence made others envious. You can really tell she's a direct descendant of the clan. Her aura is completely different. At that moment, she was already 13-year-old Lai Sei Hein. But in Neon's eyes, she was doing something rather strange. He noticed that people's attitude toward her was completely different from how they treated him. Totally different from me. Huh? Sei Hein stepped up to greet him. Geet. Neon replied politely. Yeah, long time no see. She awkwardly scratched the back of her neck. You're not still upset about what happened at the naming ceremony, are you? He asked in confusion. The naming ceremony? Sewin quickly corrected herself. No, I mean when I said I was disappointed. Only then did he remember. Neon thought ahead to the future. Once she grows up, she'll be no different from a cold-blooded person. Still, he had to say something nice to her. It's fine. I'm not bothered by it. Sei Hein brightened and wanted him to confirm it. Really? Really? She laughed innocently. That's a relief. You can be kind of petty, you know? Neon's face darkened, irritated by her words. Want to explain exactly what you mean by petty? Sei Hein was curious about something else too. She asked him, by the way, I heard you're studying under Little Ant, and that you even entered the scripture archive. He was about to explain, well, that's when a loud announcement cut in. Attention, everyone. The overseers lined up neatly, and the one in the center spoke. We will now begin class assignments. New students whose names are called gather in front of the instructor in an orderly line. Neon began to feel uneasy. What should I do? I'm getting nervous now. If I get put in a bad class, I'm done for. He let out a helpless sigh, and the reaction was understandable. The student's training period lasted 3 years, so class assignment was extremely important. Each year had 5 classes, and more outstanding students would be placed in the higher rank classes. The overseer's voice rang out. Prowished Sewin. Young lady Lai Sei Hein, Class 1. Congratulations. She happily accepted the assignment slip. Thank you. Neon sank into thought. As expected, Lai Sei Hein got into Class 1. The overseer's next words abruptly cut off his thoughts. Next, young master Lai Neon. He stepped forward to receive his assignment. That's me. Yes, thank you. Neon took the paper and read the information on it, while also glancing at the expressions of those around him. Their displeasure is really obvious. He had already guessed where he would be sent. He knew it would be like this, but he hadn't expected them to act so brazenly. Neon seemed fairly satisfied with the class he had been assigned to. Class 5, also known as the trash heap, where repeaters and those on the verge of elimination were gathered. All of it had been arranged by Wajong. That woman had become more dangerous by the day. The direct descendants were assigned classes based on the evaluation from the naming ceremony, and the evaluation council was in the hands of the Elder Council and Lady Beck. Everything was probably going exactly according to Neon's plan. They thought they had put him at a disadvantage, but in truth, this worked out even better for him. It saved him the trouble. Right then, an overseer came over to guide him. Young Master Lai Neon, Class 5 is this way. Neon quickly turned and followed him. Understood. I'm coming now. He glanced towards Sei Hein, who was standing nearby, and her expression looked somewhat angry. She was so annoyed, she nearly spat fire. What is wrong with you? Aren't you going to file a complaint right now? Neon was struck by her reaction. Wow, just look at that face. If I don't do something, that girl's going to step in herself. He didn't really care much, but when it came to this matter, he merely turned back and waved to Sei Hein. Even though I'm completely fine with it, Neon returned to his own plans. What mattered more now was, there was something more essential that needed solving. Damn it, Class 5? Am I even going to graduate at this rate? The other children were also wailing. What am I supposed to tell my father? There's no way I can be in Class 5. Everyone at home will laugh themselves to death. He was dismayed by the students here. What a disappointment. How could students of Sumulin have attitudes like this? Then one student came over and spoke to him. Hey, you the youngest young master of the main clan, right? Neon replied, That's right. The boy looked delighted. I knew it. I really wanted to say hello. Smiling, he introduced himself. I'm Kim Han, the son of a small forge contracted by Sumulin. It's an honor to study with you, young master. Neon was surprised and searched through the relationships from his previous life. Kim Han. He had no memory at all of this boy in his past life. Neon asked, Why me? Kim Han innocently answered, Because you're a famous figure, young master. I've always looked up to you as my idol. Looking at that simple, guileless face, Neon lowered his guard. He's not lying, is he? Kim Han, was it? He asked, What do you think about being placed in Class 5? The boy answered candidly, I guess my current ability is only about this much. But the kid's eyes were steady. Who knows what'll happen later? Neon was surprised by Kim Han's reaction. The boy's optimism left an impression on him. He smiled faintly along with Kim Han, sensing the child's cheerful innocence. Neon approved of this one. You pass. Kim Han looked confused by those words. As soon as they entered the classroom, Neon was enthusiastically welcomed by the older students. Great to meet you, rookie. We're counting on you. The boy standing in the middle was a 15-year-old student named Choi In-ha. The other classmates still looked confused and didn't understand what was going on. Let's all work hard together. That's right. If there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask. A clap interrupted the excitement. Now that introductions are over, everyone pay attention. Young-ho lightly thumped his chest as he introduced himself. I am Lai Young-ho, the training officer in charge of Class 5. Since we have new students joining today, there will be no lesson. We'll only do a brief introduction. This man was indeed the officer in charge of Class 5, 5th rank warrior Lai Young-ho. From a distance, Neon quietly observed him. He still looks just as passionate and driven as before. In his previous life, this man had also tutored me privately because I couldn't keep up. He always maintained a gentle attitude toward his students. All right, that concludes the introduction. In-ha, guide the newcomers through the rest. Choi In-ha cheerfully accepted. Yes, instructor. He waved in a friendly manner. Hello, everyone. New students. Although it's a little embarrassing, I've been held back for 2 years in a row, so I'm still serving as the second-year class leader. The others around them were busily chatting, and only Neon and Kim Han listened attentively. You've all been standing a long time, so you must be tired. If anyone wants to sit, go ahead. Now, we're going to choose the class leader. Even though you're students, there are times when you'll be sent into real combat. So the class leader is basically similar to the captain of a warrior squad. Choi In-ha calmly pointed out each matter one by one. Unlike the instructor, who is responsible only for training and teaching according to schedule, the class leader can be seen as the one who takes charge of everything else in the class. One student raised a hand and asked, Then how is the class leader chosen? Only then did Neon suddenly remember. I forgot to explain. I don't know how other classes do it, but here we hold a light spar and then vote to choose the class leader. Choi In-ha clasped his hands and smiled brightly at everyone. Good, then let's start the matches now. Since these are sparring matches, mana may not be used. There will be a break after each fight. Suddenly, a low voice rang out. Are you actually serious? His whole body was drenched in sweat from tension. Young Master Lai Neon, do you have some complaint? Neon growled each word. Everything. What you're doing right now, and everything you said. He slowly lifted the sword from the rack. Get a grip. This is Sumulin. If you want to play it being students, don't come to this academy. Go to an ordinary school in the safe district instead. Choi In-ha hurriedly denied it. That's going too far. We only wanted to resolve things peacefully. The tip of the sword slammed down, cracking the tiled floor. So you can't understand unless I speak like this, can you? Neon planted both hands on the pommel and issued a stern challenge. Come up one by one. From now on, I'll fight all of you. He clenched the hilt tightly in his hand, forcing his mouth open to drag more air into his lungs. The students in the class lay collapsed on the ground, groaning, Please spare us. Koinasterd in disbelief. He couldn't believe how many people Neon had brought down by himself already. Suddenly hearing his name, he flinched. Koina. Neon glared at him with wide eyes. Hurry up and call the next one. Koina, frightened, reluctantly nodded. Such terrifying pressure. This is the last match. Neon slung the sword over his shoulder and smiled faintly. Is that so? He raised a brow with interest. Komeon, Koina. The two of them charged straight at each other with swords in hand. The blades collided heavily, producing sharp, powerful clangs. While Choi In-ha was still thinking to himself, Neon used force to knock his sword aside. Why is he going this far? This match has no prize, no value. It's just a sparring bout in the academy. Neon's reckless, all-in style only made Choi In-ha more confused. He couldn't even muster the ability to strike seriously anymore. Clenching his teeth, he thought helplessly, "No, actually I know very well." Choi In-ha seized the opportunity and slashed at Neon's side. "I used to be the same. No matter what, I wanted to win." Neon swiftly twisted away and dodged. "I once thought compromise was another way to live. I thought accepting reality and growing up was the right thing." Choi In-ha glanced back in confusion. "But I want to win. I crave victory like I'm going mad." Seeing an opening, Neon swung his sword. "I've won." His strike hit the hand holding Choi In-ha's sword, successfully knocking the weapon from his grip. The moment the sword flew up over his head, Choi In-ha knew he was in danger. He dropped to his knees, clutching his injured arm in pain. Neon panted heavily. "Take him to the infirmary." But Choi In-ha's next words made Neon widen his eyes in surprise. "It's not over yet." Choi In-ha seized his sword and recklessly slashed again. "It's still not finished." As Neon blocked the strike, he immediately analyzed it. A left-handed sword. He's using his left because his right arm is injured. Choi In-ha's pupils expanded wide, carrying an unusual competitiveness. His eyes were completely different from before. With a single strike, Neon knocked his arm away. "No, it's over." Neon switched to gripping the hilt with both hands, his gaze fixed gravely on a single point. He slashed Choi In-ha across the stomach, making him double over in pain. Choi In-ha's eyes rolled back white, and saliva spilled from his mouth. In an instant, Choi In-ha collapsed to the ground, while Neon remained standing in place, completely unharmed. The other students rushed over to help him up. "Take him away." Neon slowly stepped forward, one step at a time. "I lived 1 second like an hour, and 1 hour like a year." He stepped onto the stone platform and shouted down below. Who doesn't know that living comfortably is easier? But if you don't fight for your life every second, every minute, you'll lose everything in the end. That's why even when I breathe, I fight. I fight myself, and I fight everything around me. The students below got to their feet, their injured bodies gathering together. Have any of you ever lived like that? Neon's hand slowly clenched into a fist as he shouted powerfully. "That's what struggle is." Young-ho walked over from afar and rebuked him. "You went too far. 4 of them have broken bones, and 3 suffered internal injuries." Neon lowered his head and shut his eyes tightly. If they want to survive in Sungmulan, they should at least learn to laugh at wounds like that. He explained, "Those kids all have their reasons." The cold resolve in Neon's voice made Young-ho falter. Training officer Lee Young-ho, even the academy has already understood. "Do I really have to explain it to you too?" He simply brushed past him. "People like you are rare in Sungmulan. You're a good man." Young-ho stood frozen, watching Neon's back disappear into the distance. But they were Young-ho's students. If they went down the wrong path, then even if he had to play the villain, he should pull them back. Somewhat displeased, he silently clenched his fist. "Just do your duty." From beneath the dome, the sky today looked strangely clear. Scene change. Neon arrived at class before dawn, his whole body aching. He was still busy complaining when he suddenly stopped. "I pushed myself a little too hard yesterday." The students in class were lined up neatly in the courtyard. Some of them were hostile, some looked uncomfortable, but none of them avoided him or turned away. They looked at him with determined eyes. If they were still scared like yesterday, there'd really be no hope, but this wasn't bad at all. Neon walked past them one by one, deep in thought. "He's here, that piece of trash." Then someone from behind cheerfully called out to him, "Young master, you're here." Seeing that it was Kim Han, Neon greeted him warmly too. "You're early." Kim Han scratched his head and gave a foolish grin. "Yes, I was worried I made too pathetic a showing in front of you yesterday. We're still just students. Being weak is only natural." The bruises on Kim Han's face were still dark, yet he chatted and smiled as if it were nothing. He suddenly turned polite. "Young master, if you don't mind, may I ask you something?" Neon accepted easily. "Of course. Ask whatever you want." Kim Han clenched his fist, utterly resolute. "What do I need to do to become strong like you?" Neon enthusiastically pointed to one of his temples. "First of all, I'm still not at the level where I can teach anyone. But you have a very good eye, or maybe just sharp instincts." The more he explained, the more stunned Kim Han looked. "Yesterday, you dodged my attacks 3 times in a row, didn't you? Make use of that. I think you're better suited for technique than raw strength. If you stake your life on training what you do have, one day you'll stand out." Kim Han stammered for a long time before managing a full sentence. Thank you. A strange voice rang out, making Neon turn around without thinking. Hello, young master. Choi In-ha appeared with one arm immobilized in a cast. You look awful. In that state, you can't train, can you? He let out a helpless sigh. If I decide to rest, are you going to leave me alone? Or are you going to start talking about fighting again and call me a coward? Choi In-ha briskly brushed past Neon. I only came out because I don't want to hear those words anymore. Neon smiled in satisfaction and thought to himself, you've changed. The sky was still covered in darkness, but the training yard was already full of noise. Fall in, Young-ho shouted from above. 4 out sick, 5 are absent without excuse, leaving 11 in total. Seeing the state of the kids worried him. Every last one of them looked exhausted. The students all kept their heads down and said nothing, unlike their usual lively selves. The atmosphere had changed too. Just because of one predator, the students who used to act so carefree were this tense now. Pretending not to notice the unusual mood, Young-ho continued. We were supposed to test basic physical fitness today, but considering your current condition, he tightened his arm as if making up his mind. I'm changing the plan. Standing among the students, Young-ho declared loudly, we will begin the physical fitness test right now. By the time the sky had fully brightened, the students were sprawled across the ground, gasping for breath. The physical test was finally over. From now on, free training will be led by the class leader. Neon was still standing, but even he let out a weary sigh. 10 whole hours for a fitness test? Even I'm getting tired. He quickly adjusted his mood. But I can't stop. Neon climbed the steps one by one, while the students behind him whispered among themselves. Hey, doesn't the training officer seem a little different today? You think so? One quick-tongued student guessed. It's because of yesterday's match. A lot of people got hurt. If it were before, he definitely would have let us rest. A voice suddenly cut through their conversation. Attention! Standing above them, Neon spoke clearly. No need for introductions. I'm Lai Neon, your class leader. Choi In-ha also stared wide-eyed at the figure standing above, just as he'd said yesterday. Kim Han looked at Neon with admiration as he listened on. The class leader has full authority over everything except the training officer's orders. One of them ground his teeth in anger as Neon continued speaking. My training schedule will be extremely harsh. If you can keep up, then keep up. As for those who can't, I have no intention of dragging them along. One student frowned in irritation. This bastard. He was a 5th class student named Kim Bo-sung. Neon concluded by slamming the tip of his sword into the ground. If you're dissatisfied with me, feel free to challenge me. If anyone lands even a single hit on me, I'll hand over the class leader position. He pointed decisively. All right, enough talk. Start now. Fight the person next to you. Scene change. As the sun climbed higher and higher, only a few students remained in the yard, still panting for breath. In the end, only 6 managed to hold out. The rest had given up halfway through. None of the students could even move a finger anymore. Stop. That's enough for today. Dismissed. Well done. The students gathered again and started bad-mouthing Neon. That damned bastard. I'm suffering like this because of him. I seriously can't stand that bastard. What's even the point of this? Another student angrily criticized him. I have no intention of following this kind of thing. Kim Han, barely able to breathe, still forced himself to shout. Enough. He raised his fist and grit his teeth. Honestly, I'm furious too. Even though he's just as exhausted, we still couldn't land a single hit on him. One student saw Choi In-ha looking dejected and went over to ask, Hey In-ha, what do you think? Another added, We had so much fun last year, didn't we? Or do you think so too? Choi In-ha, exhausted, cut him off. So much fun that we got held back because of it. The other student looked shocked. What? Choi In-ha struggled to stand and gave a rough explanation. If I don't change this time, I'll really live as a failure. Even if I get my arms and legs broken, I still want to try once. I really want to. The students could only stay silent and listen as he rebuked them. You all know it too, don't you? That illegitimate youngest boy. No, I mean you understand what he's trying to do, right? The students silently watched Choi In-ha walk farther away. His whole body was unsteady, but his resolve was absolute. I'm going to try fighting. This may really be the last time, so wake up. Stop resisting for nothing or pretending you don't know. Before long, on some fine day in the laboratory, accompanied by the cold sounds of machinery, a voice called out, Come on, kid. Change the form. Neon sat motionless in a chair with his eyes closed, holding a blue flame in his hand. One moment, the blue flame burned brightly, and the next it went out. Stop. That's enough for today. Ji Hanwha immediately grabbed at her hair in frustration. Failed again. Every time you try to create aura, its form collapses. She kept pointing at the paper irritably. I didn't expect this problem to appear after reaching 3 stars. Neon lifted his hand and waved it lightly. If only there were records of how the ancients used magic power. He sat still in the chair, sinking into thought. If only it were in Infinity's memories. But I still can't access the next memory. Still, the library trip yielded more than expected. Even in ancient times, humanity had to fight against those dark things. It was covered in black energy, enough to terrify hordes of monsters. Even the kingdom's valiant generals were defeated by it. That black energy hid deep within the mountain ranges. Countless heroes sealed it in the northern mountain of myriad ghosts. The king granted them land in honor of that achievement. Grateful for the king's favor, the heroes created a sword they forged together, like a light of enlightenment for humanity at the time. They named it Infinity. Neon clenched his hand into a fist. Finding information about Infinity was a major gain. In any case, you've already touched aura and stepped into 3 stars by your own power. That's truly remarkable. She looked at him fondly. This current deadlock will be resolved soon enough. Actually, you've almost perfected amplification and transmutation already. Neon fastened his buttons as he replied, yes, thank you for teaching me every time. He looked at Ji-ai Honghua with shining eyes. Come to think of it, what do you learn next after reaching 3 stars? Holding a pen, she explained calmly. You'll learn how to use aura reinforcement and multi-skill aura. But mastering them will still take a very long time. Ji-ai Honghua looked delighted, hoping Neon would tell her more. By the way, how is the academy training going? You always look exhausted. Neon let out a sigh. It's just normal, I guess. Ji-ai Honghua smiled brightly, full of expectation. Is that so? If it's difficult, I'll lend a hand. Neon was startled. Huh? How are you planning to help? Ji-ai Honghua put a hand on her chest and declared confidently, you'll find out soon enough. Just trust me. He quickly went blank-faced, already a little regretful. The moment she says, trust me, I get worried. A light breeze lifted strands of Ji-ai Honghua's hair. Today, there will be a special lecture on magic. Everyone, straighten your clothes and remain standing while you wait. Wearing a white doctor's coat, she stood properly at the front of the class. This is Elder Lai Ji-ai Honghua, a researcher from a mist. Young-ho pointed toward her and reminded them. Everyone applauded. Ji-ai Honghua rubbed her face and giggled. Oh dear, how embarrassing. She picked up a piece of chalk and winked at the students. I don't like dragging things out, so let's begin the lecture right away. Seeing Ji-ai Honghua chattering excitedly on the podium, Neon had a thought. Looks like she's starting to enjoy teaching more and more. She clapped her hands together with a loud smack. All right, that's the end of the boring lecture part. Ji-ai Honghua was so excited she seemed to shine. From here on is the even drier part. I'll pass on the improved version of the iron wire technique developed by the Research Institute. Young-ho looked utterly baffled. Huh, didn't the lesson just end? Ji-ai Honghua rolled up her sleeves and raised her voice. What are you talking about? The main part starts now. Everyone, sit properly. I'll only demonstrate it once, so pay close attention. Neon looked confused as she pushed him forward. What's going on? Ji-ai Honghua chattered from behind him. When direct descendants enter the academy, they usually get support like this. But you have nothing, so your aunt decided to put in a little effort. Warmth seemed to spread through Neon's whole body, and he smiled. Thank you. Good, that's right. Ji-ai Honghua patted him on the back several times reassuringly. If the theory is right, your power should double. Amazing, right? Neon took a deep breath and steadied himself. Yes, you're incredible. Young-ho kept clapping, urging the students on. Everyone, pay attention. From now on, we'll continue sparring while directly applying the magic the Elder has taught you. Everyone, find your partner. Neon turned at the sound of someone calling him. Young master, spar with me. Choi In-ha was already holding his sword and spoke first. I won't hold back. Neon eagerly leveled his sword at him. The honor is mine. I'll let you make the first move. Watching the two boys hurl themselves at each other without restraint, Ji-ai Honghua remarked, my little one is truly ruthless. She stared intently, unable to look away. He looks just like I did when I was young. Suddenly, whispers from behind caught Ji-ai Honghua's attention. Honestly, I can't stand that brat. The students had gathered together and were murmuring. Even if he's an illegitimate child who suffered discrimination, he's still completely different from us. His constitution is different, and he even awakened a special ability. He was different from the starting line. Another student pointed with disgust. Exactly. We've worked our hardest too, but what does he know? Ji-ai Honghua suddenly appeared behind them, startling them. Hey, you lot. The guilty student stammered. Huh? Elder, you haven't left yet? Ji-ai Honghua leaned in close to that student's face. Just now, were you talking about my little one? know about my disciple? Fear immediately filled the students' hearts. That expression on her face. They quickly bowed in apology. We're sorry. We spoke too carelessly. Ji Honghua flared with anger. What do you think, to dare say things like that to that child? The students trembled. Please forgive us. Another student stepped toward her and challenged her. Doesn't the young master know nothing too? Bosong questioned Ji Honghua with open dissatisfaction. We work hard too, but every time we're treated like we're nothing. If people grow up in different circumstances, then of course there'll be differences, right? Ji Honghua coldly turned away. You truly know nothing, do you? He blinked in confusion. Huh? She shot Bosong a meaningful glance. Yes, perhaps it's better if you don't know. If you ever learned how different that child's one day is from yours, you'd realize your own lives are no more than a children's game. Bosong angrily clenched his hand until veins stood out. Just what is so different about that illegitimate boy? He grit his teeth and made up his mind. Fine, good, I'll show all of you. By then, the sun was directly overhead. Today's training ends here. Bosong frowned slightly and glanced to the side. He stared at Neon, who was sitting down to rest with jealous eyes. See, what's so different about him? He's always shouting about struggle and fighting. In the end, he's only different because heaven gifted him something we don't have. A group of students approached Bosong and whispered, "Didn't you say today that you wanted to follow that illegitimate youngest master?" That student looked at him anxiously. But is it really okay to walk around the clan grounds like that without permission? Bosong answered with certainty. We're students, so it's fine. Besides, we're not going anywhere dangerous. That illegitimate boy doesn't even live in the direct descendants' quarters. There was an indescribable resolve in his eyes. I can't just keep letting him overshadow us like this. Today, I'll see it with my own eyes. The sky gradually darkened. Outside the buildings, everything had long since fallen quiet. Bosong and the other students hid behind a wall and waited. How long has he been inside the research district? It's already 9 at night. The mushroom-headed student rubbed his nose and sighed. Bosong, let's just go home. Daytime training already made me so sleepy. Another student chimed in. I'm completely exhausted too. The boy sitting in the middle agreed. Yeah, besides, there's no way to know what that illegitimate son is even doing in there. As the other students waved and left one by one, Kim Bosong sneered. Weaklings. The moment he saw Neon stepping out, one step at a time, he perked up again. He's coming out. Neon rubbed his body, trying to comfort himself. Come on. Bosong silently tracked Neon's every step. He's finally going home. But then Neon pushed open the door and entered another building, catching him off guard. The training grounds? That's reserved for the main line. He shouldn't even be able to get in there. A strange sound came from inside the building, startling everyone outside. The mushroom-headed student looked confused. What was that? The student beside him was doubtful too. Training sounds? The student in the back frowned and tried to persuade him. Bosong, that youngest young master really does seem formidable. Let's stop this. The young master wasn't wrong, either. The student kept rambling. We'll work hard like Inha too. Bosong angrily cut him off. I never neglect my personal training either. There's no difference. The two students following him exchanged glances for a moment. Neither dared say another word. Bosong just stood there silently, watching them leave. What's the difference between me and that illegitimate son? The other two awkwardly took their leave as well. Sorry. We're heading home first. Bosong hid to one side, watching Neon as he took a break. I'll prove that I wasn't wrong. Neon started walking down the dark corridor again, and Bosong followed closely behind, trying not to be noticed. When he saw Neon enter the residence, he finally felt a little relieved. He's finally home. Then a light shone on Bosong from behind. Hey, you there, stop. A guard on night patrol lifted his cap to get a better look. What's this? A student? He shined a flashlight over Bosong, inspecting him. Young Master Lai Neon passes through here every night at this hour, but I didn't expect him to bring a student with him. Bosong was inwardly stunned. Every night, he raised both hands, scrambling for an excuse. Well, I had something to do. The guard impatiently urged him on. That's not allowed under the rules. Go back at once. Bosong slowly lowered his hands, though his eyes still stole glances behind him. Yes, sir. Seeing that the light on the second floor of Neon's building was still on, he muttered in confusion, the light still isn't out? It's already 2 in the morning. Turning away, Bosong murmured under his breath then, good luck to you. This time, he did not hesitate at all and simply turned around and left. Let's go. The sky gradually began to brighten. The sun had not yet risen over the horizon, and only the faint light of dawn showed. The next morning, 5 a.m., at the training grounds reserved for Class 5, Bosong closed his eyes and rubbed his head tiredly. Just as I thought, I came home way too late last night. He slowly lowered his hand, his face filling with shock at the sight before him. Neon had already arrived and was sluggishly rubbing his shoulders. He looked genuinely exhausted. Even with the gifted physique and abundant mana of the main line, could a 13-year-old child really endure a life of sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a day? Thinking back to yesterday, when he himself had still had time to lounge on a chair, Bosong felt ashamed. And me? When I go home, I usually watch TV or play games to relax. For the first time, he found himself walking toward Neon without a trace of jealousy. I do personal training too, but I still get enough sleep, rest properly, and make time to relax. Neon looked up at him suspiciously. What is it? Neon frowned slightly at Bosong's question. Aren't you tired? The next instant, his reply made Bosong freeze. So you were one of the people following me yesterday. Bosong suddenly blurted out what was in his heart, leaving Neon momentarily speechless. That's right, you're from the main line, so you get support. Your starting point is different. And besides, then Neon answered with striking sincerity. I've lived like this since I was little. Before I joined the student corps, I used to sleep a bit longer. Of course, I'm tired if I don't get enough sleep. Bosong lowered his head in embarrassment. Then why? Why do you push yourself that far? Neon stepped closer, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said quietly, "You already know the answer." Bosong could only lower his head helplessly, his lips trembling from being pressed so tightly together. Only after Neon's back had gone far away did he curse inwardly. Damn him, damn it. Tessin stood motionless in the spacious hall, sword in hand, fully focused. Someone entered from outside, drawing his attention in the clan's great hall. Butler Choi brought over a stack of papers. Clan head, the documents regarding the mission you assigned have all been processed. Tessin held out his hand. Let me see. He examined each page carefully. This is still not enough. These are rank 7 and rank 8 dungeons. At the current level of the student corps, it will be very dangerous. Tessin turned to the butler and voiced the concern in his heart. Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. What I need now is to create people who can survive. Butler Choi dipped his head lightly, having fully understood. I understand. I will handle it according to your instructions. After a brief hesitation, he finally continued. There is also one more matter to report. Silence settled over the great hall. A moment later, Tessin spoke. So the youngest did that? Thinking of that child who was unlike a child, he sighed. That boy, from a very young age, his eyes were different. The eyes of someone who had been deprived, someone who had been knocked all the way down to the bottom. Tessin looked down at his own clenched fist, troubled. But leading people and changing them are two entirely different things. He handed the documents back to Butler Choi and added, adjust the test content a little. Coincidentally, the 8th child is in the same class, so raise the level of the entire student corps. The butler quickly took them. Yes, sir. Understood. A meaningful smile spread across Tessin's face. Does that boy truly have what it takes to lead people? This time, I'll examine him carefully. Early in the morning, at the training grounds reserved for Class 5, Lai Yongho walked in, curious. The sight before him made his eyes widen. I lost. I surrender. Damn it, it's not over yet. The students were lined up neatly, running around the field. These brats were out here at dawn on a weekend. A few other students were sparring in pairs, which put Yongho somewhat at ease. Then I won't need to gather them again. One student happened to turn around and spot him. Instructor, you're here. Yongho praised him at once. Working hard even on the weekend. Huh? Yongho walked closer and quietly instructed the student, if anyone isn't here yet, go call them back. There's an announcement to make. The boy quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. Once everyone had gathered, Yongho spoke in a firm tone. This is rather sudden, but the schedule for the first quarterly evaluation has been moved up. Yongho announced the news with obvious enthusiasm. Therefore, you've been granted a week's leave in advance. Think of today as your last free day and get plenty of rest. He looked like he still wanted to say something, but then stopped. In the end, seeing the students so energized despite being covered in injuries made Yongho very satisfied. No need to remind them to maintain at least minimal training even during leave, right? He shouted loudly before the class. I trust you all know how to manage yourselves. Dismissed. Everyone shouted in unison, yes, sir. Yongho lowered his head, lost in thought. They've suddenly been given leave, and the quarterly evaluation was moved up. Is this really okay? Sensing someone behind him, he looked up. Why hasn't everyone gone home yet? He smiled brightly. We're looking at the young master, sir. Choi In-ha glanced at Neon and probed. What are you planning to do during this break, young master? Neon answered casually, leaving the other students baffled. Leave is each person's private time. Why are you asking me? His next words only confused them more. If you need a rest, then rest. I have no intention of forcing anything during vacation. They immediately began whispering among themselves. I can't believe those words came out of the young master's mouth. Honestly, we thought he'd throw us into hell training during the break. Like, does anyone really think they're gonna rest? And then drag us all into some group session? Seeing them openly bad-mouthing him right in front of him, Neon raised a displeased brow. Why don't you say it louder while you're at it? What do you all take me for? Then he made a suggestion that startled them all. Then during this break, should we try doing it like the first day again? Neon let out a helpless sigh. Rest when you need to rest. Rest is important too. I know that even if I tell you to rest, you won't just sit around doing nothing. Handle it yourselves. Rest well, and I'll see you after the break. He had barely taken a few steps away before the entire class behind him erupted into cheers. On a fine day, in Ji Honghwa's research room, Ji Honghwa, displeased, questioned him sternly. I heard you got leave. I got a mountain of research to do too, you know. She had been forced by Neon to sit and read books, and was even getting criticized despite clearly having been playing on her phone and browsing random nonsense just moments ago. Ji Honghwa shouted irritably, What do you mean random nonsense? I was reading about how Choi In-ha was acknowledged by the family head, and how even his leukemia was cured. Neon immediately grew curious. Wait, what exactly are you reading? Then he became serious again and brought up something else. More importantly, was the quarterly evaluation really moved up by my father's order? Ji Honghwa note that? A direct order from him? Yes. Neon bent over, falling into a dark spiral of panic. Then this test will be harsher than I imagined. Right now, I've hit a wall with my mana. If I want to break through it, I may have to seek out Infinite's next memory. Remembering his previous failure, Neon raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. If I still can't read the memory, that means I'm missing something. I tried refining things to see if I could unlock the next memory, but that didn't work either. While Neon wasn't paying attention, the stack of documents beside him began to wobble. I guess I'll just have to keep looking for another way. Suddenly, the entire pile of papers crashed to the floor. What the? Be careful, will you? Documents scattered all over the ground. I told you this place needed to be cleaned up. As he bent down to pick them up, something caught his eye. What's this? The research document was about harmony. The decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lay in the goal they pursued. It could be inferred that, in that era, humanity's techniques were focused on fighting monsters. Neon read the paper intently as he analyzed it. The goal they pursued, iron wire, is the same. The original iron wire was an excessive technique. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, making Seo Hyun stop eating mid-motion. Huh, what's wrong, kid? Neon hurried off somewhere, not forgetting to say goodbye. Auntie, I get it now. I'll explain later. I need to get to the training grounds right away. Seo Hyun was still bewildered, unable to understand what had happened when the documents on the desk were blown all over the place. Watching Neon vanish like a gust of wind, she shouted, That damned brat. A blue light enveloped the sword, and a hand gently reached out to grasp the hilt. Neon held the sword firmly and took his stance. Now, imagine the opponent. He slowly closed his eyes, trying to focus. In Neon's mind, a giant black figure appeared. Something bigger than me. A monster unlike any human. An enormous beast. A technique unconcerned with efficiency, chain attacks, preserving strength, evasion, or defense. The more he focused, the more of that blue power the sword absorbed. Anything flashy without destructive power, or anything meant only to deceive the opponent, was useless. Neon's center of gravity suddenly shifted, and the ground beneath his feet cracked as well. The clear purpose of iron wire. A tremendous explosion rang out, and stones and dirt flew everywhere. Neon leaped into the air, raising the glowing sword high in his hand. Slay the monster. In the path of the blade stood a massive black creature, with many tentacles writhing beneath it. He swung down in a long, precise slash and cut the monster cleanly in half. The sword emitted a fierce light, and Neon's entire body became wrapped in that same radiance. Smoke continued to rise. A gentle breeze passed through Neon's hair. He stood motionless within the smoke, and the whole space fell silent. Then black smoke coiled around the sword once more. All right, darkness slowly swallowed Neon, but he looked on expectantly. Now then, what will appear this time? As the darkness faded, Neon quickly looked around. Where is this? A hazy courtyard appeared before him. A training ground? It's just like when I first received Infinite. Why does the point of view change only when I read Infinite's memories? Neon hid behind a pillar, startled when he saw something. A warrior was fighting inside. That person is. It was the same man from Infinite's previous memory. What terrifying speed. Neon's eyes widened to their limit in astonishment. Huh, what's that? At first, there was a sword in the man's hand. The next instant, it turned into a spear. Seeing that the energy around him felt different, Neon came to a conclusion. When a weapon changes, the aura changes with it. Very quickly, the weapon in his hand became an axe. It wasn't that the man's aura was changing. Infinite itself was transforming the aura. Neon's eyes could barely keep up with the man's movements. He changed his style again. The warrior paused for a moment and spoke to someone nearby. Don't spy on other people's training. The other person asked curiously, since getting it, have you named those techniques yet? The warrior shook his head. Not yet. Honestly, they aren't refined enough to be called techniques. The other person suggested, then let me name them for you. What do you think of 10,000 forms? Neon hurriedly ducked back when he noticed movement. Not bad. The warrior suddenly asked coldly, hey you, don't tell me you brought someone here again? The more the other man denied it, the more anxious Neon became. Me? As if I do that. Space itself seemed to tear apart, and something swept past, disturbing everything around it. The two of them began crossing swords again, as if testing each other in a match. Why would I have any reason to bring someone here? Neon peeked out to keep watching and caught a glimpse of someone's hair fluttering in the air. Neon stared closely at the sharp, cold face of the newcomer. Those eyes, that hair color. The moment he saw the person's identity clearly, he realized it. The traits of the main bloodline of Lai Sung-mu. The dark night sky covered the vast forest. At the same time, a car sped rapidly forward. Resting his chin on one hand, Neon gazed out the window into the distance, a thought crossing his mind. This scenery feels no different from the future or the past. An old gray wall stood half-hidden in the forest, looking strange and mysterious. It divided the safe zone from the dangerous zone. Long ago, a giant crack appeared near the Pacific Ocean, a mysterious space humanity had never officially explored, and from that place, monsters never before seen poured out. Humanity fought those monsters for a long time in order to reclaim its territory. But there were still lands that remained unexplored. Those places were called uncharted zones, also known as danger zones. Still in the habit of propping up his head and thinking, Neon filled his mind with one difficult question after another. At that moment, a curious voice rang out by his ear. Lately, people have been saying the walls divide the safe zone from the danger zone, right? Kim Han spoke up, breaking the silence. He wore a bright smile, his eyes squeezed shut. The closer you get to the danger zone, the more ruined everything becomes, Neon answered briskly. But we're still inside the wall, so this is as bad as it gets. The pioneer villages near the danger zone are far less civilized. He remembered the hardships of his previous life, his face helpless and somewhat stifled. In that life, I lived there for a while too, hiding myself away. The vehicle sped past the wall at incredible speed. Everyone, stay alert. The wheels screeched to a sudden stop, and a mysterious voice rang out. Because from this point on, the place we are entering, by the time the wheels stopped, everyone was already getting out one after another. Neon lifted his gaze and looked ahead carefully. It was a dungeon that had not yet been fully explored. Immediately afterward, the instructor in charge called the members together. Instructor Lai Yongho's face showed no unnecessary emotion. He looked both stern and commanding. Assemble. We'll establish our base here. Check the necessary supplies, then begin the test. Neon and the other students quickly gathered, each of them wearing a serious expression. Everyone listened intently to the instructor's orders and instructions. The escort guards are only responsible for protecting this base. From now on, you must handle everything yourselves. Young-ho patted his chest as if reassuring the children, finally revealing a trace of emotion. He lightly struck his chest with one fist, his eyes shining with conviction as he spoke. But I'm not worried. He looked up at his students, his gaze unwavering. As the training officer stationed at this base, I will support you as much as I can. Everyone, show me everything you've prepared up to now. The students answered in unison with tremendous spirit, their voices so powerful they seemed to shake heaven and earth. Yes, after the instructor's final words, Neon stepped forward to stand before the others, his face every bit as stern as he declared his role. From now on, I'll take command. At that moment, his expression shifted. His distant gaze and thoughtful face made people shudder, unable to look him in the eye. But then he resumed, speaking with a cold, unchanging expression. This test has definitely become harder because of me. This is your last chance. If anyone wants to leave, do it now. In the forest of human-faced spiders, pure white webs were stretched densely across the branches, creating a dark and horrifying atmosphere. That was right. Anyone could tell this quarter's test was not meant for ordinary students. A dungeon filled with webs. Any intruder would be discovered by monsters immediately. Thinking of his father's resolute attitude, Neon mused inwardly, and yet our assignment is to film an adult spider in this forest. This is clearly a test Father arranged. His train of thought was abruptly cut off by a firm voice. At this point, testing us any further is useless. Choi In-ha sighed as he spoke, his tone utterly resolute, as if nothing could shake his will. No one in Class 5 will run away or give up. Kim Han smiled and added with no less confidence. That's right, young master. Kim Bo-sung, with such a powerful presence that it felt overwhelming, continued solemnly, "We trust you." For a moment, surprise showed on Neon's face, as if he couldn't quite hide it. But then he quickly let out a breath and smiled faintly, beginning his usual teasing. He swept his gaze over them all, and only after seeing everyone's expressions did he speak. "You guys say these embarrassingly cheesy lines so naturally, don't you?" Bo-sung flushed awkwardly and said, "That's because, young master, you created that sort of atmosphere." After that slightly bashful, joking exchange, everyone seemed even more fired up than before. Neon braced a hand at his side, his expression full of confidence as he gave the next order. "All right, I understand. No one is backing out. Final communication, check. Redistribute the supplies, then enter the forest." Filled with enthusiasm, they shouted in unison. Yes, the forest of human-faced spiders, creatures that behaved like ants or bees, was extremely difficult to deal with. As they stepped into the woods, Neon lowered his voice and asked, "Everyone understands that, right?" The whole group began moving into the forest as Neon briefly reviewed the mission and the nature of the place for everyone. "Our mission is to use recording equipment to capture the behavior of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years. Then he suddenly turned and looked toward Choi In-ha. From now on, Choi In-ha is in command. In-ha's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Neon turned, pointed at himself, and made it clear. "I'll act alone. I'm going to become bait for the spiders." The others all wore confused expressions, their faces full of questions. Then, once they understood, they cried out in horror. No one could keep their expression under control. What? Pale, enormous spiders and tangled webs wrapped around the tree canopies. By then, Neon had already separated from the others and continued on alone. He gripped his sword and decisively stabbed it into a giant spider. Green fluid burst out everywhere, splattering across his clothes. Neon's face was slick with sweat as he kept drawing breath. They've all finally gathered. He was now standing in the middle of a swarm of massive spiders, their fangs razor-sharp and their eyes blood-red. Killing a few to lure them in with dangerous pheromones was worth the effort. Human-faced spiders carried prey with high nutritional value back to their nest to feed their larvae. Neon fixed his gaze on a spider approaching him and thought the simplest way to make them see me as. Neon began to display his power. One hand lightly touched the sword, and turquoise light flared so brightly it lit up the entire area. A highly nourishing prey item is to prove that prey possesses terrifying power. Neon began moving his sword as spiders crowded in from all sides, burning with murderous intent as they rushed him. His eyes narrowed. Green liquid was smeared everywhere. The spiders hurled themselves at Neon, their red eyes blazing with deadly intent. But it could not shake him in the slightest. Neon tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes tracking every movement. In that moment, he looked utterly calm, his expression not rippling at all. As those sharp fangs came at him, Neon merely curled his lips in contempt. Then he found himself in a strange place, glancing around as he asked himself, "This is..." Suddenly, understanding flashed in his eyes. Inside a human-faced spider cocoon? Then it went according to plan. He immediately began using magic, blue light wrapping around his body. "The poison is making my stomach a little uncomfortable, but my condition isn't bad. First, I need to use invisibility to erase my presence." Neon swung his sword and cut through the thick webs in front of him, unwilling to put up with that pointless obstruction. Then, the strands snapped apart and drifted down one by one. Right after that, he sat up and began searching for the larvae. If this is their nest, then the larvae should be gathered here, right? Neon drove his sword into the nest and made an opening so he could see more clearly. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes filled with disbelief. Looking through the gap, Neon was immediately shocked. In front of him, long cocoons were scattered everywhere. Why are there so many food cocoons? There's no way this is just what they caught today. They should have eaten them all long ago, shouldn't they? Why would they? Thinking that far, Neon suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes widening in shock. A cocoon, unusually pitch black, looked bizarre beyond compare, unlike any other cocoon there. What is that? The cocoon began to move, releasing waves of blackish-purple energy. Neon immediately sensed that something was wrong, uncertainty written all over his face. Neon lightly touched his own chest. A stream of black energy rested within him, resonating with it. The cocoon slowly broke apart, purple energy spilling out all around. Then a rough spider leg emerged from amid the oozing fluid. Sharp, thorn-like nails, almost like human hands, clutched at the mess as it crawled out. A half-woman, half-spider queen stood before him, with 3 pairs of pitch-black eyes, a grotesque smile, and a bizarre body. It was the human-faced spider queen, a grade 5 monster. A ghastly voice seemed to sound from her mouth. "Children, are you hungry?" Neon tightly grabbed the cocoon that had imprisoned him and peered through the broken gap to get a better look at the spider queen. A grade 6 spider queen in a dungeon that can use human language? No, she never opened her mouth. As black claws shot forward, aiming straight for the nearest cocoons, Neon's thoughts raced. Then, could the black energy be reading this spider queen's consciousness? The spider queen brutally pierced those cocoons, and a stream of purple energy escaped. Then, with a powerful strike, she slammed into the cocoon, enclosing him, shattering it in an instant. Neon quickly slipped out of the cocoon. He desperately dodged the spider's claws and the flying debris, thinking to himself, "I don't have time to maintain invisibility anymore." The spider queen stood before Neon, a strange light pouring from her many eyes. His small figure sat before the enormous spider queen amid clouds of dust that had yet to settle from the collapse. Seeing the green fluid clinging to Neon's body, she demanded, "What are you?" "The thing that awakened me is inside you." "Why does a human have that?" "That thing is..." The spider queen shrieked wildly, her face twisting, all 6 eyes blazing as her jagged mouth opened unnaturally wide. "Spit it out. Give it to me." Neon did not flinch in the slightest. He raised his sword toward her, his eyes fierce, as if ready to welcome the fight. It was the terrifying pressure only a high-order predator could create. While staring at the spider queen, Neon thought, "Unfortunately for you, that kind of pressure doesn't work on me." The spider queen clearly had not expected that and was visibly stunned. Her thorny face twisted with even greater fury, though much of her force had diminished. "You dare resist my magic?" She glared at him and screamed through her needle-sharp mouth. "Insolent creature!" At last, with 6 flaming eyes, she turned toward the forest and blew it apart. Great flames spread everywhere, and stones blasted outward, throwing the entire scene into chaos. Looking at the violently rising flames, a trace of helplessness crossed her heart. "My forest." From behind her, Neon curled his lips slightly at her questioning. "What exactly did you do?" He flashed a bright smile that lit up the dark forest, his eyes shining with a mix of contempt and triumph. "That's a weapon called an explosive magic bullet. Luckily, this damned forest is full of flammable things. I just detonated them at my signal." At that moment, Team 1 began arriving one after another, their momentum surging. "It has begun. Team 1 has departed. They'll reach the nest in at most 30 minutes. On the instructor's side, he was no less busy. His eyes were glued to the screen, headset on, explaining every position and task in detail. He remained intensely focused, leaving no second wasted. "This is base camp. Young Master, a grade 5 Manosaurus has been detected inside the nest." It seems, as if catching the hesitation in Young-Ho's voice, the other side hurriedly replied, "I'm fine. Make sure the cadets are supported first." By then, the Spider Queen was grinding her teeth in rage and began lashing out at Neon. "A human dares." With her half-human, half-spider body, she stood proudly among the red-eyed spiders, raised her arms, tilted her head back, and screamed in fury. The other spiders began going mad, as if ready to tear apart anything that trespassed or interfered. "Children, hurry. Protect my forest." Neon looked tiny, standing before the Spider Queen's giant, thorn-covered legs, like a lone ant lost in another world. "You, I will personally crush you." The Spider Queen continued flaunting her authority, poised to advance, arrogant to the core. Do you think you could defeat me alone? Or are you placing your hopes on those comrades, rushing toward the nest? Are you certain they can even make it here? You could do nothing to me. She looked down at Neon with glowing hollow eyes, but what shocked her was that he showed not the slightest sign of wavering. You're the one underestimating me. The Spider Queen froze and blurted out in astonishment. What? Neon closed his eyes. Calmness lay plainly across his face. Then he smiled at the Spider Queen, one hand gripping his sword, the other preparing a spell, as if the game had only just begun. At that moment, Team 1 was pushing forward. The young captain did his best to direct everyone's actions. All groups, continue firing explosive rounds to draw away the human-faced spiders. Team 1 will head straight into the nest to support the young master and open a route for retreat. Kim Bosong blurted out, while everyone still ran as fast as they could. Wait, there's an unexpected variable inside the nest, and we're still moving like this? Choi In-ha maintained his composure as he raced ahead and explained, this is the young master's order. We follow the plan. Even so, a faint uncertainty crossed Choi In-ha's eyes, and he could not help but worry inwardly. Young master, please hold out just a little longer. The forest had sunk into a sea of flames, burning across a vast area. The earth trembled repeatedly, debris falling chaotically through the air. In the midst of that turmoil, the Spider Queen's voice rang out, thick with fury. What? Unable to restrain herself, she shrieked madly. Why aren't you dead yet? Why are you still standing there? Neon's face appeared half-hidden in the darkness, among the shattered remains of the chaos. He let out a breath and looked up at the Spider Queen. Those eyes of yours, what exactly are you seeing? A golden light flared in Neon's eyes, widening in surprise. Hidden things, invisible flows of power. Those eyes that could perceive such things were called demon eyes. He covered his mouth after coughing up blood, trying to keep it from spilling everywhere. Thanks to the demon eyes, I can read the flow of mana. I can avoid fatal strikes, but the difference in strength is too great, so I can't evade everything completely. Neon pulled a blue vial from inside his clothes and poured it over his injured arm. Fortunately, this Spider Queen has only just hatched, so she can't control her body perfectly yet. Even though his body was covered in wounds, he did not retreat in the least. There's only one chance. Neon gripped the sword with both hands and faced forward. Blue light poured from the blade, flooding the surroundings. Neon used the basic form of 10,000 forms. His eyes shone brightly in the night, and he swung with all his might. In an instant, blue light spread across a wide area, covering the giant Spider Queen. Earth and stone flew everywhere, and streaks of blue-stained slime splattered in all directions. Neon strained to look at her, gulping for air with difficulty. Still too shallow. The Spider Queen began to thrash after losing parts of her body, crying out in despair, "It hurts." Then Neon thought, as expected, cutting through that thick hide in a single blow is too difficult. The Spider Queen forced herself back up. From behind, it was clear she had 6 sharp horns, and she was badly injured from a sword strike. In unbearable pain, she spat out a curse. I'll turn you into my servant, rip out the thing inside you, and restore myself. After that, you will. Still refusing to bow, Neon raised both hands, purple lights spreading from them as if to challenge his enemy, while enduring endless pain. Gritting his teeth, Neon tried to dodge the streams of light coming from her. A beam of light struck his head, as if transmitting a hallucinatory signal straight into his brain. A trace of emptiness flashed through Neon's eyes, and a voice rang out in his mind. Submit. The moment the words ended, it felt as if his head were about to explode. Neon clutched his head and screamed in sharp pain. Seeing that, the human-faced Spider Queen burst in a delighted laughter, looking more satisfied than ever with that arrogant face of hers. Her laughter abruptly cut off. Suddenly, she vomited up that green fluid, too stunned to react. She raised her sharp, iron-like hands to clutch her grotesque face in utter shock. What the hell was this? You. The Spider Queen stretched out her black, sinewy hands toward him as if she wanted to strangle him. Neon stood completely still, neither advancing nor retreating, staring straight at her. Then he opened his mouth and gave her a piece of advice she would never get to use again. You should have been more careful. Spiders and insects are weak against fire. The spider writhed in the flames, desperately trying to escape, while Lai Neon coldly said, "Too late." By then, the others had arrived and hurriedly checked the situation. "Sorry, we were delayed because we had to clear the way." Neon let out a relieved laugh and slung an arm around Kim Han's neck, while Kim Han's face had already gone slack. "When we get back, I'll give you all special training." Kim Han sighed and said, "Even in a situation like this, you're still saying that?" With that, everyone quickly withdrew. Kim Han supported the injured Lai Neon. "All right, get out of the nest now." They all answered in unison, "Yes, sir." At the same time, the training officers in charge were holding a discussion. Though each spoke differently, they all essentially suspected that Team 5 had given up. Team 5 from a first year is behind schedule. We received a report that they returned 30 minutes ago. They didn't abandon the mission like Team 4, did they? It's understandable. That was a special Grade 6 dungeon. Besides, there was an anomaly. Just then, Officer Young Ho pushed open the door and walked in, shattering the atmosphere of doubt. Urgency was written all over his face. "Sorry for being late. There were many injured, so we had to send them to the hospital first." Young Ho walked to the podium with the controller in hand and began his briefing. "I will report now." His face was grave, as if he had returned to that moment, and he recounted everything from beginning to end with utmost seriousness. Team 5's mission was to record the movements of the adult human-faced spiders in the forest. However, during the mission, we discovered an anomaly and proceeded to gather information. First, Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and planted 132 explosive mana rounds. Suddenly, an officer interrupted him, wearing an expression of disbelief and concern. "Wait, did I hear that right? You used live fire?" Young Ho answered without hesitation, "Yes, exactly. In addition, we used 52 rounds during combat with the monsters, for a total of 184. The officer from before shouted angrily. He stood up and slammed his hand on the table, clearly furious. "Were you trying to level the entire dungeon?" The room, which had been quiet, was suddenly filled with a barrage of accusations. The officer barked. The original mission was only to film the anomaly. "Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and are calling that a success." Officer Lee darkened, his eyes shifting away as if he did not want to meet anyone's gaze, and slowly replied, "The mission was completed successfully." He had no intention of stopping and continued to shout, "Where is the footage? Put on now." At that exact moment, Lai Neon opened the door and walked in, holding the recording device in his hand. He quickly spoke up to ease the tension. "Sorry for being late. The recording device was damaged, so it took time to recover it. Here is the video." Neon held the recorder out with one hand toward the young Officer Lee, who looked at his hand in slight surprise. Seo Hyun turned red with anger, eyes wide, covering her mouth with one hand as she tried to whisper to Neon, "You idiot. Is setting off bombs in a dungeon supposed to be normal? And besides, you didn't have to let yourself get captured alive." Neon did not look at Seo Hyun and replied calmly, "If we wanted footage, this was the surest way." The room fell silent again, and only a faint voice could be heard. "I can't believe it." One of the officers rubbed his forehead with one hand and clenched the other into a fist. His face had gone gray, his eyes vacant, as if he could not comprehend what he was seeing. The report perfectly matched the footage. Using bombs in a dungeon was no different from carrying a barrel of gasoline into a burning house. Did you really think this was a reasonable plan? Neon remained bold and unshaken, replying calmly, "I simply chose the option with the highest probability of mission success. With a standard plan, would the cadets have succeeded?" The man immediately faltered. "Well, that..." Neon's brows began to knit slightly, but his eyes remained firm as he continued bluntly, "I'd rather use every means available to complete the mission than fail or give up." Lai Neon showed no concern at all and stated plainly, "Lai Sungmu is a place that only cares about results. That's all." The officer folded his hands before his face and turned away, trying to think of a way out. Wasn't he an unpredictable variable? He looked like one, but in reality, everything had been part of a plan. That 9th-ranked heir had trusted his own strategy absolutely. The other officers began talking heatedly among themselves, all of them looking grim. It was obvious the advantage lay with Lai Neon. The young master's plan is too unconventional. It can't be used as a model, and it's hard to grade. Only then did Neon finally relax his facial muscles and wear a faint smile, his eyes full of confidence amid the praise surrounding him. But since the mission was completed without anyone dying, you could call a perfect score. In this evaluation, Team 5 is the only team to receive full marks. In the Grand Hall of the Lai Sungmu family, a voice reported 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, and many more with minor injuries. Since the contract included a clause waiving individual rights, there is nothing particularly concerning. Tessie held the report in his hand and asked with a dark expression, "What about the measures for handling the casualties from this evaluation?" Butler Choi answered gently, "The treatment costs of the seriously injured will be fully covered. As for those left with severe aftereffects to the point of being unable to recover." Seeing his hesitation at that part, Tessie turned the page and said, "Continue with the report on the progress of implementation." Butler Choi replied respectfully, "Yes, understood." He then turned around, picked up the controller, switched it on, and said, "And here are the materials on the dungeons we received in this report." Tessie looked over everything and said with a hand at his mouth, "So it really did have an effect." Looking at the screen, he remarked, "The lair of the human-faced Spider Queen was already within a danger zone." Butler Choi agreed. Yes, it was located at the far northern end of Gangwon province. In the video, the image of the Spider Queen appeared. She furiously ordered the spider swarm to attack, and then the footage turned to static. Tessie commented, "Short, isn't it?" Butler Choi agreed and explained what he knew. According to the report, this is all that could be restored from the footage, but it seems to have been edited. Tessie raised his teacup, took a sip, and remarked softly, "That child is quite interesting." Then he opened his eyes and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Butler Choi placed a hand over his chest and answered honestly, "He overcame a difficult mission through intelligence. It truly is remarkable. However, I worry that the young master places too little value on orthodox tactics and strategy." Hearing that answer, Tessie fell into thought. "Even you think so?" That made him wonder. Yes, the image of Neon's previous battles surfaced in his mind, and Tessie gave his sincere assessment. Breaking the mold and being unorthodox are merely signs of his boldness. Only someone who has mastered orthodox methods can create truly brilliant moves. Not only the cadets, but even the instructors did not oppose his plan. That alone is enough to prove the leadership ability of my youngest. He spread the reports out evenly with his hand and said calmly, "In truth, not a single piece of information was leaked, and the plan succeeded perfectly. Also, not only this evaluation, but the number and overall level of evaluations should be increased as well." Butler Choi quickly bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, I will handle it that way." After Butler Choi left, a delighted smile finally appeared on his face. It seems the other children are starting to pay attention to the youngest as well. A few months later, at the training grounds reserved for fifth-year class of the Military Student Academy, a hand went up, followed by a stammering voice. Young master." It was Kim Han. With a tearful face, he protested, "You do know we just finished the final evaluation yesterday, right?" Neon folded his arms and replied indifferently, "That's why I let you rest yesterday." Kim Han drooped and said, "What I mean is, forget it." In response to his dejection, Neon continued addressing the entire class. "Even though this year's final evaluation is over, don't forget that the promotion exam is still waiting for us. I don't want anyone in my class held back. Understood?" Hearing Neon's reminder, everyone answered in unison, "Yes, understood." Then he turned and sighed helplessly. "Kim Han, I heard you collapsed from mana exhaustion during this evaluation. You'll spend all day today memorizing the 10 basic rules." Kim yolted in alarm. Then Neon had all the students start running and stood with his hands on his hips. "All right, let's begin with physical training." All the students obediently answered, "Yes, sir." Watching their enthusiasm, Neon smiled to himself. They had grown stronger, not only physically but mentally as well. They no longer collapsed because of their shortcomings, but had learned how to make up for them on their own. He suddenly grew nostalgic, recalling old memories. Before he knew it, it had been nearly a year since he entered the military academy. Aside from those eliminated at the beginning, no one in my class has dropped out or died. Suddenly, someone came running from afar. Gong Ho respectfully asked, "Young master, are you here?" Neon looked at him and asked, "What is it?" The man extended a hand and explained, "I have some information to deliver regarding the promotion exam." Without lingering, Neon started walking after him and answered, "All right, I'll go at once." The moment he stepped into the room, someone called out to him, "Hey, over here." The figure of a girl came into view in the distance, waving repeatedly as she called, "Over here." It was Seo Hyun. Patting the seat beside her, she said, "Sit down. I want to talk." As soon as Neon sat down, Seo Hyun praised him. "You did really well in this evaluation." Neon replied politely, I heard class 1 did very well too." Receiving praise, she lifted her chin and proudly said, That's right. Then Seo Hyun shook her head and reaffirmed why she had called him over. Wait, that's not what's important. She turned serious again and whispered carefully, hey, from this promotion exam onward, you're going to be in trouble. Sixth sister and seventh brother were summoned by mother not long ago. After that, rumors spread that the two of them have been meeting with cadets. Neon showed no concern and merely sighed as he asked, what, are they planning to remove me from the promotion exam? Seeing that his reaction was not what she expected, Seo Hyun flared up despite keeping her voice down. Obviously they can't do that, but no one can guess what they might do. That's what's scary. Are you so much of an oddball that none of this bothers you? Sixth sister and seventh brother. Both of them are terrifying. Neon focused on a different word instead. Oddball. Calmly folding his arms and closing his eyes, he said, if you're trying to warn me, you're late. Ever since the quarterly evaluation, they've been pulling one troublesome stunt after another. Seo Hyun was taken aback. Neon did not answer her and merely rested a hand against his chin, thinking, every evaluation, we were given low-quality equipment or parts of our training were deliberately omitted to create disparities. Recently, I even heard someone approach Kim Bo-sung. Seo Hyun was not discouraged by being ignored and said with determination, I've already warned the others in my class to some extent too. This time, I'll compete with you fairly and win. I'll definitely take first place and make you call me Big Sister. Looking at her blazing determination, Neon asked gloomily for some reason, why are you so obsessed with forms of address? Just then, a voice came from the front, immediately drawing both of their attention. Is everyone here? A training officer entered with an imposing air, placed a hand on the desk, and said, today marks the final quarterly evaluation of the year. I will now explain the details and schedule related to this term's promotion exam. Without waiting long, he began explaining. As you all know, promotion is determined by your overall academic year score together with your performance in the promotion exam. This time, the exam will be held at Gate I-7, approximately 3 kilometers north of Gaeseon. That made Neon flinch inwardly. A gate. He raised a hand to his chin again and began thinking. I expected changes to the exam, but I didn't think it would be a gate. At the front, the officer held up a tag and continued. Inside the gate, there will be trial formats different from those at Lai Sung-mu. Each cadet will also possess one name tag. If your tag is stolen, you will be eliminated from the exam. Other than that, there are no rules. Secure as many name tags as possible. The room below was silent as death, but he kept explaining in an even tone. This promotion exam is not simply a test of combat ability. It would be more accurate to call it a war of seizure. A smile spread across Neon's lips. I see. A possible scenario for this game unfolded in his mind, and he quietly analyzed it. Seize name tags, steal name tags, and survive. Losing your name tag means you're done, and the number of tags you hold will determine your score in the exam. A simple set of rules. The image of someone else snatching the number 1 tag appeared in his mind, and Neon instantly understood. But the so-called death handling is a trap. Even if someone's name tag is stolen, the people outside would have no way of knowing. So all you have to do is steal or search for hidden name tags. As long as you have a tag, it doesn't matter whose it was or where you found it. He kept tapping his arm as the calculations in his head became clearer. Moreover, this is an individual match that includes the second years as well. Someone definitely had a hand in this. Then Neon gave a contemptuous smile as he suddenly realized something. A promotion exam held inside a gate, cut off from the outside world. No evidence will be left behind. If anything happened to an illegitimate child in there, this was surely an opportunity they could not let pass. Seo Hyun looked at Neon with a judging gaze and muttered, why? But he remained immersed in his own thoughts. Yet that also means I can use it to my own advantage. The scene shifted to another room. A pair of legs rested on a desk, swinging constantly in time with a song. Another voice cut in, bringing the humming to a halt. What are you doing? The person cheerfully replied, as if singing another verse. Just watching my adorable little brother work up a sweat. The 7th son of Lai Sung-mu, Lai Zayak. Zayak showed little expression and bluntly cursed. You lunatic. She folded her arms and laughed. This brat dares speak to his older sister like an equal? The 6th daughter of Lai Sung-mu, Lai CNA, spreading both arms lazily. CNA said, really, compared to this one, the youngest is far cuter. The way he acts is just like a little rabbit. She raised a knife to her face and licked the corner of her lips, making it clear how badly she wanted to snap his neck. Then CNA smiled and probed Zayak. Hey, more importantly, what do you think? He stayed focused on typing at his computer and answered, what do you mean? Her voice rose. What else? Mother's order. Zayak suddenly frowned and sighed. She said it's time to test him. CNA tossed the knife into the air and said in a dissatisfied tone, I don't like it one bit. A bastard child wearing the name tag of the direct line. As the knife fell, she caught it in her hand. A wretch who doesn't know his place and yet dares act so arrogant, and drove straight down into the table with a disgruntled thud. I'll teach him a lesson with my own hands. Propping herself up on the desk, Sin smiled while idly toying with a knife in her hand as she said, relying on that pathetic eldest brother and still acting all arrogant? He really needs to learn exactly where his place is. The promotion exam. This was the test that would determine whether students could advance to the next year, and this time was a badge-grabbing contest inside a stabilized gate. Kim Han glanced at the guards and asked Officer Lee in curiosity, it's already a stabilized gate, so why is security still this tight? He answered casually, probably to reassure the public. Or maybe it's just a precaution, since this is also a place for research and experiments. After saying that, he couldn't help glancing around. Still, there are fewer of them than I expected. Neon quietly marked out 3 people in the distance and thought to himself, are they acting this openly because they think I wouldn't notice? Or are students only capable of this much? Those thoughts swirled through Neon's mind, but he quickly brushed them aside. No matter what, it doesn't matter. Turning to the students, he asked, so, is everyone ready? Choi In-ha clasped his hands behind his back and answered excitedly, of course, sir. Neon said softly. Then, he turned around and took the lead. Let's go. All the students answered in unison, yes, sir. Scene shifts to the office. CNA grabbed another piece of pastry and praised it as she ate. Hey, this office has a lot of good snacks, doesn't it? While handling paperwork, Zayak warned his older sister, those are for guests. Don't eat too much. She picked up the whole box and replied, no way. By the way, still no word yet? I'm busy, and I came here in person to talk about it. The steady clacking of the keyboard continued as he answered. The instructors just reported that the second years have also entered. Holding a piece of pastry up in front of her, CNA smiled in delight. Just imagining those bastards and pieces of trash crawling on the ground was enough to excite her. Mother said if we do well this time, we'll be rewarded, right? She hummed cheerfully, but her words made Zayak's typing fingers freeze. I should think first about what I want. He stopped typing and stared at the screen. But will things really go that smoothly? I do believe they'll follow the plan, but still, in Zayak's mind, the image of me, Ayong Jong, surfaced again, and his elder brother's gentle warning echoed in his head. Listen, little brother, the youngest isn't an opponent you can take lightly. Be careful. It had been bothering him ever since. Not long ago, his eldest brother had come to him and said those words, and at the time he had merely scoffed inwardly and dismissed them. But why did they keep lingering in his heart? Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, pulling him out of his thoughts. CNA immediately sprang up and asked curiously, what is it? Is it over already? Zayak didn't answer. His brows furrowed. Growing impatient, she snatched the phone from him. What is it? The moment she read the message, CNA said in a trembling voice, 21 eliminated. 15 withdrew. Her face turned black with rage, and she crushed the phone in her hand. The entire first-year Class 5 is still alive. No way. They still couldn't do anything to that bastard child. Zayak could only cover his face and let out a helpless sigh. Running a hand through his hair, he lamented inwardly, we lost. And not just lost. We were completely defeated by the youngest brother, Lai Neon. Inside the gate, Siha and Cheon-a ran for their lives together. Damn it, panting as he ran, Cheon-a couldn't help shouting, he's just a bastard child. This is year 5. Hearing that, Siha snapped back, shut up and run. If we hide in the cave, the guy won't find us. Once the two of them had hidden inside the cave, Siha whispered, do we shake him off? At that very instant, a sword came flying through the air like it was tearing the wind apart. It stabbed straight into the ground, leaving a deep crater. At the sight of the flying sword, the boy cried out in panic. He's here! But Siha couldn't avoid it either and was struck head-on by the sword's path. Neon caught the boy by the hand and said cheerfully to Cheon, found you. Lai Neon had arrived. Full of excitement, he walked closer and remarked, you hid pretty well. Cheon-a trembled and backed away, pleading, it took you forever to find us. Don't come any closer. I said don't. Are we done for? Why are you oppressing us? Neon showed no mercy, grabbing him by the collar as he asked. You make it sound like I was the one who attacked first. He raised his sword, his voice icy. If you dared point your swords at us, then you should be ready to pay the price. A moment later, a huge explosion rang out from inside the cave, followed by Cheol's miserable scream. After waiting a little while, Choi In-ha called out happily, "Young master, this side is finished." Standing before the two unconscious men, Neon praised him. "Good. If you're done, move immediately. There are still a few with the ability to target us who haven't been dealt with yet." Choi In-ha promptly replied, "Understood. I'll regroup with Kim Han's side right away." Before Choi In-ha left, Neon instructed him seriously. "As planned, I'll act alone. Each of you handle the assigned list and keep collecting badges." Choi In-ha answered quickly, then took off. "Yes, sir." After he left, Neon stretched and thought, the most important thing in this promotion exam is still the number of badges we obtain. He closed his eyes and focused. Stealing badges from other students isn't very efficient. Then he opened his eyes and activated his demon eyes, curiosity flickering in his mind. And that's why I came up with a hypothesis. Gripping the sword at his waist, Neon tested his theory with his demon eyes. "Can I find badges with them?" A ray of light from his demon eyes extended toward a mountain peak, and he cried out inwardly, "Found one." Neon quickly gathered momentum and leaped upward. The moment he reached the top, he found a badge. So this works. This is definitely worth doing. Clutching the badge in his hand, Neon smiled. "Nice." He jumped back down and cheerfully concluded, "While I'm at it, I can train my control too." After searching for a while, he looked into his bag and hesitated. Inside the bag were nothing but gleaming badges. Neon marveled. "I didn't expect to collect this many." No wonder the bag kept feeling heavy. Ignoring the bag for the moment, he looked down below. But down below, fighting was constantly breaking out. Neon said regretfully, "I can't train my demon eyes any further now." He could only sigh to himself. The exam is almost over, and I've been fighting non-stop since morning. A figure suddenly flew toward him. Neon knew exactly who it was and thought, and if I keep avoiding her, she'll probably just keep bothering me. The person landed safely and let out a dissatisfied huff. "Finally found you." Seo Hyun took a stance and called out eagerly, "Lie Neon." But when she saw his reaction, her excitement instantly died down. "What's with that? You're not surprised?" Neon simply replied, "I knew you were following me, so I didn't bother avoiding you." Seo Hyun immediately demanded, "Then shouldn't you have stopped for a second?" Neon put on a thoroughly punchable expression and shrugged. "Look, I stopped for you, didn't I?" She quickly tightened her ponytail, her fighting spirits surging. "Very funny. No need to talk so much." Then she raised the sword in her hand and issued her challenge. "Let's have a match." Seo Hyun turned her thumb downward in provocation. "Let's settle this properly. If I win, you have to call me Nuna." Neon didn't back down either and shot back. "Then what if I win?" Seo Hyun answered in a tone that made Neon break out in goosebumps. "If, and I mean if, you win, I'll call you Appa." Neon immediately hugged his shoulders and recoiled, crying out, "If you're trying to deal damage with a mental attack, it's pretty effective." Seo Hyun instantly exploded. "Shut up, why do you talk so much?" Without another word, she charged forward. Gripping her sword tightly, Seo Hyun advanced with a bright grin, while Neon faced her in earnest. The training grounds appeared peaceful under the dim moonlight, which cast everything in a cold, silent glow as the snow gradually melted away. After the promotion exam ended smoothly, the evaluation system grew even harsher, and with no fewer than 2 members of the direct line taking part in this round, it truly became a hot topic. The servants of the household couldn't sit still. After the competition, they went on and on with excited gossip. Of course, the youngest young lady will take first place, right? Even the second years participated this time. Can those first-year academy kids really hold out? Besides praising them, they huddled together and whispered among themselves. And what about those kids? Oh, right. Beneath a clear blue sky dotted with drifting white clouds, the ancient tiled roof of a temple stood in solemn grandeur. The youngest young master and the first-year class 5. With a confident expression, Neon stepped forward and looked straight ahead as he received the certificate handed to him. "Congratulations, young master Lai Neon. You have taken first place in this promotion round." Lai Neon promoted, valedictorian of the entire cohort. Calmly, he closed his eyes for a moment and accepted the certificate with both hands. "Thank you. To be honest, I thought they might not let me take first place." But inwardly, he was thinking something else. No matter what, they couldn't rig it too blatantly. Neon recalled what had happened earlier, how he had defeated Seo Hyun while thinking indifferently to himself. If Lee Seo Hyun's performance in the exam hadn't been so bad, then who knows? But at the very end, I snatched all her badges away. After handing over the certificate, Young-ho smiled and said to Neon, "You're really composed, aren't you?" Ranking first in the academy me is something to be proud of. Holding the certificate he had just received, Neon turned and replied, "My nanny will probably be really happy. Anyway, thanks for the congratulations." The moment he stepped away and started walking down the stairs, countless words of praise rained down on him. "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, my lord." Choi In-ha was standing in front of him in delight when he suddenly heard his name called and turned around. "Student Choi In-ha, please come forward." As soon as he heard his name, he stepped forward. Choi In-ha walked toward Young-ho one step at a time. Suddenly, Young-ho held out a certificate in front of him and said, "Congratulations on your promotion. Choi In-ha promoted, ranked 13th in the entire cohort." Choi In-ha flushed faintly as he looked down at the certificate before him. Unable to believe it, Choi In-ha reached out to take the certificate, his hands trembling as he spoke. Thank you, sir." Standing behind him, Neon glanced over and reminded him, "Don't get full of yourself, Choi In-ha. It's good to keep doing your best, but if you become complacent, nothing will really change." Choi In-ha let out a quiet breath and answered, "Yes, young master." After awarding Choi In-ha, Young-ho called the next name. "Next, student Kim Bo-seol. Congratulations on your promotion." Bo-seol looked at the certificate in disbelief and unconsciously said, "Thank you, sir." Kim Bo-seol promoted, ranked 24th in the entire cohort. Then it was Kim Han's turn to come up and receive his, but he didn't look particularly pleased as he held the certificate in his hand. "Student Kim Han, promoted in your very first year, huh? You've worked hard. Congratulations." Kim Han promoted, ranked 34th in the entire cohort. Kim Han stared at the paper, his fingers lightly brushing its edge as he thought, a middling rank. "Honestly, I'm a little disappointed." He wasn't satisfied with his placement at all. Kim Han looked up, his eyes filled with determination. "It's fine. This is only the beginning. I'll definitely become someone as strong as young master." Bo-seol stood up straight and looked ahead, reminding himself, "I need to work even harder." Kim Han clasped his hands behind his back and lifted his chin as he told himself, "I already resolved to change. So I won't become a burden to him, and so I won't keep living a half-hearted life." Neon strode ahead of everyone, and the others followed behind him, their hearts filled with firm resolve as they looked toward him. "From now on, I won't lose again." Neon didn't seem to pay it much mind, merely lowering his head with a faint smile. "So for them, this is the end too, huh?" He felt much lighter inside and thought, but now there's nothing left to worry about. Neon suddenly turned around and said, "You all worked hard. The whole class got promoted." Everyone's faces immediately darkened as they shrank back and listened to him continue. "If any of you had failed and repeated the year, I was going to drag you into forced training." What a shame. Neon turned serious again and addressed them with words of encouragement that made them fall silent in admiration. "Second year will be even harsher. There'll be plenty of people eager to tear you apart." He warned them carefully, but there was confidence in his voice. "But I believe you'll know how to handle yourselves." They straightened up and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Receiving the answer he wanted, Neon smiled faintly. Then he raised his head high, struck his left chest with his hand, and smiled even more brightly. "Fight on. You can do it." Seo Hyun's face darkened as she muttered in complaint, "Hey, I still don't accept this." Standing beside her, Neon sighed wearily and said, "Now what is it that you don't accept this time?" Seo Hyun couldn't accept it at all. She flew into a rage, clenched her fists, and shouted, "If it weren't for that promotion exam, I would have been the valedictorian. Fine, knocking me down is one thing, but why'd you have to take my badges too?" Seo Hyun rushed right in front of him, vividly reenacting how miserable she had been back then for Neon to see. "Do you know how hard I had to struggle to gather badges again because of you?" She turned away, refusing to look at him, and muttered with a pout, "If I'd had the ivory sword in my hand then." Neon looked at her and thought, "She's not wrong. I thought it would be an easy win then, but it actually took me over an hour to finish." Watching Seo Hyun walk ahead, he recalled her strength and analyzed it. Lee Seo Hyun had become far stronger than he had imagined. She still hadn't awakened swordsmanship, and she probably still couldn't use her psychic ability skillfully yet. The two of them kept walking together, and Neon closed his eyes slightly, cold sweat breaking out as he reflected. But if Lee Seo Hyun can already do all that now, honestly, I don't want to face her. Suddenly, Seo Hyun raised a hand to her mouth, coughed lightly, and said, "Even so, a promise is a promise." Startled, Neon turned to look at her and asked in confusion, "What are you suddenly talking about?" Seo Hyun raised one finger and pointed as she said, "The form of a dress." We made a bet, remember? She thought about it for a long moment, then let out a long sound and said, "Are you going to say it right now?" Before she could finish, Neon lunged forward and clapped a hand over her mouth. His expression darkened, and with killing intent in his grip, he ordered, "If you say one more word, it'll be a fight to the death." With her mouth blocked, Seo Hyun could only mumble a few muffled sounds. "You hate it that much?" Neon let go of her, turned away, and shouted, "That's enough nonsense. Hurry up, we'll be late." Seo Hyun gave a small start and turned to answer, "Right. Let's go." After talking for a while, the two of them walked away together. Before long, they reached their destination and stood looking up at the massive wooden doors. Neon pushed the great doors open, and Seo Hyun followed behind him. The two of them stepped inside, respectfully clasped their hands and bowed as they said, "We greet Father." Tessie cast them a sideways glance and spoke in a calm voice. Come in." After greeting him, the three of them sat down together on the sofa and drank tea. Seated in the main chair, Tessie held a hot cup of tea and looked at the two of them. After finishing his tea, he gently set the cup down on the saucer and said faintly, "I heard the two of you have completed the first-year curriculum at the Military Student Academy." Sitting upright, Tessie glanced at his two children and asked, "Each of you, what did you see and what did you feel?" Seo Hyun said nothing. Holding her teacup, she silently looked over at Neon. Bringing his cup to his lips, Neon thought to himself, "What is it? Why are you looking at me?" When she got no response from him, Seo Hyun took the plunge and said, "I saw the true face of the family." Hearing that, Neon smiled and promptly choked on his tea, spraying it out. Unable to understand, Tessie leaned toward the girl and asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by true face?" Seo Hyun answered him with innocent honesty. "I know competition always brings rivalry, but I saw absurd things happening as if they were only natural." The girl looked him straight in the eye, clenched her hand into a fist, and raised her voice. "I want everything to be clear and fair. No matter what I achieve, I want to do it with my own sword and my own strength." Tessie gave a faint nod at her words and calmly replied, "Fairness and integrity, not bad." On the surface, he seemed as composed as ever, but inwardly, he had already acknowledged her. There was a reason the Holy Sword had chosen her. She used to complain so much and be so weak, but this change. Thinking that, Tessie turned his gaze toward Neon. Watching the boy still suffering from the tea burns, he wondered, surely that was because of you, wasn't it? Then Tessie spoke again and asked, "And what about you, youngest one? What did you feel?" Neon quickly recovered his composure. With bright eyes, he answered, "What I felt was disgrace. The Military Student Academy is the root of Lai Sung-mu, but the academy of today has already gone astray." Hearing that, Tessie clenched both hands and lowered his head in thought. Gone astray? Neon was completely serious. He turned to look at his father and continued, "They do not fight. They may be weak, they may fail, but those who give up fighting do not deserve to be part of Lai Sung-mu." Images from the competition kept replaying in his mind, and he voiced his conclusion. "And I saw far too many cadets like that. That must mean there is a problem with either the instructor's abilities or the training methods." Tessie showed no strong reaction. He merely closed his eyes slightly, gave a crooked smile, and said, "How shameful." Both of them were stunned, staring at Tessie in disbelief. Did he just smile? He then spoke in praise. "Though you are still only cadets, the fact that you have already formed your own views is commendable." Even so, Tessie did not stop worrying for the two of them and gently warned, "But always be on guard. Once you sink into the mire of narrow-mindedness, it is very hard to escape." Seo Hyun's face bloomed with delight, her eyes shining as she looked at him. Neon still stared at him in disbelief, never expecting his father to personally offer advice like this. Seo Hyun bent forward at a right angle and shouted with deep respect, "Thank you, sir." Neon placed both hands on his thighs and said, "Me as well. I'll remember it." Tessie said nothing for a moment, then looked at the two children and told them, "For the past year, I have heard reports of your studies and your missions. The yearly tests may not be identical to the official assignments of true warriors, but in essence, they are a little different. You recognize that it was an evaluation I'd set for you, and you carried out your mission seriously. Because of their efforts, Tessie decided to do something. The reason I called you here today is to reward those efforts." Seo Hyun immediately brightened with excitement. Neon, however, paused slightly. His father was always strict when it came to rewards and punishments, yet this time he was personally giving a reward. Could there be some special reason? The girl eagerly volunteered first, raising her arm high and asking, "In that case, I'd like a rare suit of armor, the dragon scale armor." I really want it. Tessie replied at an unhurried pace, cheerfully accepting. Very well. I'll make a note of it. Come collect it tomorrow. Once she got his approval, Seo Hyun responded in bubbling delight. Yes, thank you, sir. After hearing Seo Hyun's request, Tessie turned and asked Neon, "And what about you, my son? What is it that you want?" Neon's face darkened. His lips moved several times before he finally said, "I asked for permission to enter Mount Chanwi." At those words, Tessie jolted in shock and stared wide-eyed. Seo Hyun also gaped in astonishment. Sounds continued to echo through the room as Neon carefully sat there counting the things he was preparing to take with him. Herbal manuals, a cast iron pot, even a full set of medicine-making tools. Good. It looked like everything had been prepared. He checked each item one by one, then carefully packed them into his backpack. Since Mount Chanwi was a spirit mountain, it contained not only spirit herbs, but also spirit medicines. Back on Ton Island, he could only make second-rate medicines, but this time he could do it properly. Neon pressed his lips together lightly and lowered his head in thought. I can't believe I was really granted permission to enter Mount Chanwi. Thanks to that, I can move up the date on my warrior's journey. Amid the hazy mist, mountain ranges towered upward as though reaching the clouds. The warrior's journey, the final test by which members of the Lai Sungmu family were recognized as warriors. And before setting out to undertake the warrior's journey, one had to pass through Mount Chanwi. Neon analyzed everything carefully, then suddenly turned aside in hesitation. Besides, he turned his head toward the sword resting neatly upright by the door, his heart firm with resolve. Mount Chanwi is a place I would have had to set foot in one day, no matter what. Just then, while Neon was deep in thought, a knock sounded from outside the door and drew his attention. "Yes, come in." Kawa respectfully pushed the door open and entered. With a hand over her chest, she softly reported, "Young master, someone has contacted you." Neon asked in confusion, "Contacted me? What kind of contact?" She hesitated, unable to speak at first, but finally gathered her courage and said, "The seventh young master has sent you an invitation." The moment he heard that, Neon flinched in surprise. Zayak chuckled softly as he carefully set down the tea set in his hands and said, "It's been a long time since this year's Mid-Autumn Festival. This is our first meeting, isn't it?" Neon sat upright with both hands on his knees and smiled obediently. "Yes, and you still remember." Zayak placed the tea tray on the table, then sat down across from him and said, "I'm not foolish enough to forget something like that." Neon silently observed every movement, every mannerism, every gesture, and judged him inwardly. Just like the rumors said, he really isn't easy to deal with. He talks as naturally as though they were close brothers. He brewed the tea himself, and even the place he chose to sit had no opening at all. Compared to malice that was openly shown, kindness with unclear intentions felt far more unpleasant. After pouring the tea, Zayak gestured toward him and, smiling until his eyes curved shut, invited him, "Go on, try it. Tea is my only hobby, so it shouldn't be bad." Neon had to play along as well. He lifted the teacup toward his lips and smilingly asked, "Thank you, brother. Do you always brew tea yourself when entertaining guests?" Hearing that question, Zayak promptly answered. Holding a small teacup, he said cheerfully, "That depends on who the guest is. This tea was bought from a foreign tea hill 2 years ago." Neon gradually calmed down and took a sip. Even then, his mind kept calculating. He's poured tea this many times and still hasn't gotten to the point? Such leisurely composure doesn't suit the times, but he knows how to control the flow of the situation. As expected, he's not some useless man with nothing but a bit of martial talent. After tasting the tea, Neon set the cup down on a saucer nearby and thought, "That's enough probing for now." At that moment, Zayak finally moved to the main topic. "The reason I called you here is because of what happened in the recent promotion exam." Sitting opposite Neon, he began sounding him out. "About what happened? Did you know it was arranged by me and Sixth Sister?" Neon immediately answered respectfully, "Yes, I knew." "Then this will be quick." Only now did Zayak reveal his real intention and begin to justify himself. "This incident was not what I personally wanted." Hearing that, Neon gave a slight smirk inwardly. So this is the direction he plans to take. Zayak had the refined appearance of a scholarly gentleman. He lifted a hand and lightly pushed up his glasses. Lai Zayak the Black was famous not for his strength, but for his skill in politics, administration, and commerce. A man full of schemes, always maintaining relationships without making enemies of anyone. People called him by the title Gold Sword, the Golden Sword. Neon sized him up once more. Overall, he showed no clear malice. In other words, he did not want to treat me as an enemy. Zayak looked at him, extended a hand in apology, and said, "But there was clearly fault on my side as well. If you wish, I will apologize." Before he could even finish, Neon cut in and refused. "There's no need." That made Zayak pause for a moment. Neon looked up with a bright expression, placed a hand before his chest, and said simply, "What happened this time is only one of many clashes that will continue in the competitions to come." His attitude then shifted at once. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke in a tone that suggested he already knew everything. "Don't tell me you only acted on Madame Becky's orders." Zayak did not overreact. He met Neon's eyes and said, "Competition? Do you see me as an enemy?" Neon rested both hands on his thighs and replied, "A man who lays hands on my people and keeps provoking me with little tricks, how could I not see him as an enemy?" At those words, something in Zayak's eyes changed, and a wicked glint flickered within them. His expression grew slightly displeased as irritation slowly rose inside him. What should I do? Should I deal with him now, so he won't become trouble later? Or, Zayak quickly dismissed the thought, let out a faint sigh, and asked, "What should I do for you?" Neon faced him and lifted a hand in a subtle but pointed reminder. "Show some goodwill. After all, I'm not the only one who suffered losses." Seeing that expression on Neon's face, Zayak felt anger at his heart, yet still had to smile outwardly. How insolent, not only refusing my apology, but asking for compensation. But I like that. Then Zayak extended his hand in goodwill for a handshake. "Fine, I'll send mid-grade spirit medicine to all the disciples of Class 5, and you as well will receive a reward worthy of the matter." Neon looked at him pleasantly and shook his hand, his voice light. "You've already made a great concession, brother. I won't bring this matter up again." Zayak smiled gently, still not letting go of his hand as he laughed softly. "Among all my siblings, I find you the most compatible with me." Neon did not care much and casually replied, "Is that so? I'm not so sure." Once their discussion was over, Neon rose from his seat and said, "Then I will take my leave." Zayak folded his arms and followed Neon's movement with his gaze. Looking at him seriously, he tilted his head and warned, "Be careful of Six's sister. Unlike me, she truly dislikes you." Neon did not seem overly concerned as he answered, "It's all right." With that, Neon turned and walked out the door, but before leaving he still cast a look behind him, making one thing clear. "Because I won't be in this family for the next year." The room was old-fashioned, decorated in a traditional style, with sunlight streaming in and creating a peaceful, elegant atmosphere. Then suddenly, a sharp, loud sound rang out. Becky raised her hand and slapped CNA. CNA's head snapped to the side as she cried softly, "Mother! Mother!" Becky's face darkened, her eyes full of contempt. "Don't call me mother. I never gave birth to a failure like you." CNA hurriedly lunged forward, clutching tightly at the hem of Becky's dress as she cried out, "Mother, mother!" Terror filled CNA's eyes as she desperately tried to explain. "I can explain everything. I wasn't using the mission as an excuse to run away." Becky only grew angrier, glaring as she shouted, "Silence!" Faced with that terrifying sight, CNA recoiled instinctively in fear and let go at once. She collapsed to her knees on the floor, bowing her head in apology as Becky's scolding rained down on her. "What you did was flee. That is something a bloodline of Lai, Sung Mu, must never do." CNA remained silent and endured it, her nails scraping so hard against the floor that they bled. "If you were truly my daughter, that would be an unforgivable act." CNA slowly raised herself, her whole body trembling as she said, "But I can still atone for it." She patted her chest with one hand and pointed outside with the other, shouting with hatred, "As long as I crush that bastard, that will be enough." Becky immediately rebuked her. "You really understand nothing at all. If that were possible, I would not have driven you this far." The moment those words left her mouth, CNA froze. "What?" Becky quickly continued, and CNA's face darkened at what she heard. "That bastard will be going to Mount Chanwi for a year." Becky closed her eyes, calm on the surface yet clearly manipulative as she said, "If you had regained your honor, that would have been one thing. But you lost even that chance. You have stained the face of the entire main line." She turned away, leaving Sin kneeling behind her, and threatened, "If you appear before me again looking like a defeated loser, then when that time comes, a mere slap like this will not be the final price." As Becky stepped out through the door, Zayak was already waiting there. He bowed politely to her, while inside the room CNA kept repeating the same words over and over. Damn it, damn it." Only after Becky left did he glance into the room through the crack of the doorway. CNA had grown even more frantic by then, clawing at the floor until her nails bled as she muttered, "That damned bastard." Grinding her teeth, she swore in hatred, "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." Zayak still did not leave, instead leaning against the door as he looked into the room and thought, "Madam really is ruthless. Now Lee CNA will be obsessed with recovering from this." Then the corners of his mouth curled upward into a sure smile. Zayak looked full of anticipation. In that case, between Lee CNA and Lee Neon, who will ultimately prove to be more valuable, the future ahead should be very interesting. He then recalled how Neon had left that morning with his backpack in hand. Zayak's excitement sharpened into calculation. The day that boy returns, 1 year from now. At that very moment, Neon was sitting in a carriage, so tense that both of his hands were clenched. Neon sat properly and safely in the carriage, his lips pressed together in helpless resignation. Then he slowly lifted his head, looked ahead, and wondered why. Choi drove the carriage cheerfully and called out with a bright smile, "Good thing our routes happened to overlap." Looking at the man's gentle expression, Neon felt deeply awkward and baffled. "Butler Choi is here too?" The old man's eyes gleamed with amusement as he said, "Though it is only for 2 short days, I look forward to being of service to you, young master." Butler Choi gently reassured him, "You need not feel so pressured, sir." Sitting upright in the carriage, Neon unconsciously replied when shown such consideration, "Yes, sir." Choi then explained at an even pace, "It is nearly time to clean the ancestral graves before Lunar New Year. I also have a message to deliver to the keeper of Mount Chanwi. I am only accompanying you because it is the family head's order." Only then did Neon laugh aloud in understanding. So that's what it is. Actually, having someone along makes the journey less lonely. Then he thought to himself, but really, there's no way this is just a coincidence. Neon remained lost in thought over Butler Choi. His aura and presence seemed ordinary, yet he was absolutely not an ordinary person. He was a key figure within the family, holding a position more important than many of the elders. The distance between himself and Butler Choi was impossible to gauge. Suddenly, the butler's voice rang out and brought him back to himself. Speaking of which, Butler Choi looked at him curiously and asked, "I heard that before entering Mount Chanwi, you plan to stop by Mist Mountain. May I ask why you intend to visit the ancestral graves?" Neon scratched his head with a cheerful smile. "I wanted to visit the grave of the previous family head. Since this is my first trip leaving the family grounds, I thought it would be proper to greet the ancestors first." Then he could not help thinking, well, that is a legitimate reason. But I also want people to see that even a child of a concubine is willing to travel all this way to pay respects at the ancestral graves. The old man smiled and praised him. "As expected, young master, you are very wise. Many elders will be pleased to see such reverence for the ancestors from you." Neon politely thanked him. "I'm truly grateful to be regarded that way by you." Inwardly, he judged that sounded as though he saw straight through my thoughts. Butler Choi hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young master, may I venture a word?" Neon smiled obediently. "Yes, I'm listening." The old man asked, "Do you enjoy climbing mountains?" Neon immediately replied, "No, sir. I don't think I've ever really climbed one properly." At that, Butler Choi slowly opened his eyes and smiled. "I see. As for me, I rather enjoy climbing mountains." He then began telling a story from his own past. "Once, I climbed an extremely dangerous mountain. There was not even a trail. I had to make my own path as I went. If you were in that situation, young master, what would you do?" Neon seriously put a hand to his chin, thought for a moment, then answered, "I would quietly keep my eyes forward and continue climbing. That way, I would reach the summit faster and more accurately." The old man smiled and nodded. "As expected. In that case, you really would climb quickly." And then I gave you an example. But in reality, it doesn't work that way. From time to time, you have to look back, sweep your eyes to both sides, and observe the terrain to see whether you're still on the right path. If you only keep staring straight ahead, it becomes easy to lose your way and end up taking a longer route. At that moment, Butler Choi slowly opened his eyes and said seriously, "Especially when that mountain is even higher." Neon suddenly realized something. Could it be he was talking about the Marshall Path? Scenes from the past slowly surfaced in his mind, and he told himself, after regressing, "I still haven't fully digested my new power, yet I already rushed to take in something else. But I never once thought that would be a problem. If this keeps up, even if I have time, I'll only keep chasing after something new." Neon lowered his head politely. "Thank you for your valuable guidance, Butler Choi." The old man waved his hand with a smile. It was nothing. Please just take it as the grumbling of an old man. A little later, Butler Choi glanced outside. Let's see. It seems we've arrived. The luxurious black car came to a quick stop. This was Mist Mountain. Neon got out of the car and looked up at the majestic mountain peak before him. Then he called out to the man who had accompanied him the whole way. Butler Choi, with one hand holding his sword and the other gripping the strap of his bag. Neon asked, I heard that only those with the blood of the Mist clan, or those who've been granted permission, can pass through the mountain gate. Then can you go inside as well, sir? Folding his arms, Butler Choi replied, I was fortunate enough to be granted that authority by the previous head of the family. The two of them started walking together. At that moment, Butler Choi spoke. I'll go tend to his grave. Young master, where do you intend to go first? Neon glanced at him. I plan to visit the place where the founder's memorial tablet is enshrined first. Suddenly, his body sensed something different. This feeling. Have I already passed through the barrier around the ancestral graves? Neon opened and clenched his hand repeatedly. It felt as though he had just stepped into another world. Butler Choi lowered his head. They'll take my leave first. I hope you achieve what you desire, young master. Neon walked forward, then turned back with a smile. Thank you. The sound of footsteps echoed through the quiet space. A tomb appeared right before him. I'm here, the resting place of the first family head. Neon slowly pushed open the door and respectfully said, a descendant of the Mist household humbly seeks an audience with the founder. Then he reached out and drew his sword. If I am being disrespectful by unsheathing my blade before the grave of my ancestor. Neon looked at the sword, the corner of his lips curling upward. Then I hope you will forgive me, ancestor, because this step was arranged beforehand by you yourself. A moment later, he gently placed the sword on the table. Holding a bottle in one hand, he poured out a cup of liquor and thought to himself, Black Knight is a sword, but it isn't merely a sword. Then he lifted the cup and poured the liquor onto the sword. Before regressing, it was his eldest brother who had revealed the family secret. The sword trembled slightly as the liquor touched it. Black Knight was sealed by 9 seals. A current of power wrapped around it. Of the seals I know, there are 4 in total. First, prove that I am the sword's master. An image of Neon from when he was still frail flashed through his mind. Second, prove that I carry the blood of the Mist household. The earth and stones around him burst apart. Third, pass the naming rite, the first trial established by the founder. Several characters appeared on the sword, glowing with blue light. So far, I've broken a total of 3 seals. Neon stood there watching the spiritual energy spread out from it. What kind of clue will I get for the next seal? Suddenly, the mirror nearby lit up with a strange brilliance. A line of text then appeared. Chanwi. Just as expected, it's still the Mount Chanwi I know. So it's Mount Chanwi after all. Mount Chanwi was the place where the founder first sensed spiritual energy and chose as a training ground for later descendants. At that moment, Mount Chanwi stood before him, a place filled with mystic power. Even though I read the records, this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Then a voice slowly drifted over from behind. It truly is a magnificent mountain. Neon brightened. Yes, it feels very different from Mist Mountain or Red Azure Island. Butler Choi looked at him and said, I hope you, too, will obtain the result you desire, young master. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. Those bastards are making noise again. Sanjiji was fuming. Damn it, my head is splitting. Those mutts have come swarming in again. Caught off guard, Neon turned his head and thought, since when? I couldn't sense any presence at all. The guard beside him warned, young master Butler Choi, step back. He's a master. Pointing furiously, the man cursed. Are you idiots so crazy to die? I'm warning you nicely. Hand over the boss. The guard ignored him and ordered, form up. Sanjiji immediately slammed the guard's head into the ground. Unbelievable. You black-haired brats. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The moment you grab a lump of iron, you just have to pick a fight, don't you? Neon stood there blankly, watching the scene unfold in an instant. After settling things, the man picked up a bottle of liquor and gulped it down. A whole group of guards lay sprawled across the ground, unable to move. Sanjiji let out an irritated breath. Seriously, they don't even know who they're dealing with, and they still charge in. Then he turned around and said, hey, you really don't understand basic manners. Didn't I say you had to give at least 1 month's notice? Coming empty-handed like this is just asking to die. Butler Choi smiled kindly. About that, my apologies, but your words are a bit harsh. The man bristled. Harsh? People have gotten pretty bold these days, huh? You're even talking back now. Standing beside him, Neon hesitated before speaking. Butler Choi. Butler Choi cleared his throat and looked at Neon. I forgot to introduce him. Then he extended a hand forward. This is the keeper of Mount Chanwi. Sanjiji pushed up his glasses and frowned. Him? The kid Tessie brought back from outside. Butler Choi said, yes, this is 9th young Master Lai Neon, the one who will ascend the mountain this time. Sanjiji suddenly asked him, you saw part of my technique just now, didn't you? Neon was startled, but then thought seriously, I didn't expect him to notice that. After a brief hesitation, he answered, yes, I did. The man stroked his chin and looked Neon over with an evaluating gaze. You got a bit of the same air as Tessie, but the scent on you is a little strange. Suddenly, one of Neon's eyes turned red. Neon covered his eye at Sanjiji's words. What? This brat's got a strange eye too. A beam of light spread out, leaving Neon stunned. That. A little later, the man kept drinking and laughing loudly in praise. Western liquor really is different. This woody aroma is strange, but it leaves an indescribably delicious taste on the tongue. Beside him, Butler Choi smiled. I'm glad it suits your taste. Neon could only smile awkwardly in silence, thinking, I don't know much about alcohol, but even I can tell this isn't anything cheap. Sanjiji slammed the bottle down on the table. All right then, tell me your story, he added, sending a scrawny kid like you here to train. They must really hate you, huh? Neon answered, I came here entirely of my own will. Sanjiji burst out laughing. Oh really? The man looked away, just the type of child tangled up with death and fate. Neon sat there drenched in sweat, clenching his hand as he thought, while the man also reflected inwardly. The illusion your demon, it just showed me, and the identity of the mountain keeper that I heard before regressing. Neon quickly guessed the identity of the person before him. He's a Dakibi. A Dakibi can predict the future with eyes filled with stars. Among those abilities is reading fate. Sunju Panja is the ability to see things that have already been decided and cannot be changed. Sanjiji asked, so then, you've been given a whole year. What do you plan to do with it? Then he added inwardly, let me tell you something. Your father can hear every word you say right now. Neon sat there in silence for a long, while beneath the gaze of the two men. By now, the outside had been swallowed by night. Sanjiji's voice echoed from outside. Damn it, I've seen some strange people before, but that guy. The moment I mentioned the training yard, he ran straight there. Waving his hand with a liquor bottle still in it, he said, you too, after I finish treating those weaklings, head out with them. Butler Choi sat upright. Thank you for allowing us to use the spirit water. Looking at the butler in front of him, Sanjiji spoke again. Then, throwing the bottle behind him, he asked seriously, why did you really come here? You didn't come all this way just to deliver liquor, did you? Butler Choi nodded. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Then, as the other man's hand tightened around the cup, Butler Choi said, could it be that the Mountain Lord has read the heavenly signs? The family had sent me to ask. Looking weary, Sanjiji set down his cup and said slowly, the heavenly signs. I did read them, but there isn't much I can say. Butler Choi smiled teasingly. Surely a Dakibi who has just been treated to good liquor wouldn't refuse to lend a hand. The man snapped, hey brat, that liquor was your apology. Butler Choi replied gently, I brought more than 10 bottles. While cursing under his breath and drinking, Sanjiji muttered, damn it, I knew this would happen. After draining the bottle, he slammed it onto the table and exhaled sharply. Then he grew serious. There's still a long road ahead. The heavenly gate opened a long time ago. Human power has already reached its peak, and chaos will follow. Tell him not to be impatient and to let things follow their natural course. Holding his cup with a smile, Butler Choi said, yes, I will relay those words to the family head. Sanjiji pointed at him, blazing with indignation. If I'd won that damned wrestling match back then, I never would have gotten dragged into this mess. Then he continued, anyway, it seems you're rather fond of that illegitimate brat, aren't you? Aren't you worried? Butler Choi's face turned serious as he looked into the cup in his hand. As a servant, I simply serve the bloodline of Marshal Exalt Lai. Sanjiji poured another cup. You heard him say he wants to go there, didn't you? He's still just a rookie. He was caught off guard when Butler Choi said, all it takes is for you to keep an eye on him once. Then Butler Choi smiled. You'll find him interesting too, Mountain Lord. The scene shifted to a training ground lit by a few lamps. A small arm slowly emerged. Neon stepped out and looked at the scene before him in astonishment. No matter how many times I see it, it still amazes me. A tree knot leads to a training ground. He looked around at everything. Even the place where the Mountain Lord stayed yesterday had an entrance to a cave. So, is this Dakibi magic? Then he stretched out and loosened up. To be honest, I'm lacking in many areas. From now on, I have 1 year. Neon summoned his sword. Magic, the secret techniques I learned from Mujin and Mujin, the Demon Eye, Intuition, and Black Chi. I have to make all of them truly mine. Smiling with determination, he said, the goal is 1,000 times. And if that still isn't enough, I'll keep going until it is. Elsewhere, Sanjiji lay there rubbing his stomach. That guy's way too intense. I've never seen anyone like him. Watching the image of Neon training diligently, he thought he trains until his body falls apart, then recovers with spirit water, then repeats it all over again. It sounds easy enough, but that's practically self-torture. Then he snapped his fingers, and the illusion vanished. No wonder his fate is so dim. Closing his eyes, he lay there thinking. He was fated to die young or live a life of misery, and yet he's overturning that unchangeable destiny. He's even suppressing his own inborn energy, a being without a fate. When was the last time I saw someone like that? Suddenly, Sanjiji snapped his fingers and smiled. Indeed, blood never lies. Your family is truly far too bizarre. Even the heavens must be sick of you by now. In the blink of an eye, time passed swiftly. 3 months later, he fumed. That Choi guy said this would be interesting. Sanjiji shouted, I'm bored out of my mind. I'm not even going to watch anymore. That brat does nothing but basic training all day. What's so fun about that? He turned over, shut his eyes, and lay down. Other than asking permission to go gather herbs, he barely says a word. Well, I guess he's not dead yet. Then suddenly, some noise made Sanjiji snap his eyes open. He sat up at once. That's the cry of a spirit beast. Baki? Did something invade the mountain? Then he immediately lifted a hand and gave a light snap. A phantom mirror gradually appeared. I already set up a barrier, so that shouldn't be possible. Terrified, Baki was running for its life. Could those old fools from the main family have caused some kind of problem when they brought food and liquor? Sanjiji stared furiously into the phantom mirror. What the hell? What is that brat doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat a spirit beast. Neon was rapidly chasing after Baki from behind. He immediately opened the door and shouted, Stop right there. A gust of wind swept quickly through the treetops. Neon had a small shovel in hand and kept chasing without pause. Sanjiji shot forward like a blade, furious. Hey, you little punk, have you gone insane? What the hell are you doing? Neon stopped, sweating, and greeted him. Mountain Lord, it's been a while. Then he said seriously, but could you please step aside for a moment? Lai Neon, 14 years old, pointing at him. Sanjiji cursed relentlessly. How dare you target a sacred creature right in front of me? I've lived this long and never seen a bastard like you. Neon recoiled in surprise, then raised his brows and asked, Huh? What are you talking about, sir? Still not calming down, Sanjiji explained, the thing you've been chasing with killing intent is the sacred beast named Baki. Unfazed by Sanjiji's rage, Neon instead spoke so calmly that the man froze. Why would I kill a sacred beast? Sanjiji looked him over. His eyes landed on the things Neon was carrying, and he blurted out, a basket and a hoe. Then a strange cry rang out. The moment Neon spotted Baki, he lifted his hoe. That little brat, seeing that, Sanjiji hurriedly grabbed Neon by the shoulder to stop him. Hey, wait a second. He held Neon back, trying to keep him from moving, and asked in confusion, Why exactly are you chasing Baki? Neon frowned irritably, then shouted, That thing stole my medicinal elixir. Before Sanjiji could even process what he had heard, Neon slipped past him and lunged forward. Sorry, but I'll explain later. Sanjiji's eyes widened in shock. Stretching out a hand in a desperate attempt to stop him, he said, Hey, brat, if the sacred beast has already run off, how do you even plan to find it? But before he could finish, Sanjiji abruptly froze. He watched the direction Neon ran in and thought, he's chasing in exactly the same direction Baki fled. No matter how faint its presence is, it should be hard to pinpoint its location that accurately. The sensing isn't even that clear. Sanjiji observed him, then looked down at Neon's feet, where a green power surrounded them, and stared in disbelief. Even with that force erupting from the tips of his toes, the ground isn't damaged at all. Was that kid always this fast? Neon sprang upward and reached out toward Baki, making it flee in terror. Sanjiji stood there watching, wondering. I only took my eyes off him for about 3 months. Could something really have happened in that time? After a while of chasing and circling, everything finally came to a halt. Sanjiji raised a hand to his mouth, coughed lightly, and spoke. So, while you were searching for the final ingredient for your elixir, Baki stole the medicine and ran off. Is that right? My apologies. Neon's face darkened, and in a weary voice he muttered, at the very least, that was mountain ginseng 40, maybe 50 years old. Not hearing clearly, Sanjiji let out a small sound. Standing before him with his head lowered, Neon kept lamenting without end. FOTI, white scale grass, dragon scale flower, pine mushroom, cordyceps that grew from the corpse of a demonic insect. I worked so hard to gather all of them. Hearing that, Sanjiji fell silent and guiltily turned his head away. When Neon saw that the man had no reaction, his face looked even gloomier, and he said dejectedly, that medicine was something I painstakingly refined over 100 sleepless days. It all turned into nothing. Sanjiji quickly reacted. Flustered, he wanted to reach out and comfort Neon, yet didn't quite dare. And know that. Sorrow filled Sanjiji's eyes, and Neon let out a weary, pained sigh. So one of the reasons I came to Mount Chanwi has failed. That medicine was one of my important goals. Unable to bear it anymore, Sanjiji's face flushed purple with anger as he shouted at him. Hey, I already allowed you to pick it, didn't I? So what if it got snatched away? Pretending to be innocent, Neon clapped his hands together as if just realizing it. Ah, that's true. Even so, Neon still didn't let Sanjiji off the hook. His words struck like arrows. You did give me permission, but in the end, I still lost it within your territory, Lord Sanjiji. Since I failed to manage it properly, that is my fault. Furious, Sanjiji slammed a hand against his chest and shouted in irritation. Fine, I'll compensate you. That was exactly the opening Neon had been waiting for. The moment those words left Sanjiji's mouth, a sly smile curled across his face. Anything is fine. I'll accept anything. Having said exactly what Neon wanted to hear, Sanjiji faltered when Neon calmly asked, just now, you said anything would do, right? Neon lifted his head, wearing a mysterious smile that was somehow a little frightening. As it happens, Lord Sanjiji, there are 2 things I need your help with. Lord Sanjiji. A sharp, thorn-covered leg shot toward Neon. Suddenly, a yellow talisman appeared right in front of him. He looked at it in surprise. It floated in midair, glowed for a moment, then gently drifted down. Sanjiji bent to look at the talisman, picked it up, and muttered, damn it, why do I have to serve some brat? Holding the talisman between 2 fingers, Sanjiji sighed and waved it back and forth, grumbling, why did I even promise to do this? But when he saw how exhausted Neon looked, he brightened and asked, hey kid, want to rest a little? Breathing heavily, Neon raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, please right now. Sanjiji didn't waste words. He quickly instructed Neon, do as you like. Focus and picture the opponent from your memory. Neon immediately closed his eyes and obeyed. Sanjiji raised his hand, and the talisman floated up. As it slowly dissolved, an illusion of Dung Hoa holding a sword appeared. The 2 figures immediately clashed, neither willing to yield, unleashing a violent burst of power. Watching from outside, Sanjiji murmured in amazement, good grief, demonic energy is just pouring out of him. I can't believe he even thought of asking me to help him train with illusions. Grinding his teeth in anger, fire rising his chest, he clenched his fist and thought, how did he even know to ask for illusion training? And for 4 straight hours, no less. Sanjiji calmed down and shoved both hands into his pockets, brushing aside his earlier thoughts. Well, what's done is done. It's not that hard anyway. Suddenly, his whole body stiffened. He glanced toward Neon, not far away, and analyzed him. In the past 3 months, the boy's body had clearly become much healthier, more refined overall, and his control was unmistakably more polished. Had he even grown taller? It wasn't that he had become simply stronger. He had become steadier. And around Neon, Sanjiji could see a blue source of power. Sanjiji's expression turned serious as he stared. Putting that aside, he fell silent. Folding his arms, he carefully watched Neon's movements. Perhaps I should ask him about that weapon again. As night gradually fell, Neon soaked comfortably in a hot bath and leaned his head back with a groan. I feel alive again. If this weren't a healing spring, I wouldn't have been able to endure it. If only there were healing springs outside Mount Chanwi too. It feels just like being back at the main house. Suddenly, a hairy foot slowly appeared as Sanjiji lowered it into the bath. Startled while soaking there, Neon slipped and widened his eyes in alarm. Someone's this close, and I still couldn't sense his presence. Sanjiji stepped into the bath, looked at him, and said, "Seeing how exhausted you are, I guess you really are human after all." Neon straightened up and asked, "Did you come here for something, Lord Sanjiji?" Frowning, Sanjiji sank into the bath and said, "I've had a hard time too, you know. Am I not allowed to come rest? You've been here for quite a while now. Have you been resting properly?" Neon rubbed the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. "I always rest well." Suddenly, Sanjiji cut him off. "I mean, other than coming here after every training session, brat." Leaning one arm against a rock, Sanjiji stuffed food into his mouth with the other hand and said, "I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've seen someone train as stupidly as you." Neon, sitting there, looked at him and replied, "He's holding another egg again." "Is that so?" Outwardly, he remained cheerful and normal, but inwardly, it was another matter. He was still a little annoyed. Neon rose from the bath, wrapped a towel around his waist, and asked permission to leave. "I feel like my body is fully recovered, so I'll be going first." Before Neon could leave, Sanjiji slammed the egg against the rock, shattering it, and shouted, "Wait." Startled by his action, Neon opened his eyes wide and listened in silence. "There's still something I want to ask. Sit down." After thinking it over carefully for a while, Sanjiji finally spoke, curious about the object Neon carried. "Hey, what's the name of that thing you swung around earlier?" Neon, who had been reaching out his hand, froze at the question. "You mean this?" Sanjiji's face grew stern, his probing gaze relentless. "Yes. Where did you get it?" Crossing his arms, Sanjiji warned him, "Promise me you won't tell anyone what I'm about to say about it." "I'm not certain, but this concerns its identity." Knowing it would be hard to deceive him, Neon felt a little uneasy, but answered anyway. "Its name is Mujin. I got it from the family treasury." Sanjiji lifted his head and slowly raised his hand, using his power to draw in the hot steam and form it into a small vortex as he began to speak. "I don't know how much you understand about that thing, but a very long time ago I saw something very similar." The steam gathered thicker and thicker. His gaze did not waver as he continued. "Long ago, there existed a sorcerer who could communicate with souls and read the stars in the sky." Sanjiji raised his hand higher, and the hot steam from the bath slowly gathered into a dense whirlpool. Resting his arm on the rock, he said, "That mage always carried one thing with him." An image of the sorcerer from Sanjiji's imagination appeared, one hand holding a stone, the other creating a flame. A stone that could freely change shape. With only that stone, the sorcerer could perform all kinds of magic. With a solemn, unwavering stare, he said, "Using forbidden arts without paying any price, that man naturally became the greatest mage of his era." In the middle of speaking, he suddenly flicked a finger sideways, trailing a small blue current of power from its tip. But then that mage's form changed into something horrifying. He was no longer human. He became a monster. The stone he trusted in the end devoured him. He lost all reason and began destroying everything like a beast. Sanjiji slowly shut his eyes and waved his hand as he said, "He changed like that in less than a year. He didn't die easily, so in the end they sealed him away." Facing him, Neon asked curiously, "What about the stone?" Seeing his curiosity, Sanjiji did not hide anything and answered directly, "They gathered the power of countless mages of that age and destroyed it." Hearing that, Neon lowered his head slightly and touched his chin in thought. "That sounds similar to a story I read in the Zhang Jiang records." Neon looked up at Sanjiji and asked based on his own guess, "Could it be that the mage was sealed in a place called Mangji Mountain?" Sanjiji calmly denied it. "No, he was sealed on an island at the far eastern edge." Neon immediately recalled the image of a small dagger and a large rough stone. Thinking it through, he reached his own conclusion. Then it's not the one recorded in the Zhang Jiang. The stone and Mujin are two separate objects, but they are connected somehow. As Neon was absorbed in his thoughts, Sanjiji continued, making him raise his head and listen. Returning to the story, Sanjiji abruptly became serious and pointed straight ahead. "Back then, I smelled a foul stench from that stone." Sanjiji's finger was not pointing vaguely into space. It pointed directly at Neon, sitting opposite him, as he explained, "And that smell is very similar to the scent coming from you right now. A strange scent that is not human, not beast and not spirit. Lowering his hand back onto the rock, he relaxed and burst into laughter. Mujin is an alien thing of unknown nature. There are better weapons out there, so why don't you give this one up? But beneath that joking laughter, Neon heard another emotion. He pressed his lips together under the pressure. Sanjiji's tone sounded like a gentle suggestion, yet it carried a suffocating weight, as if his heart were being crushed. Neon quickly steadied himself, then raised his face and looked straight at Sanjiji. When I obtained the spirit eyes, my father advised me to seal them away. Hearing that, Sanjiji bent slightly forward, baring his teeth in a faint grin. Elegant brat, you said that to Tessie. But before the smile had even lasted long, Sanjiji shouted at him. But kid, do you think that thing is the same as the spirit eyes? Neon did not beat around the bush. Half closing his eyes, unconcerned, he replied, to me, there's not much difference. At those words, Sanjiji suddenly rose from the hot bath, bracing his hands on his thighs as he said, then there's no other choice. He curved his hand upward, slowly drawing in streams of power. Without any more hesitation, Sanjiji's eyes turned stark white. Grinding his teeth, gripping his thorn-covered staff, he shouted, then I'll have to take it by force. No longer patient, Sanjiji swung the staff hard toward the spot where Neon sat, showing no sign of holding back. Neon merely bent slightly and watched calmly, without fear. Yet the staff stopped right in front of him after coming down. With killing intent in his eyes, Sanjiji threatened, hand it over while I'm still asking nicely. Neon pressed his lips together and remained silent. Frowning slightly as he watched Sanjiji's actions, he said, it's been a long time since you last wielded a weapon. You're not sure you'll be able to hold back, are you? Remembering that, he lowered his hand, rubbed his eyes with a sigh, and muttered in frustration. Sweat began to bead on Sanjiji's face. Forcing a grin, he asked, so you knew all along? Neon answered at an even pace, of course. With a gentle expression and not the least bit angry despite being threatened, Neon said, to protect the mountain and help those who train here, that is the vow you made with the founder. You were only testing my resolve, weren't you? Sanjiji was driven nearly mad by him and finally shouted, unable to contain himself, hey, you arrogant brat. You said that to Tessie? Before he could laugh for long, Sanjiji shouted at Neon again. But kid, do you think that thing is the same as the spirit eyes? Neon replied without hesitation, his eyes half closed and utterly unconcerned. To me, there's not much difference. At those words, Sanjiji suddenly stood up out of the hot bath, bracing his hands on his thighs as he said, then there's no other choice. He raised his hand in a curve, slowly absorbing streams of power. You rotten brat who keeps wringing things out of God. In the silent wilderness deep in the mountains, a small courtyard and a lit wooden house came into view, the temporary lodging of Lai Neon at Mount Chanwi. Sitting cross-legged in perfect posture, he held the two pieces of the sword in both hands and murmured, I can't believe it took a full 3 months to read Yudo's memories. Recalling the time when he had first set out, Neon remembered being given 2 swords by his relative before leaving the Lai Sungmu estate. The ring on his hand glowed, and Neon lifted it closer to his face, analyzing its function. Effenbox possesses an innate Yin attribute. It can emit freezing energy. Neon stretched out his hand, and a long green thread appeared beneath the ring, the ability to use the copied powers of weapons. That current of power shot forward at once, heading toward the sword leaning against the wall. Without waiting for Neon's command, the long thread wrapped itself several times around the sword's hilt. With a sharp tug, the thread yanked the sword toward him. Very quickly, Neon plunged into old memories and returned to the past. He saw that sword being gently and carefully set down. Before I broke the seal at Mount Sumo, this was as far as I could see. Standing behind the young nobleman, Neon glanced at him and thought, what matters begins now. Keeping himself tucked to one side, Neon listened as the mysterious young nobleman said, I intend to seal this sword. I will not let my descendants be swayed by its power. From the darkness, a hidden man answered in a low, thoughtful voice, sealing it won't be difficult. Are you certain? The young nobleman did not want to think about it any longer. Without waiting for the hooded figure to continue, he answered, if they are not worthy, it would be better if they never use it. Understanding his meaning, the hooded man extended a hand toward the sword. Understood. Power flowed out from him and gradually seeped into the blade, making it glow. Brilliant letters lit up across the body of the sword. The hooded man touched it gently and announced, "The sealing is complete." The two continued discussing it, but suddenly their voices became muffled and indistinct, and Neon could not make out the details of the sealing. He stood behind them, inwardly disappointed. "I still haven't heard anything about the seals that haven't been broken yet." Facing the other man, the hooded figure spoke carefully. "When the third seal is broken, its power will be released. Do you accept that?" The young nobleman picked up the sword and said reassuringly, "That won't make a great difference, so it's fine." Turning away, he gripped the sword firmly and unleashed power from it, saying, "Even so, I still need to test it." The sword continuously emitted a strange force. Watching everything, Neon thought that, does Hyukia have mana channels flowing inside it? In complexity, it's no different from a human mana system. That power quickly spread over the young nobleman's body as he raised a hand and drew out more power. Like a flash of lightning, the young nobleman swung the sword, sending it slicing forward at blinding speed. With solemn force, he brought the slash straight down. Hazy streams of smoke appeared. Seeing what happened, Neon reflected, mana isn't just being blocked, it's being thrown into disorder. After finishing the motion, the young nobleman lifted the gleaming sword to eye level and said, "I'll need to reinforce the seal a little more." After joining that old stream of memories, Neon quickly returned to reality. Neon slammed his foot against the floor, sending dust and sand flying everywhere. His face was filled with rage as he charged forward powerfully. Iron weapon thrust. In front of Neon stood the Spider Queen, a 5th-level monster. He swung his sword at the Spider Queen and split her body cleanly in two. After the Spider Queen was killed, smoke scattered through the air and a voice rang out. It was Sanjiji's voice. His face was full of excitement as he continued, "Do you know this is your first victory after all those defeats? Let's see now. 7 months, was it?" Neon didn't hesitate to fire back. Smiling brightly, he replied, "You know I can beat you any time now, right? BZZ, special case, huh? Hey, you little devil." Dropping the joke, Sanjiji asked him seriously, "So what you planning to do this time?" But before he could celebrate for long, Neon continued, "No." His eyes suddenly lit up, burning with enthusiasm. "I think it's time for the challenge." Placing a hand against his chest, Neon declared in a clear voice, "The challenge created by the founder, Muhi Olmong. Muhi Olmong, the realm of trials created for the Lai Marshall family. It contained the power and domain of John Wazin, and it was an illusion strengthened by Dakabi magic." Sanjiji asked him seriously, "You really want to challenge it?" Neon answered just as seriously, "Yes. I worked hard for this." His face darkened when Sanjiji stated firmly, "As you are now, you're not strong enough to overcome the challenge." But when the old man uttered one word, however, Neon looked up at him curiously. Then Sanjiji stretched out his palm, smiling. He made an announcement to Neon. "It seems you're ready to take on the challenge. Lai Neon, 9th successor of the Lai Marshall family. I grant you permission to challenge Muhi Olmong." Neon clasped Sanjiji's hand with a smack and replied at once, "Thank you." Not long after, Sanjiji led him to the mouth of a cave and introduced it. "This is the entrance to Muhi Olmong." A little puzzled, Neon immediately turned and asked, "Isn't this the cave that leads to where you live?" Sanjiji stepped forward and answered, for the time being, "Yes." Then Sanjiji stretched his palm forward and bluish energy began to radiate out. He placed his hand on the stone wall, and the force twisted into circles. Only moments after he touched the wall, blue spiritual energy spread through the entire space. A little later, Sanjiji turned and said, "You probably already know this, but once you enter Muhi Olmong, you won't be able to leave until the challenge is over. Open it and go in." Neon quickly stepped past him. Before entering, he declared, "Then I'll come back out." As Neon pushed the door open, a beam of light burst out, followed by Sanjiji's blessing from behind him. "Good luck." The light was so blinding that Neon had to raise a hand to shield his eyes. At that moment, he found himself thinking, to some people, he was the god of war. To others, he was the dragon slayer. He carefully listed even loftier titles in his mind, or perhaps even a legendary symbol from fantasy tales, the founder of the greatest family in the world. At that moment, the founder, Lai Hunian, appeared before Neon's eyes, and Neon immediately offered him a respectful greeting. This descendant greets the founding ancestor of the Lai martial family. He gripped his weapon tightly, inwardly marveling that the man's presence was so overwhelming it was as if he were still alive. Then Neon fixed his gaze ahead and reminded himself, throughout history, only a few people across the generations have challenged Muhyolmon. There is only one condition for victory: defeat the founder at the age of 15. At that moment, the founder held the scabbard in one hand while drawing the blade with the other. Neon closed his eyes tightly, his strategy already carefully prepared in his head. First, I'll probe him. Before he could do anything, blood suddenly poured from his throat. At that very moment, Hunhyeon's sword had already sunk deep into Neon's chest. Then Neon jolted awake and cried out loudly. Now he was lying on the grass, his mind spinning with questions. What was that just now? My heart was pierced. Neon lay there with an arm over his forehead. I wasn't careless. He sat up abruptly, sending grass flying everywhere. I've had my throat cut in simulations before, but at least then I knew how it happened. Neon's face darkened as he seriously reflected on it. But this time, aside from my heart being pierced, I know nothing at all. He shook his head lightly, trying to calm himself. Calm down. Examine it carefully. Neon placed a hand on his head and continued thinking. He didn't use any secret technique or ultimate move, not even an aura-enhanced body technique. Suddenly, his eyes widened. It seemed Neon had realized something. The battle from earlier replayed in his mind. That attack had been as fast as lightning. Even with my sixth sense, I couldn't detect it, even with my eyes closed. Could it have been an attack aimed at my blind spot? His head was full of questions. Neon didn't know which guess was right. But how could that be? He would have had to read all of my movements to do it. He reached for his sword and prepared to stand, which means he's that strong. Straightening up, he wore a solemn expression. He stomped hard against the ground, his fighting spirit surging sky high. Neon walked straight ahead, striding forward proudly. He looked pretty cool on the outside, but in truth, he was extremely tense. I really don't know if I can win. Elsewhere, inside a grand residence. My lord, we've received word from John Wazen. Tessie opened a wooden box and took out the cloth inside. Carefully wiping the sword in his hand, he said quietly, so he entered the cave after all. Yes, it has been 10 months. Tessie stared at the gleaming sword, inwardly impressed, but he shouldn't have reached that level of skill yet. Tessie recalled all the battles his son had fought. He remembered every one of them. That child had never truly been defeated. Wei Yusin, the twin blade of the Blood Tiger, the faceless queen of curses. Judging by wins and losses, he had not won every fight, but he had never truly been defeated either. Tessie's lips curled slightly, looking rather proud. In other words, he had never experienced what it meant to hit a wall. Sheathing the sword, he asked Butler Choi, "Do you know why the survival rate in Muhyolmon is below 50%? An image of Neon standing proudly before a towering mountain rose in Tessie's mind, along with the answer, because they collapse mentally when they run into the wall called Lai Hunhyeon. Then what will happen to someone who has never faced such a wall when he stands before it? Neon had just finished another battle and dropped his blade onto the grass. Then what will a child with no experience breaking walls do? Neon lay back down on the grass, one arm covering his face as he gasped for breath. When he comes face to face with a real wall, he ground his teeth, unable to understand what had just happened. Did I just die in one strike again? Neon silently replayed his opponent's fighting style. The battle had happened very quickly. He deceived my senses, drove straight in at me, and then attacked from the side. Neon sat up abruptly, resting an arm on his knee. An attack aimed completely in my blind spot. Did he really read every single one of my attack patterns? Neon looked at his trembling hands and thought quietly. It's been a long time since I felt like this. He clenched his hand into a fist, looking utterly determined. Helplessness, despair, knowing that I can't win. At present, his odds of victory were very low, but Neon still reached out and picked up his blade. I can't break down or give up here. He gripped the sword tightly with both hands. Sparkling streaks wrapped around the blade. No one in this world understands this feeling better than I do. Neon sprinted forward while thinking, when you fall into the abyss, the only way out is up. He gathered momentum and leapt high into the air, his eyes frighteningly fierce. My efforts were not in vain. The founder showed no fear at all. He simply raised his sword to block. The founder merely flicked his sword lightly, and Neon's head was severed from his neck in an instant. I'm starting to understand now. The founder isn't using any strange power. as swift as lightning. He even drove his hand straight through Neon's body. The source of the Founder's power was his talent, because he had found the correct answer to his own growth. After many failures, Neon finally came to understand a few things. He knows the perfect action to take at every moment, as if by instinct. The essence of martial arts. Every fundamental forms a firm foundation. Behold, the Founder's path of the sword. While Neon was thinking, the Founder attacked him again. Startled, Neon followed the direction of the Founder's sword with his eyes. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately brought up his own sword to block, a horizontal slash from left to right. After blocking it, Neon broke into a proud smile. Suddenly, blood sprayed across the sky, though it was unclear whose it was. Next time, for sure. Under the vast blue sky, with grass flying everywhere, the two advanced toward each other. Their swords scraped against one another. The first exchange, Neon attacked fiercely, showing no weakness at all. The second exchange, the battle continued with no sign of ending. The third exchange, the fourth exchange. I can finally fight the Founder on equal terms. The Founder's eyes gradually turned more savage. His sword became wrapped in streams of blue light. The Founder slashed straight at Neon, and Neon immediately dodged. Neon instantly broke into a wide grin because he had evaded a killing blow. At last, I made him use aura. He lowered himself into a crouch, one hand braced against the ground, preparing to launch himself again. My unique close combat style, everything about it is unpredictability and freedom. Neon switched to another weapon, preparing to continue the fight. And what I've been lacking is handling every type of weapon. All of those techniques are built on a solid foundation. Only now did he think it through clearly and understand Muhyeolmong's purpose. Now I understand the true purpose of Muhyeolmong. Neon rushed forward at top speed, thrusting the tip of a spear straight at the Founder. Break down the wall, called myself. He tightened his grip on the new weapon, thinking everything that even the Founder does not have. A power I myself don't even know I possess. Neon recalled Zhang's praise for him. It was as if it awakened him. Your talent for magic is truly extraordinary. This ant guarantees it. Neon was thrilled, as delighted as if he had found treasure. Thank you, ant. He raised the spear toward the sky and poured his full power into it. Iron weapon lengthening, storm. The two charged at each other again, neither willing to yield. The two weapons scraped together again, so violently that sparks flew. Suddenly, dirt and stone blasted everywhere, clouding the entire ground. The wall had finally been struck down, but neither side stopped. The wall was collapsing. Elsewhere, amid majestic mountains and delicate branches, Sanji sat drinking wine and talking to himself as he drank. It's been a month since that brat entered Muhyeolmong, hasn't it? Before Tessie, no one had received a challenge match in 1,000 years. Hard to believe another one happened after only 50 years. He slammed his cup down on the table, making the liquid splash out. While he was sitting there drinking, the house shook and Sanji grew furious. What the hell is happening to this mountain? But then excitement took over and he sprang to his feet. Don't tell me. Sanji, overjoyed, rushed straight toward the gate. He stopped in front of the gate, a massive iron door. At that moment, Sanji could no longer hide his emotions and said what was on his mind. The kid really did get through that battle. The iron gate slowly opened, dust and smoke filling the air. Neon's radiant face gradually appeared. He wore a smug smile. Neon stood proudly before Sanji and declared that he had returned. I'm back, guardian of the mountain. After returning, he immediately went to bathe in the hot spring. So then how was it? The two laughed and joked with each other. I never want to go through that again. Sanji said, is that so? But you don't look all that dissatisfied. Almost everyone who comes out of there has a dead look in their eyes. Their personalities change completely afterward. Suddenly, Neon lowered his head and thought sadly. It sounds like everyone found their own answer. As if suddenly remembering something, Neon turned to Sanji and asked, then do you know what my father was like? He asked in return, you mean Tessie? Excitedly opening a can of beer, he said, curious about your father too. Huh? Do you know what he said the moment he came out of there? Recalling the image of a young Tessie, Sanji imitated his voice. Training is enough. I'll return here. Thank you for everything. Neon said, wait, were you just imitating my father? The scenery around where the two were bathing was absolutely beautiful, a soothing wash of deep blue. That's right. Aren't I good at that? Neon denied it. Not at all. Sanji continued. Anyway, you've achieved something remarkable. Kid, you completed the Muhyeolmong mountain trial at the youngest age I've ever seen. Neon closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment, a faint smile on his lips. I only managed to get through it because I came to realize so many things. Wondering what Neon would do next, Sanji asked, so then, what will you do with the time you've left here? More training? When he heard Neon's answer, his eyes widened in surprise. No, I'm going to rest and organize what I realized. Then Sanji burst into laughter and teased him. Huh, I thought you hadn't changed at all. Turns out you did change a little. The boy just said he was going to rest. Are you sick or something? What did that Dakabi magic do to you? Sanji kept laughing loudly with no sign of stopping. By the way, Guardian of the Mountain, Neon was all but blooming with delight as he asked for his reward. It's time for me to receive my reward. Neon even reminded him of what had happened before, making Sanji's face turn black as soot. You didn't forget how you scared me last time, did you? He turned his face away. Wait, you little brat, that was just... The cheerful expression on Sanji's face grew uglier and uglier. Seeing that, Neon said, I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. That makes it even scarier. Then Neon's face suddenly turned unusually serious, and he declared in a clear voice, I want to borrow your Dakabi hammer. Sanji was horrified by Neon's request. What? His hands and feet flailed as he pointed at Neon. Kid, that isn't something a human can handle. You can't even use it. Neon reassured him, it's fine. I just want to touch it once. Neon assured him, surely touching it once won't cause any damage, right? Sanji stammered, well, it's not exactly like that. He clutched his head in distress. Damn it, Fine. Sanjiji had no choice but to indulge him. You won't be able to do anything with it anyway. His hand began to glow, as if he were about to summon something. A spiked mace appeared, wrapped in an alluring blue light. He held it firmly. Neon had remembered information about it from his previous life. Sanjiji handed the spiked mace over to him. I'll let you have it for exactly 1 hour. Then he added a warning. If you try to force it, you'll get yourself into trouble. So be careful, kid. Neon happily accepted it from his hands. Thank you. But the moment Sanjiji let go, the sheer weight of the spiked mace made it impossible for him to hold, and it dropped heavily to the ground. Neon used every ounce of strength he had to lift it, but failed every time. Standing beside him, the old man chuckled. I told you, you can't even lift it. Sanjiji then walked off, leaving him to deal with it alone. Well then, enjoy your hour of fun. Neon panicked at the sight, but there was nothing to be done now. He had already committed himself. It took him quite a while just to drag it back to the stone room. Even moving it little by little was a struggle. I've had to use mana just to lift it this much. Neon rolled his shoulders and flexed his aching arms from handling the spiked mace. And this was not even its complete form. He roughly assessed it, a weapon said to be capable of summoning storms, tides, and flattening mountains with a single swing. If it were fully released, it would be a disaster. Neon poured mana into it. There was only one reason I borrowed this Dakabi hammer. A pitch-black energy drifted around the mace. If this dark aura is considered one aspect of the weapon, can I absorb it? Or does it only work under special circumstances? I need to find out. Suddenly, he heard a scream, as stubborn as ever. What are you planning to do with that? The conflicting forces crashed into each other, injuring Neon and driving him to his knees in pain. He clenched his hand tightly, trying to endure it. I read it. Neon didn't think he would be defeated so easily. I got blown away by a single sound. Even so, he had gained what he wanted. But if I can read its memories, then maybe I can absorb it. His excitement rose. And if I can absorb it, then I may be able to handle weapons no human has ever been able to deal with before. Scene change. Neon slung his bag over his shoulder. Did you pack everything? Sanjiji's voice made him turn around. No wonder things had felt lively down at the foot of the mountain. Holding a bottle of liquor, the old man grinned. So today's the day you're leaving? Neon answered yes. Today marks exactly 1 year. Sanjiji looked surprised. Really? You pulled out a pouch. Sanjiji tossed it up and down like a ball. Neon asked curiously, what's that? The old man laughed loudly. Salt, I'm throwing it because I want to send you off on your journey. Neon's face went blank when he heard that. Quickly forcing a smile again, Neon thanked him. Thank you for everything. I'll come visit you again next year. Though he had been joking around, the old man was clearly sad to see him go, yet he still teased him. You do know you won't be welcomed if you come back empty-handed, right? Sanjiji gave him a condition. Bring a whole lot of liquor when you come back. Neon let out a helpless sigh. The man had just thrown salt at him and was saying that. Then Neon suddenly asked, Guardian of the Mountain, are you satisfied living up here on this mountain? A trace of sadness passed over the old man's face. What does satisfaction matter? This is my land. I stay here because it's mine, that's all. Sanjiji then said casually, I may look stuck here, but I go out plenty. Where do you think all the liquor and snacks I enjoy come from? Annoyed, he shooed Neon away. Now stop bothering me and get going already. Still, Neon lingered a little longer. Not right now, but his words made the old man waver. Someday, I'll bring your name back to you. Sanjiji was startled. You? How do you know about that? Even after Neon left, he remained standing atop the mountain, thinking about what the boy had said to him. When the time comes, you'll need my help. Neon had left a deep impression on him. How does that kid know about that? Seriously, what a strange child. Long ago, there was a Dakabi who wandered through the 8 districts. A man caught that Dakabi, scolded him, and let him go. Unable to accept defeat, the Dakabi challenged the man to a wrestling match. After losing that match as well, the Dakabi made 2 vows. First, he would guard the mountain and guide newcomers. Second, he would create Muhi Olmong and choose suitable people to test within it. Gazing into the distance, he murmured, that's the past everyone knows. He recalled his own past. Back then, Sanjiji had been knocked down by a wicked man. That arrogant man had said to him, since I won from now on, you are not to cause trouble in the mortal world anymore. And to prove it, I will take your name. Sanjiji had looked at the man indifferently. A name is the essence of a person. Your soul will now be bound to me. The wicked man even kindly offered him a hand up, but perhaps it was not entirely a bad thing. That hypocritical man had said, someday, if a child carrying my bloodline returns this name to you, then at last our contract will be complete. Sanjiji let out a bitter sigh. I suppose he wasn't truly bad after all. Hunhien, is that boy really the one who will carry out that task? He rolled his neck and decided to let fate take its course. In any case, the boy said he would bring his name back. Then he suddenly shouted in irritation, furious, and he just runs off like that, leaving me behind with this helpless hope. His steps were full of annoyance. I should have thrown more salt at him. By evening, Neon had reached home. I had to stop by Mount Samu to seal Hyukia, so it took a bit longer. Butler Choi was already waiting at the door for him. It's been a long time, young master. The old servant asked warmly. Have you been well? Neon was surprised by his appearance. Butler Choi. He smiled politely. If Butler Choi is waiting for me, then father must be summoning me. Butler Choi confirmed it. Yes, that is correct. I will bring your luggage inside your room. So please head to the main building at once, young master. Their footsteps echoed through the night. Neon followed Butler Choi respectfully. Out of habit, he started down a different path, but the butler stopped him. Today, we will not be taking that route. This way, young master. Neon was caught off guard by the change. As he walked, suspicion grew in him. This road is definitely. Neon remembered where it led. It was the road to the private training ground of the family head in Lai Sung-mu. Tessie was drawing his sword with a stern expression. Hearing footsteps, he turned. You're here. Tessie slowly sheathed his sword again. It wasn't even surprising anymore. With a grave look, he said, You're here. Neon bowed his head slightly in greeting. Father, have you been well? Tessie looked at him coldly. It seems you've obtained something rather good recently. The distance between the two of them was close, yet impossibly far. Yes, but when I stand before you, Father, I realize how lacking I still am. Tessie closed his eyes briefly and smiled faintly. Did you learn flattery while you were away? If so, I'm disappointed. For the first time, Neon did not feel his father's usual severity, and he froze in place in confusion. Wait, was that a joke? Did father just smile? The butler stepped forward and bowed respectfully. He has arrived, my lord. Tessie replied gently. Thank you. He then turned and called to Neon. This way. The green JT set was exquisitely luxurious, and the steam rising from the hot tea somehow made the whole atmosphere feel more languid. Tessie sat down and asked calmly, How have you been? While Neon was absorbed in recounting everything, Tessie silently pushed a cup of tea toward him. Not a report. Tell me your own feelings. If I wanted a report, I would not have called you here separately. Neon's hands rubbed together repeatedly out of nervousness. If father truly wants to hear how I really feel, then he looked Tessie straight in the face. Then, he hesitated for a moment before forcing the words out. This feels very strange. Tessie gently lifted his teacup and took a sip, speaking to a child not about a training report, but about how he felt during training. This was the first time. That was all. After setting the cup down, he said, You did not waste your time. Neon smiled modestly. I couldn't waste the time you gave me, father. The next question made him pause slightly. Then why did you return late today? Tessie listened intently to hear what he would say. That was because I stopped at Mount Sumo to pay my respects to our ancestors. Neon straightened himself, careful not to reveal any weakness under his father's gaze. Was that all? Gathering all his courage, he answered loudly. If this is something I will have to speak of someday anyway, then I would rather the elders witness that moment as well. Suddenly, an invisible pressure weighed down the entire room. You've achieved only a little, and already you've grown arrogant. An oppressive aura poured from Tessie. Are you truly standing before me and saying that you visited our ancestors' resting place merely to raise your own prestige? Neon struggled to keep himself from being crushed by the immense pressure. He had already made up his mind. But because of Hyukia, I'll have to go to Mount Sumo often. I can't keep going through this every single time. He forced himself to speak, not with words alone. I want to show tradition and respect through action, not merely speech. Sitting upright, he declared firmly to Tessie, they may see me as just a child, but I also carry the blood of the Lime Marshall family. I want to prove myself and become an example. Tessie seemed rather satisfied. Well said. Before the teacup reached his lips, he warned him carefully, I will forgive you this time, but be certain it does not become indulgence. Neon nodded obediently at once. Yes, I am sorry. But the moment he raised his head, he heard Tessie voice another doubt. And one more thing. There is something you have not told me. Neon blinked blankly. Huh. His eyes widened in shock as Tessie exposed him without hesitation. I permitted you to go to Jiansen, but I do not recall granting authority from Yuhi Olma. Tessie slowly rose to his feet. The only thing you asked for was training in Jiansen. He coldly walked away as Neon stared in confusion. You deceived your own father, so your punishment has already been prepared. Come with me. A gleaming silver sword flashed as strong hands drew it decisively. Tessie pointed the blade at him and said coldly, draw your weapon. I will see for myself what you have gained. In the chilly hall, father and son stepped into direct confrontation. The butler held out a sword to Neon. So that's why father brought me to the training ground. This was the reason. He hesitated, unwilling to take the weapon. Can I really show everything I've gained with that? Neon fell into thought. Father knew from the start, didn't he? Then, as if he had made up his mind, he withdrew his hand firmly. Reaching out into empty space, he summoned his own sword, which appeared wrapped in a blue radiance. Even after drawing his weapon, facing Tessie still made him wary. Tessie stared at the sword for a moment, as though recalling something. Then his gaze sharpened. Kome. Golden lightning coiled around Neon's sword as he activated a skill, the Demon Eye. Only when he looked directly did he witness an unbelievable sight, and his eyes widened. Tessie stood there calmly, utterly unmoved. Nothing. I can't see anything at all. I can't see any mana, or even the slightest flow of aura. So even my demon, I can't see through it. Red sparks flared in Neon's eyes. Then I don't need to rely on eyes that might distract me. He drove strength into his supporting leg. Fighting father. There's no need to prepare or warm up first. The pressure was so intense that even the ground cracked. Put everything into the very first strike. The light on Neon's holy sword turned green. Skill, combat style. His eyes also changed to blue, his pupils no longer visible. A burst of light tore through space and shot toward Tessie. Skill, Demon Piercer. The attack came close, yet Tessie still did not move. I even combined it with storm wind and freezing aura. Tessie's eyes remained as calm as a still lake, without the slightest ripple. Even if it can't reach father's feet, if only it can cause some effect at all. Only then, beneath the star-filled sky, did Tessie finally move his sword hand slightly. In the silent night, a single sharp slash split the space before him in two. Neon's attack had been massive, yet it was easily cut apart by one stroke. In the next instant, the blue-black light blocking the front shattered into fragments in midair. The surroundings were left in ruins, dirt, and stones flying everywhere. Neon covered his face and let the debris strike his body. Several cracks had been carved across the floor of the hall. That is enough, Tessie instructed sternly. This is the answer you found after fighting the founder of the clan? Neon stood frozen in place, his hands still covering his face. He coughed a few times, trying to catch his breath, and replied, yes, that emblem with the crossing sword is the symbol of a mighty family and a talent no one possesses but you. And by breaking and rebuilding that talent again and again, you are meant to forge an unshakable foundation. Neon did not retreat, ready to fight on. That is the truest answer I found. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Tessie softened his tone slightly. It seems you've chosen a difficult path. Looking deeply into his father's stern eyes, Neon swore to himself, but I will neither fall nor bow my head. Tessie waved a hand and changed the subject. Good. Then how was the trial in Muhi-Olma? Neon withdrew his sword. I can't clearly put it into words. The hall floor had been utterly wrecked. If you cannot speak of it, then it still has not truly become yours. He handed the sword back to the butler. In truth, that attack just now was not your strongest move, was it? Neon clenched his hand and murmured, yes. I know. Tessie's expression suddenly turned severe, his gaze on Neon complicated. Tessie turned away and strode off decisively. You entered Muhi-Olmong on your own authority. If you show such mediocrity one more time, I will punish you without fail. Neon bent deeply at the waist, anxious. I'm sorry, father. Suddenly Tessie turned and asked, making Neon blink in surprise. What do you intend to do from now on? Neon straightened and answered in a serious voice. About that, there is something I wish to ask of you, father. Tessie lowered his voice. Speak. Neon steeled himself and summoned all his courage to say it. From now on, I'm supposed to go through the Academy's third-year curriculum, but as father already knows, I surpassed the level of an ordinary student long ago. Neon suddenly faltered when Tessie cut him off. Get to the point. Neon firmly took a step forward. I want to experience the world. He struck his chest and spoke seriously. Please allow me to begin the warrior's journey. Tessie glanced at him skeptically. So from the moment you said you want to go to Mount Cheon, this was your real goal? Neon nodded without hesitation. Yes, that's right. Looking only at Tessie's back, he confessed, but the bigger reason is that I want to improve my own abilities. Tessie lowered his head slightly, frowning with concern. Tried to achieve too many things at once. That habit of yours may one day become the noose around your neck. Neon also bowed respectfully to see him off. I will keep that in mind. Tessie narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. Was that advice? And a warning as well? His voice carried a trace of sadness. So, the warrior's journey. Outside the residence, the night sky was covered in stars. The warrior's journey was the final trial that the direct descendants of the ancient martial Lai clan had to overcome. They were to receive no aid from the family, simply train in martial arts until they came of age and then return. There was no fixed test, but they had to achieve something so great that anyone would acknowledge it. Tessie stood silently in the great hall, yet his back seemed to bear an immense burden. Still, 15 is too young. The usual age to begin the warrior's journey is around 17 or 18. In the darkness, Neon alone dared to walk toward the light. But this child was not someone who could be confined within the frame called ordinary. With his own hands, he had proven that he possessed strength equal to that of a fifth-rank warrior. Behind him, many other children were watching his back. Looking at this child, the others would surely become more alert as well. Tessie turning around was itself a sign of support. Very well. Good. I permit you to begin the warrior's journey. Neon was so overjoyed that the hands behind his back clenched together tightly. I did it. But Tessie suddenly paused halfway through, making Neon anxious. However, Tessie's bearing turned extremely stern as he raised his voice. There are two conditions. On a fresh morning at the Lai Sungmu administrative office, Taehong kept waving and calling out loudly. My nephew, you've worked hard. He grabbed Neon's cheeks and kneaded them. Hello, uncle. Have you been well? Taehong burst out laughing. When have I ever not been well? At last he let Neon go. You're the one who's grown so much taller, haven't you? The whole room filled with the voices of the two of them. Ah, dear, we can't just stand here talking. Sit down quickly. Yes, thank you. Taehong sat in his chair and urged him on. Would you like something to drink? Neon immediately shook his head. No, thank you. He recalled how much he had eaten earlier. Young master, please have a little more. Oh dear, what should we do? It doesn't look like there's enough food. It's really all right. Please stop. I just finished eating with my nanny. I'm so full my stomach feels like it's about to burst. Then that explains it. Neon looked at Taehong's face and asked, But uncle, you look very tired. Taehong rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly. Work's just been piling up lately. Is it that obvious? Neon stood up, leaving Taehong startled. Actually, I have a gift I want to give you. Neon placed a wooden box on the table. It's nothing special, but it's a pill I made myself. Taehong quickly snatched up the box. Nothing special, but it'll greatly increase your vitality and your control over mana for the next few weeks. My nephew is the only one who'd think of me like this. Let's see. When he opened the box, there was only a single black pill inside. What is this smell? It's like a pine forest after the rain. Neon happily told him. Even Sanjiji, the guardian of the mountain, acknowledged it as a good medicine. Taehong immediately grew curious. The guardian of the mountain? Neon urged him at once. Please try taking it, uncle. Taehong quickly picked up the pill. All right. He slowly brought it to his mouth. If even a spirit praised it, then it must be effective. Taehong opened his mouth wide and slowly put the pill in. From beginning to end, Neon watched every movement clearly. As soon as he saw him swallow it, he smiled. Taehong shut his eyes tight, sensing something flowing through every cell in his body. This really is the real thing. It felt as if a beam of light had passed through his entire body and opened all his meridians. If he cultivated mana while taking this medicine, the effect would surely be many times greater than usual. He slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "This is astonishing." Taehong was deeply satisfied with the pill's effects. Aside from how quickly it worked, it was no different from spiritual elixir. You really made this yourself? Neon beamed with delight. Yes, that's right. Taehong stroked his chin as he thought. You still remember how to make it, right? Neon's eyes widened and sparkled. Of course. Even the rare ingredients can be substituted with other things. Taehong held the box in his hands as if it were a treasure. In that case, lowering his voice, he warned him, don't tell anyone. Keep it to yourself. Once you're grown, you'll be able to use it in many ways. Neon's whole mood brightened instantly. As always, Uncle, you think of me first. Yes, when that time comes, I'll be relying on your help. Taehong rubbed his head and laughed loudly. So this little brat plans to make use of his uncle, huh? Fine, when the time comes, I'll gladly let you. You little rascal. He withdrew his hand, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Right, I heard you're planning to take the warrior's journey this time. Neon was rather surprised at how quickly the news had spread. You already know. Taehong lowered his head, full of worry. There's going to be a lot of controversy. The thought of all those judging eyes on Neon pained him. The boy would surely not escape accusations of favoritism. Since no one could dare touch the eldest brother, all those resentful glances would be focused on Neon alone. Taehong gently set the box on the table. To take the warrior's journey, it's not enough to have the clan leader's permission. You also need the approval of the elders. His face suddenly turned far more serious than usual. And the elders don't exactly like you. How about giving it up this time? Neon lowered his gaze and explained, what you're worried about, I've already anticipated to some extent. That's why Father set a condition. Taehong could hardly believe his ears. A condition? Neon nodded. Yes. He held both hands out in front of him and spoke seriously. And because of that, I need your help, Uncle. Neon flung the door open and cried out cheerfully. It's been a long time since I came back here. He stood there stretching, then confessed, let me loosen up a bit first. Suddenly, Neon's eyes turned helpless as he glanced toward the door and muttered, You've come already? The wind burst the door open. Zhonghwa's eager face lit up as she called, Little one. In the next instant, her fiery anger exploded. Enunciating every word, she shouted, If you've come back. Zhonghua seized him by the neck, shaking him back and forth as she yelled, Then you should have come to see this aunt of yours first. You ungrateful brat. Neon's face turned pale. In a hoarse voice, he tried to explain, I was in the middle of important business. How could I dare come see you so abruptly? She let go of his neck and said in a gentler voice, I already know everything. You stopped by little big brother's place before coming here. Neon touched his throat, feeling as if he had almost died. He sighed and explained again, that was for official business. Crossing her arms, Zhonghua turned her head away and huffed. That mouth of yours never loses an argument. And after that, you immediately set off on another mission. You hadn't even been back for long. Then her tone softened so suddenly that Neon flinched. Even so, Zhonghua rose on her toes, reached out, and gently rubbed his head, her voice sweet as if doting on a child. My little one has really grown up. Your mana has nearly doubled, and your mana channels have become far sturdier too. Neon honestly reported, I've also mastered all the aura techniques I learned before. She raised an eyebrow slightly, her voice both confirming and delighted. Really? So you've truly entered the third rank of mana now, haven't you? Zhonghua flexed her arm and laughed. You still need a bit more nourishment, but for a child like you, this aunt has already prepared a gift. I mean, I've finished the complete formulas for the other aura techniques too. Let's try them right now. But Neon refused, and her good mood instantly vanished. I'm sorry, aunt, but I'm afraid that will be difficult right now. Neon gently explained the reason. Starting today, I'm going to be busy. From the doorway came the sound of footsteps, followed by a voice. "You're still as close with Aunt as ever, I see." A man pushed the door open and stepped inside. His steps were not loud, but clear enough to be heard. A smile bloomed across Neon's face. The moment he entered and saw Zhonghua, he called out, "Big brother." In the very next second, she turned on him and complained, "You there, acting like you're so terribly busy?" Pointing at me, Hurong Zhong. Zhonghua shouted angrily. "Then why did you come sniffing around here saying you'd guide your little brother, you sneaky bastard?" Embarrassed, he rubbed his head and searched for an excuse. "I really was busy. Even so, I still helped Aunt organize the formulas, didn't I?" Watching the two of them squabble, Neon sighed to himself. To think even busy big brother had to help out. Really? Mi Hurong Zhong turned to explain to him. "But Aunt's materials are extremely rare, so they're also useful for my own training." Neon could only force a smile and reply, "Then that's certainly for the best." Putting that aside, Neon changed the subject. "Anyway, have you been well lately, brother?" Mi Hurong Zhong's face suddenly grew serious, his voice dropping enough to make Neon pause. "Yes, I've been fine. But," he suddenly caught Neon in a headlock and ruffled his hair, his voice half teasing, half accusatory. "How dare you head for Mount Chion without saying a word to your brother?" Neon hurriedly explained, "Please forgive me. At the time, you were away on a mission, so..." Mi Hurong Zhong continued rubbing his head as he scolded him. "And when you came back, father had to summon you himself." In another room, dimly lit by light filtering through the cracks in the door, Tae Hong was busily writing something as he spoke to Mi Hurong Zhong. "Your little brother needs to be taught the foundational arts. Could you go in their place?" At that moment, he was still stunned by the question. "Pardon?" Tae Hong lowered his head again, continuing to write as he murmured, "Compared to learning from the elders, he'll probably take to it more easily this way." When Tae Hong looked up and saw the thoughtful expression on Mi Hurong Zhong's refined face, he felt slightly moved, even though that young man was not originally the type to care about such matters. After a long moment of consideration, Mi Hurong Zhong lowered his head and said, "Yes, I will go." After speaking, he turned and left. Just as he reached for the door latch, he suddenly stopped. Behind him, Tae Hong did not look up, merely saying, "Prepare yourself." Mi Hurong Zhong turned halfway back and bowed politely. "Thank you." As he passed through the doorway, his thoughts gradually deepened. Myuhi Omon. Even I was never permitted to test myself there, yet he has improved to this extent. The corners of Mi Hurong Zhong's lips lifted faintly as he felt proud inside. Now I understand why the task of teaching the foundational arts was given to me. Still thinking calmly and maturely, he slowly analyzed it. It is so that by looking at my younger brother, I may spur myself onward. Then he thought again of what Tae Hong had said. Or perhaps it is so that I will compete with him. No longer wishing to overthink it, Mi Hurong Zhong decided, really, I'll only know the truth once I meet my little brother in person. Now, while ruffling Neon's hair, he suddenly paused. 20 years. No, 10 perhaps, or maybe even sooner. You might catch up to me. Seeing him stare at him for so long, Neon finally spoke. "Thank you, brother, for still thinking of me despite being so busy." So as not to make Neon suspicious, Mi Hurong Zhong smiled and said, "It's fine. Among those who have been certified with Mayan Hyo Gijon, only I happen to be free right now." Mayan Hyo Gijon referred to complete mastery of every foundational art, profound principle, and secret manual passed down through the Lai Sungmu sect for generations. Only those who had fully absorbed all of those skills could receive that certification. And it was also one of the conditions Father had set for the warrior's journey. He had to receive the entirety of Lai Sungmu's foundational arts. Neon suddenly asked, "But big brother, you're going to personally teach me the foundational arts? Aren't there elders at the academy?" Mi Hurong Zhong did not answer at once, instead asking back, "Do you think you could truly inherit the genuine teachings completely from them?" Only then did he list the things that might happen. Being dragged into countless petty dirty tricks, being attacked during the ceremony to receive his formal title, being schemed against during a promotion match, being assigned to the lowest and most worthless student class in the entire academy. After hearing all that, Neon repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you, brother, for everything." Mi Hurong Zhong patted his shoulder and said with a smile, yes, that's right." But for a fleeting moment, sadness touched his eyes as he thought, but has he really grown this much already? Looking at Neon's handsome, mature face, he thought, before, whenever I focused, I could even see the flow of mana within his body. But when he thought of Neon's body now, he felt a little disappointed in himself. And now, there are already parts one can no longer read. Yet setting aside that jealousy, Mi Jong encouraged himself and rubbed Neon's head as he said, "Even if you surpass me, I wouldn't resent it at all. Well done, my little brother. As your eldest brother, I still want to remain the one you younger siblings look up to for the rest of your lives." So absorbed were the two of them in their conversation that they completely ignored Zhonghua, making her speak up softly, "You too." Then Zhonghua jumped up and shouted, "Are you just going to keep whispering to each other while an elder is speaking?" Mi Zhong hurriedly tried to placate her. "Aunt, please calm your anger." Sulking, she turned to leave. "Fine, I'm going." "Go on then. It's not like anyone's trying to stop me anyway." Watching her, Neon replied calmly, "We're going to see each other again tonight anyway." Zhonghua pouted. "Didn't you say you'd be training? Don't tell me you'll be training until late into the night again." To soothe her, Neon had no choice but to say, "Training is training, but researching with you, Aunt, is a different matter." He kept praising her talent until Zhonghua's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. "How could I dare miss the chance to study together with someone like you, Aunt, who understands mana arts so well that you're counted among the best in the world? Please forgive me and wait just a little longer." At once, Zhonghua brightened again and proudly declared, "Well, if that's the case, then this world-famous aunt of yours can be generous enough to let it slide." After saying that, Zhonghua waved and ran off. "Since I understand now, I'm leaving. It's absolutely not because it's time for my drama to air." Neon waved back as well. Yes, Aunt. Take your time on the way back." Only after she had gone did Neon dare let out a sigh of relief. At last, she's gone. Mi Zhong, meanwhile, had already picked up a sword and said, "Now we can finally begin training." Slowly drawing the blade, he said in a measured voice. Then, Mi Zhong raised the sword across his face, his gaze sharp, his deep voice magnetic as he said, "In order for you to fulfill completely the condition Father has given you." Neon's face had also turned serious by now, his eyes fixed on his brother. Holding his sword sternly, Mi Zhong said, "I will personally instruct you with utmost rigor." Neon diligently trained under Mi Zhong's guidance at the camp. 7 days later, at the Sungmu camp, drilling the foundational arts with his elder brother was incredibly straightforward. Mi Zhong kept his cold expression. Even with the sword thrusting straight toward his face, he did not lose focus in the slightest. As for Neon, he was pouring out all his strength to fight. Gritting his teeth, he drove his sword toward his brother's face. With one hand, Mi Zhong swung his blade and knocked the sword out of Neon's hand. The moments of instruction in forms and techniques, or in knowledge, lasted only for an instant. In actual practice, the focus was on conserving strength and minimizing rest. Even when you rested, it was only enough to catch your breath. A training session that left him nearly exhausted was rated highly, almost like a real fight. As Mi Zhong stepped forward, he said, "I think this means far more than teaching with words. Etching it directly into your body is what truly matters." He looked into Lai Neon's blazing red eyes and asked, "You're using your demonic eyes to observe, aren't you? Then move with everything you've got." That challenge rekindled his spirit. Lai Neon drove his sword hard into the ground, then used it like a staff to pull himself up. His body was nearly falling apart from exhaustion, but he forced himself onward. The next instant, Lai Neon set his feet into position. He gathered so much force that smoke rose from the soles of his shoes along with gravel and stones. With a roar squeezed from the depths of his strength, he burst straight forward. When he brought his sword down, Mi Zhong caught it at once and silently assessed him. He had clearly grasped the flow through his demonic eyes, but his body still could not fully follow his will. Mi Zhong watched those burning eyes and every slash Lai Neon threw, spotting each flaw in his movements. One strike came down from a direction that should have been structurally impossible. Not only muscles, even the joints would struggle to endure it. Mi Zhong asked lightly, but with words sharp enough to wound, "You just thought that was a movement beyond your limits, didn't you?" Before Lai Neon could even fully process it, he was already stunned by the speed and the words that followed. "Wrong. The body of Lai Sungmu's bloodline is sturdier than you think." Lai Neon froze when the sword tip stopped right between his eyes. His mind was still reeling. This body. Then he clenched his teeth, knocked Mi Zhong's sword aside faster, and told himself move. Mi Zhong was shocked by how quickly Lai Neon was syncing up. "He's caught up this much already?" Grabbing at his robe, he muttered to himself, "His foundation is solid, and he absorbs things fast." He was never a child who could make movements like this before. He turned away, a faint trace of envy in his heart. The bloodless dream trial. Even I was never permitted to enter it. Could this be the truth he gained from there? Mi Jong rolled up his sleeves and said in a low voice, "Fine. Looks like you've caught up enough. Then I'll raise the difficulty." His smiling face and inviting tone stood in stark contrast to the stance he took and the sword in his hand. "Let's see just how far you can keep up." Lai Neon also took his position, his gaze sharpening as he looked at him and thought, damn it, he's serious now. After struggling through the drills for a long while, Mi Jong finally called out, "We'll end today's training here." Rubbing the back of his neck, he gave an awkward smile and said, sorry." Looking at the training ground, now full of holes in the floor, and at Lai Neon sitting there panting, he continued, "It seems that during practice, I may have gone a little overboard." Tired as he was, Lai Neon still answered with a bright expression, "This is what you call training, isn't it?" Mi Jong held out a hand to him and said, "Anyway." As he pulled Lai Neon to his feet, he asked gently, "Looks like you've started to get the feel for it, haven't you?" Lai Neon answered naturally, "Didn't you say the bodies of the Sungmu bloodline are incredibly durable?" In his mind, now that the knowledge had been passed on to him, the bodies of the Sungmu family truly were tougher than ordinary people's. Tendons and bones supple as steel wire, muscles elastic and resilient like rubber. Lai Neon raised his hand, stared at it for a while, and muttered, "And a body this strong only grows stronger with each round of training." He clenched his fist, looked up, and said, "That means even techniques that put heavy strain on the body can be used safely. Thanks to that, I finally understand that the fundamental art begins from that very point." Mi Jong smiled faintly and replied, "That's right. You've understood it well. In fact, you've already started applying it to your footwork too." The praise made Lai Neon scratch his head in embarrassment as he answered modestly, "I only managed to grasp this much after a week of hard training. I'm still far from good enough." Seeing him act so humble, Mi Jong's jealousy rose again. "Still not good enough," he says. "Usually it takes months before someone can even shape the basics." He's already impressive. Turning away, he left Lai Neon with a few final instructions. "You really are commendable. Stop by the infirmary and make sure your external wounds are treated properly." Mi Jong bent down to pick up his outer robe, lifting it lightly and draping it over his free arm. Then Mi Jong patted Lai Neon on the shoulder and reminded him, "All right then, I'll see you again at this time tomorrow." Lai Neon nodded politely and answered, "Yes. Today I'm planning to review a little of what I learned." Mi Jong left, only adding one last reminder behind him, "Fine, but don't overdo it." At last, Lai Neon let out a quiet sigh of relief. The exhausted look he had been forcing himself to hide was gone now. He held out his hand, stared at it for a while, and thought, it really is very similar. Then he picked up his sword again and tried to practice what he had learned. The fundamentals of infinity, a systematic theory of transmission built upon continuous application and endless variation. Lai Neon recalled the moments when he had attacked Mi Jong and the compressed strikes his brother had used. The clan's foundational art was based on the nature of the body itself, drawing physical ability out to its utmost limit. And the more he compared what he had learned to Mi Jong's lightning-fast attacks, the more alike they seemed. The framework of the two was strangely similar. Lai Neon began mentally dividing the body apart so he could see it more clearly. The difference, perhaps, was that the fundamental art centered on the body. After analyzing the lines of the shoulders, then the wrists and hands, he realized that infinity, by contrast, focused on the weapon. From that, Lai Neon drew a serious conclusion. That makes mastering the fundamental art easier than I expected. Maybe the two of them share the same origin. His eyes turned grave as he sank into his deductions. Back then, in Infinity's memory, I saw someone bearing the traits of the Sungmu bloodline. As expected, Infinity seems to have a very close connection to our clan. At that thought, Lai Neon unconsciously clenched his fist, irritation rising inside him, the feeling of stumbling upon a secret in the last place he expected. With hopeful eyes and a faint smile, he murmured to himself, "Looks like time is going to pass very quickly from now on." Meanwhile, all those of high standing had gathered in the classroom of the Sungmu clan's council of elders. In the solemn stillness, the sound of a door opening was heard, followed by footsteps approaching. Cho Rang entered and, in his hoarse voice, said, "My apologies for being late." He turned to look at Tae Hong and said softly, "Oh, what brings a chief steward burdened with countless duties to a gathering like this?" Without changing posture, Tae Hong answered calmly, "I usually excuse myself on the grounds of being busy and so rarely attend. That's why I thought I ought to stop by this time." Cho Rang picked up his cup and nodded. "Is that so? Then he asked lightly, I assume you've also heard about the youngest branch son's warrior's journey? At once, someone there slammed the table and shouted, Of course, Elder Council Head. Another beside him struck the table as well and yelled, What kind of order is this? Letting some green little brat undertake the warrior's journey. And on top of that, he's a filthy, illegitimate child. Tae-hong remained seated with his arms folded, saying nothing as those around him rose and shouted for justice. I heard that arrogant whelp personally submitted a petition to the clan leader himself, saying that since he had returned from Mount Shinjwi, he wished to be allowed to take the trial. Cho Rang cast a sidelong glance, then set his cup down hard on the table, his tone now like someone suppressing his anger. It seems everyone here has misunderstood. The clan leader has never delivered a final ruling on this matter. He only said that the Council of Elders should discuss it and decide. One elder asked, Then the final decision rests with us? Another eagerly offered his own suggestion. If it's come to this, we should simply reject it outright. Stroking his faded white beard, the old man said, It cannot be handled so simply. Cho Rang pictured Lai Neon fighting and then said, The clan leader said that child possesses martial skill equal to a 5th-rank warrior, and he even passed the bloodless dream. If so, there is no legitimate reason to refuse. The old man gazed into the distance and offered his opinion in a calculating voice. That is why, when it comes to a branch-line child disturbing the old order, we must find a valid pretext. So then, has any one of you thought of a suitable way to deal with this? A hand rose immediately. Only then did Tae-hong stand and speak. If I may, I would like to offer a few words. Lai Neon had only to look at the man's bearing to guess part of Tae-hong's intentions. Tae-hong never took anyone's side in politics. He remembered clearly the unfriendly looks those people had always directed at him. In the eyes of the elders, Lai Tae-hong was this sort of man, neutral, standing nowhere, merely pretending to be upright. Lai Neon guessed that, because of that, when they saw Lai Tae-hong attending this meeting, all the elders had the same thought. He must have come to defend the boy because both of them were born as secondary sons. The thought made him curse inwardly, and Lai Tae-hong was certainly not unaware of it. Shallow-minded fools, a pack of snakes pretending to be demons. The image of the 3 examinations surfaced in Lai Neon's mind. The 3 tests that the direct line of Sung Mu had to undergo. The selection rite, the naming rite, and the warrior's journey. Those of the direct line who passed all 3 would be entrusted with key positions in the clan. He imagined sheets of paper fluttering in the wind and could not help thinking. They would be granted countless rights and privileges, among them the right to attend and speak at important council meetings. In truth, it was little different from being treated as an elder. Tae-hong slipped a hand into his robe as though reaching for something. Lai Neon thought those narrow-minded old men, sunk in pure blood obsession, could never happily accept that. Then Tae-hong suddenly paused, wondering to himself, wait, that brat, did he bring the secret medicine because he meant to use it for this? He let out a sigh, his thoughts tangled. Chione, I truly do not know if this is the right thing to do. Tae-hong raised his hand and spoke with formal seriousness. May I ask leave to speak? Wearing a doubtful expression, Cho Rang asked. The chief steward wishes to speak? The old man closed his eyes, the deep wrinkles on his face standing out clearly. Cho Rang said, I hear you're rather close to that 6th child. Hearing that, Tae-hong could only admit inwardly that the man's words hid sharp thorns. Whatever he felt inside, he kept a bright smile and replied, How could I dislike someone who has worked so hard? He hesitated a moment before continuing, It's just that. I believe this time he's gone a bit too far. The old man could not hide his curiosity. Gone too far, Tae-hong stated his view plainly. That child does indeed have sufficient grounds. But can we simply disregard tradition and procedure? I think the youngest must also understand that there are things he cannot do just as he pleases. Cho Rang spoke in a sharp, suggestive tone. I thought the chief steward was a man who cared little for tradition and procedure. Seeing the man's shamelessness, Tae-hong cursed inwardly. What a troublesome old bastard. Yet he kept smiling and answered calmly. Do you think I don't understand their importance? It is only that, from a standpoint of someone who handles real work, I fear being constrained by rigid methods. That is why I tend to be cautious. Cho Rang spoke as if he understood perfectly. I understand the chief steward's meaning very well. He turned his head to the side and asked, Then what proposal do you intend to make? Tae-hong answered and slowly laid out his reasoning. If the Council of Elders has no reason to oppose it, then all we need is to create one. In truth, this matter does not require much thought. His voice rang out clearly. In the end, the most persuasive grounds would be that the youngest has never actually proven his ability. Cho Rang looked at him and asked with deep uncertainty. Did not the clan leader himself acknowledge that he had only reached the level of a 5th-rank warrior? The moment he heard that, Tae Hong replied at once. Would the clan leader be willing to testify to it himself? The old man let out a sound of surprise at the firmness of Tae Hong's stance. Tae Hong clasped his hands together and spoke with slight hesitation. So, he gritted his teeth faintly, cursing inwardly, "You sly brat, handle the rest yourself." Then Tae Hong voiced his thought with a solemn face. "All we need to do is set the board and let him prove it." Cho Rang asked in surprise mixed with suspicion. "Set the board? You mean a duel?" Under the worried gazes of those around them, Tae Hong answered, "Yes, exactly. Judging by the youngest's actions so far, he certainly will not refuse." The old man asked curiously, "Then whom should we have him fight? Perhaps someone who recently completed the warrior's journey would be most suitable." "No, but 7th young Master Ji Hack, with that temperament of his, would never agree to such a duel." The image of Cian-A, with her cold, frightening smile and the knife in her hand, gradually came to Cho Rang's mind. He guessed then, the 6th young lady. Tae Hong did not hesitate and answered as though it were obvious. "Yes, if it is CNA, would she not be most appropriate? If there are concerns, we can simply place restrictions on CNA." Cho Rang raised his head, silently agreeing with the answer. Not a bad method. The image of her gritting her teeth in fury rose vividly in his mind, reminding him of what had been said before. Moreover, according to what Lady Bitch left behind, the 6th young lady already bears hostility toward that branch-born child. After giving his own view, Cho Rang turned and asked those around him, "I do not think this method is bad at all. What do the other elders think?" All eyes turned toward Cho Rang, and the others answered at once. "I also think it's not bad. It sounds acceptable." Seeing that the majority agreed, the rest followed suit. "If the Elder Council head thinks so, then it should be fine. I agree as well. Then let us end the meeting here." As Tae Hong turned to leave, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, making him look back curiously. "You worked hard today, Chief Steward, Elder Council Head." The old man's figure slowly approached, backlit so that Cho Rang seemed half swallowed by shadow. Smiling, Cho Rang praised him. "It seems I have misunderstood the chief steward all this time. I wonder what wine has blown such clear-sighted judgment into you." Tae Hong answered modestly and gently, "I only did exactly as I said before." "Naturally," Cho Rang said seriously, "I understand very well the chief steward's loyalty to the clan." Suddenly, the old man struck his staff hard against the floor. "But Chief Steward," the lamplight cast every line of Cho Rang's face into sharp relief. Without hesitation, he exposed Tae Hong's trick. When one is acting, it is the smallest details that matter most. At that, Tae Hong merely smiled meaningfully. He gave a bright grin, scratched his head awkwardly, and denied it. "Acting? I really have no idea what you mean." Cho Rang's next words made him pause for a moment. "Your eyes, your voice, every single word." The old man walked past Tae Hong, calmly laying bare the truth. "Chief Steward, when everyone else called him a secondary son, you alone stubbornly kept calling him the youngest." The old man's voice echoed from afar. Indeed, time passed, and 3 weeks later, at the Sungmu Training Hall, Lai Neon slowly drew his sword. He murmured thoughtfully, "Looks like today will be the last time." Mi Hurong Zhang asked in a teasing tone, "You can still say that after getting beaten to a pulp yesterday?" He exclaimed confidently, "You felt it too, didn't you, brother?" Mi Hurong Zhang took up a fighting stance and challenged him. "Then show me." In the next instant, Mi Hurong Zhang shot toward where Lai Neon was standing. He raised the sword in his hand high overhead. At the very moment Mi Hurong Zhang attacked, Lai Neon brought up his sword in time to block. Lai Neon drove away the descending blade with force. Mi Hurong Zhang laughed in excitement and praised him. "Good, that's the stance." Mi Hurong Zhang swung his sword down again, and Lai Neon calmly received the blow with his own. Lai Neon's eyes shone as they widened in surprise. He thought to himself, "Sixth sense and demon eyes, the transcendent senses awakened through training, can perceive the entire trajectory of a sword form." Filled with confidence, he thought, "I can block every one of them." The two of them, brimming with killing intent, charged straight at each other. That exchange split the ground beneath them, sending shattered stone flying everywhere. Mi Hurong Zhang was knocked backward by the impact. Lai Neon was thrown back as well. Mi Hurong Zhang suddenly burst out laughing. Running a hand through his hair, he laughed and asked, "So, you've already mastered the foundational art? It took me 3 whole months to fully grasp it. You really are a genius." Watching Lai Neon sitting on the ground, Mi Hurong Zhang thought silently. 1 week to sense it, 2 more to make his body fully accustomed to it, then applying mana and perfecting it. Only 33 days in total. He held out his hand to the dumbfounded boy and added with admiration, "You always surprise me. I'll personally certify that you've completely mastered the foundational art." Then he added, "And not only that, it looks like you've awakened something beyond the foundational art as well." Lai Neon gave a faint smile and looked at Mi Hurong Zhang. "Nothing gets past you, brother." He informed him, "Yes, I've been thinking up a movement technique of my own." Mi Hurong Zhang replied cheerfully, "Want my help?" With grateful eyes, Lai Neon answered, "If you're willing to help, I'd be deeply thankful." Late at night, darkness covered a barren forest where the trees stood leafless and bare. A hand tightened around a dagger as a mocking voice rang out again and again. "Pathetic trash, acting all high and mighty." Cian stood there calmly, defeated creatures lying at her feet, too easily dealt with. How boring. Cian reflected on everything that had happened, filled with irritation and resentment. It's all because of that bastard. He's the reason I'm stuck with these troublesome tasks. She strode leisurely through puddles of water. As she walked, she muttered to herself, "Mother is still seething with rage. All of it, is because of him." Suddenly, the monster behind her stirred. Cian had already sensed it drawing near. As the monster lunged at her from behind with its jaws wide open, she didn't seem the least bit shaken. Cian said only one thing. "That's why." A red flash streaked through the air. The dagger in her hand shot straight into the monster's head. With icy eyes and a face full of killing intent, a small flame still flickering between 2 fingers, Cian growled, "I told you I was in a bad mood." She flicked her hand lightly, and at once the dagger lodged in the monster's skull began to tremble. The blade pulled itself free from the monster's head. Cian gripped the dagger tightly, deep in thought. This is my 21st mission. Grinding her teeth, anger swelled through every thought in her mind, and all of them were about troublesome chores like exterminating monster packs. She calmly turned and walked away. Cian analyzed the situation to herself. "Normally, I do 4 or 5 jobs a year at most. The promised 5 years have finally passed, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will be back too." A figure appeared behind her. A voice rang out clearly. "Greetings, 6th young lady." Cian glared with commanding force and ordered, "Who are you? State your name." The man immediately introduced himself. "I'm Gaguk of the 12th Squad of the Black Sword Corps." Frowning, she asked suspiciously, "The Black Sword Corps?" Cian pressed him. "What business does the clan head's unit have here?" Gaguk replied at once, "I bring a message from the clan head." The moment she heard that, she shot back. "That arrogant wretch?" Then Cian let out a crazed, eerie laugh. She swung her dagger and drove it hard into the tree beside her. Bowing her head, she forced out each word. Perfect timing. He's delivered himself right to his death. Cian laughed mockingly, her voice dripping with hidden scorn. "The clan head sure isn't an easy one either, is he?" Her eyes widened with resolve as she ordered, "Tell him I've received the message." Gaguk answered immediately, "Yes, my lady." Cian twisted the dagger hard into the base of the tree, sending sparks flying. Excited, she said, "I'm really looking forward to this." Her eyes turned white as she gritted her teeth and vowed to herself, "I'll crush him all the way to the bottom." Li Neong. The next day, in a quiet room, Lai Neon opened the door and stepped inside, his eyes apologetic as he explained, "Sorry I'm late. My training session ran a little long." Tae Hong laughed heartily and said in a lively voice, "You made it. I heard you've already mastered all the basic skills. What's left to train for?" Lai Neon replied at once, "Yes, but there's still a few things I want to test." Tae Hong quickly moved to the main point. "The official schedule has been announced, so I wanted to discuss something with you." Smiling with narrowed eyes, Lai Neon said gently to him, "If there's an official notice, I'll come see you." Tae Hong let out a sigh, looking helpless. Then he asked with a serious gaze, "Aren't you worried?" Slightly puzzled, Lai Neon asked back, "What is there to worry about?" Lai Neon continued confidently, "Everything is going just as I planned." In his mind, the moment his father had spoken to him resurfaced. Father agreed to my warrior's journey, but he set 2 conditions. Memories of his training sessions with his elder brother rose in Lai Neon's mind, and he reflected quietly. The first condition, master all basic martial techniques. Fortunately, with brother's guidance and what I learned about mana control, I completed that in a short time. But the second condition was the real test. Back then, his father had said to him solemnly, "Convince the Council of Elders." Bewildered, Lai Neon had answered blankly. "Excuse me." His father explained the method to him. "You may use any means you like. If you cannot persuade them, your warrior's journey will not be approved." He added honestly, "Still, given your current position, it will be difficult for you to influence the Council of Elders' decision." After much thought, Lai Neon finally came up with a plan. "So I decided to create the situation most favorable to myself." The moment he had found that plan appeared vividly in his mind. Lai Neon laughed in satisfaction, looking rather pleased with himself. Using proof of strength as a pretext, I arranged a duel with my sixth older sister. His gaze turned toward Tae Hong, and excitement rose within him. "I came here to ask Uncle to steer things according to my design. Then the Council of Elders would have no excuse to refuse. I just hope everything goes as planned." In his mind, Lai Neon saw himself placing the next piece on the board. "By doing this, I'm creating my own opportunity to be allowed to leave on my journey." The ability to turn a situation around is essential for anyone who wants to walk the path of politics. This itself is part of the test. Tae Hong's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "I just don't understand how you can be so calm." Lai Neon answered honestly, without hiding anything. "Because I trust that you've arranged everything thoroughly." Tae Hong replied at once, "That's not what I meant." Worry showed plainly on Tae Hong's face as he slowly voiced his thoughts. "That girl, I heard the two of you don't get along." Full of concern, he asked, "With Cian A's personality, even if it's only a spar, it won't end peacefully. Why choose her in a situation like this?" In a sudden outburst, Lai Neon slammed the table and shouted, "I have a debt to settle with my sixth sister." Tae Hong refused to back down and shot back immediately. "That's exactly what I'm talking about." Rising to his feet, he demanded, "Couldn't that wait until later? Why would you push yourself into such a disadvantageous position?" Tae Hong clenched his hand, his voice firm and clear. "It's not that I think you can't do it." He slowly sat back down. Holding his head, Tae Hong confessed his worries in a troubled tone. "I'm afraid you'll be hurt somehow when you face your sister." Lai Neon stared at the man before him, thoughts quietly turning in his head. "He really is worried about me. What should I do now? Comfort him, or just let things proceed?" Lee Neon spoke for me. "Lee, thank you for worrying about me." Images of Cian A and elder head Cho Rang came clearly to mind. "My sixth sister will definitely try to take me down at any cost, and the Council of Elders will use this chance to keep me in check." Lai Neon clenched his fist and continued, "So this duel isn't just about the warrior's journey." He rose to his feet and gently reassured Tae Hong. "Of course, if I lose, it'll become very troublesome. But don't worry, Uncle," Lai Neon declared without the slightest hesitation. "In this match, no matter what happens, I will win." On a brilliant morning, with the arena packed with people, the Council of Elders quickly issued the formal order and pushed the duel forward. Before long, the location was decided as well, the Central Martial Arena. In another room, all the doors were shut tight. This was the largest and widest martial arena in Sungmu, and it was also where the selection ceremony had once been held. Dressed neatly, Lai Neon looked outside and thought, "I figured they wouldn't handle this quietly." With a helpless sigh, he muttered to himself, "No need to guess. This is definitely the Elder Council head's doing." Outside, the arena was ready. Lai Neon swiftly analyzed the situation. The Central Martial Arena is built with stands encircling the center. Their intention is obvious. They want to expose me publicly, humiliate me, and break my spirit. He kept his eyes shut and exhaled softly. But that doesn't matter at all. Someone slowly entered the room. Lai Neon continued thinking more than that. Gahongwa peeked in shyly and called timidly, "Kid." Looking at her, Lai Neon found himself wondering. She's had that expression on her face all day. He walked over and calmly asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gahongwa rubbed her hands awkwardly and hesitated before answering. "It's nothing." She kept staring at the floor. Seeing her face, Lai Neon said, "You're standing there like that and saying it's nothing?" Forcing herself to speak, Gahongwa suddenly raised her voice. "I hate all these people in this family who act on their own without a care." Lai Neon listened calmly as Gahongwa continued, visibly upset. "And I hate all those dark whispers behind people's backs, too." She clutched her skirt tightly and explained more clearly. "The sixth young lady is a fourth-rate warrior, while you've only just reached the fifth rank. The gap between the fifth rank and the fourth rank is worlds apart." As if he understood, Lai Neon added, "That's why Six Sisters' mana is restricted. She can't use secret arts or ultimate techniques." Still hanging her head, Gahongwa answered as though admitting it. "I know." Her hands began to tremble. In extreme worry, Gahongwa said, "But what if you lose?" She held her head in distress and went on in alarm. If only I could teach you a little more magic. Her eyes darted all around, and in growing panic she shouted, if only I taught you just a little more. Reaching the limit, she cried out bitterly, if only I'd told the family about infinity sooner. Gahongwa suddenly came to herself and froze when a voice sounded. That's enough, Lady Li Gahongwa. Kawa stepped in from somewhere and, smiling brightly, reassured her, the young master will manage it, just as he always does. Taking Gahongwa's hand, Kawa smiled warmly and said, so, as the young master's teacher, why not say a few encouraging words instead? Gahongwa's eyes grew dark, as though countless worries were bottled up inside her. Gahongwa remained silent. Watching her, Lai Neon thought, she looks like a little animal trembling in fear. It must have lost something in Sungmu once too. Her image formed in his thoughts as Lai Neon told himself, I know nothing about her past. If I wanted to find out, it wouldn't be hard. He stayed quiet, sunk in thought. But I deliberately don't want to know. Lai Neon started walking toward her, still thinking, because I believe that one day, Aunt will tell me herself. He leaned toward Gahongwa and said brightly, Aunt, now isn't the time for that. You should be happy. Looking at his cheerful face, Gahongwa blurted out, not understanding, happy. She looked utterly stunned, mouth hanging open as she heard him say, isn't today the day the magic aunt and I worked on together finally gets to shine? And on top of that, it'll be a spectacular upset. A voice rang out, drawing everyone's eyes outside. Young master, it's time to go out. Lai Neon's eyes were full of resolve as he said firmly, please watch me, Aunt. I'm not going to lose. He gripped his sword tightly and added, cheer for me as much as you like from the stands. He strode outside energetically, speaking as though to reassure her. But if you cheer too quietly, I'll be disappointed. Along the path leading to the arena, brilliant light poured inward. Walking down the passage, Lai Neon thought to himself, it's been a long time since I came through this corridor. He suddenly stopped, as if affirming something to himself at the threshold. Ever since I was born, I've always tried to prove myself. Lai Neon strode proudly out into the open. Now, it's time to put an end to all that proving. With sword in hand, he stepped out with confidence. Let's go. Hundreds of people watched intently. A figure was already standing in the ring. With determined eyes, he advanced straight ahead. Then Lai Neon paused and glanced to one side. Tessin and Gahongwa were seated solemnly in one corner. He noticed them and said, Father and Madam Beck are here too. Taehong, Cho Rang, and Jang Guk were present as well. Looking around, he said, Uncle and the elders are all here too. Lai Neon quickly shifted his gaze forward. He did not waver at all at seeing A's dismissive taunt. Hey look, that troublesome bastard son. Sienna casually lifted a hand, as if tossing out a provocation. Your neck is still awfully stiff, isn't it? She looked at him with contempt and continued mocking him. I never liked that proud neck of yours from the very beginning. Sienna tossed 2 daggers into the air, spitting out ugly words without stopping. Just an illegitimate child, and yet you dare hold your head so high. It's revolting just to look at. She leveled the tip of a blade forward and said eagerly, Today I'm going to snap that neck of yours. Just try and stop me. Lai Neon smiled calmly, utterly unafraid, and said, I'll be in your care, 6th sister. The referee raised his hand high and announced promptly, Then from this moment, the duel between the 6th young lady and the 9th young master shall begin. Sien A immediately moved into position. The referee's voice continued, Ready. Lai Neon watched his opponent carefully, hand tightly gripping his sword in guard. Then he slowly closed his eyes, as if preparing to unleash a technique. In the next instant, he opened them wide, his demon eyes flaring with power the moment the referee shouted, Start. Sienna swiftly shot behind him. She flashed past with a flaming dagger in hand and hurled it at Lai Neon. He quickly glanced back. At some point, she had already circled around behind him. Lai Neon still stood motionless. It was as if he could see everything as he thought. 3 daggers flew in from behind. 2 more came straight at him from the front. He tightened his grip on his sword and analyzed the situation. Somehow, without him noticing when 2 more daggers had been thrown from the front as well. Countless fire daggers floated around CNA. She looked utterly arrogant in her technique. Sword-throwing art. The powerful daggers shot forward, wrapped in blazing red flames. It was a deadly skill created by the 6th young lady herself, infusing daggers with mana and force before launching them. Seeing it glared ahead. Countless daggers filled her hands. They looked like blazing tongues of fire, which was why the technique was called falling fire. The daggers flew at Lai Neon from every direction. He quickly observed them and thought, there's no dodging this. He raised his sword directly overhead. Lai Neon's eyes widened as he gathered strength. Then, a razor-sharp slash came down. The blade seemed to tear through space itself. Thunder, transformation. The daggers were caught in the strike's influence and instantly changed direction. A had to spring backward with difficulty. She clicked her tongue in irritation as she landed. Lai Neon's figure slowly emerged from behind the smoke. He suddenly let out a scornful laugh. Lai Neon spoke, as if deliberately provoking her. I'd heard so much about the Six Sisters' miraculous dagger-throwing art. His face was utterly calm. Looking at her coolly, he continued, turns out it's not nearly as impressive as I imagined. A immediately flew into a rage. She thrust a hand into her clothes and pulled out more daggers. Shouting loudly, she snapped, "You're dead." A charged straight at Lai Neon. He still did not move. She slashed at him furiously over and over. Grinding her teeth, she thought, a brat whose blood hasn't even dried dares talk big? Her eyes burned with anger as if she'd been completely provoked. A gripped the dagger in her hand even tighter. I'll personally teach you your place. Daggers flew continuously toward Lai Neon, and he took a defensive stance to receive each attack. Lai Neon watched A intently, analyzing her through her movements. The sixth sister moved like a circus performer. She handled multiple throwing blades at once, launching piercing strikes from bizarre angles. It was an ultimate technique impossible to execute without extraordinary reflexes and vision sharp enough to read the battlefield completely. Suddenly, Li Nong smai stinger Li, he calmly thought. But now, Lai Neon suddenly sprang forward. As he rushed ahead, he thought all of this was bait for this move. He charged straight at his opponent until he and A were face to face, to force the opponent into a frontal attack. Her countless fire daggers were already prepared, instantly locking onto him. Lai Neon swung his sword. The slash nearly reached A, tightening his grip on the hilt. He raised it high and prepared to unleash a technique. Infinite knowledge. Lai Neon stared down at A with chilling intensity. He was almost about to cut straight through her. Damn it. Her eyes shot upward as her body stiffened. A reminded herself inwardly. Donji. She quickly crossed two daggers in front of her to block the attack. Donji. A violent impact erupted at once. Sparks burst in every direction. Two tremendous forces collided, creating a thunderous shockwave. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. The spectators in the stands broke into an uproar. What was happening here? Who would have thought the illegitimate son's strength had reached this level? Could it all just be an illusion of the eyes? Lai Neon gradually appeared through the dust. He stood still, staring ahead. Narrowing his eyes, he thought in confusion, have I underestimated her? Dust still swirled around A's feet. The silence in the arena was strangely heavy. She clenched the dagger in her hand, gnashing her teeth in frustration. At the moment our weapons clashed, he rolled back to disperse the force. The dagger in A's hand was no longer intact. She stared at it in disbelief. An illegitimate child can use something like the clan's secret ultimate technique? A tossed it aside. Her face hardened with determination. If that attack had landed, I'd have been finished. A quickly lunged upright again, weapon clenched firmly in hand. I see. So you've still got one more killing move. She faced Lai Neon once more and said probingly, but unfortunately, that technique. She poured power into the dagger. A sprang forward like a wild beast. You should have saved it for a more critical moment, not wasted it now. Lai Neon kept observing her. He immediately assessed, faster than before. But she's charging straight at me? She kept slashing at Lai Neon with relentless speed while he continued to evade. A spun through the air. Lai Neon raised a hand to shield his face. A circled behind him. With a frighteningly smug smile, she taunted, "What's wrong? Go on, brag some more." She drove her dagger toward him, and he immediately brought up his sword to block. She leaped continuously at dizzying speed. Lai Neon instantly made his judgment. Fast-linked, ever-changing. He blocked each strike one after another, eyes wide as he analyzed. I could defend against them, but the speed is so monstrous that counterattacking isn't easy at all. Lai Neon's eyes suddenly shone. He stared straight ahead. But sixth sister. He captured every step of A's movement. Thinking carefully, he concluded, I can see everything clearly now. Lai Neon easily evaded her attacks. Observing carefully, he told himself, through instinct, I can sense every blade she launches. and my demon eyes can perfectly discern the direction of every attack. A faint smile touched Lai Neon's lips. It was as if he were answering the reason for this fight himself. That is precisely why I insisted on facing Sixth Sister. Countless streaks of lightning appeared around Lai Neon. Calmly, he thought, because my ability is the perfect counter to Sixth Sister's technique. Cian-A seemed to meet his gaze and inwardly screamed in fury. Those eyes, Cian-A seemed to calm herself and carefully analyzed her strengths. The advantage of her blade techniques lay in stealth and speed. But once everything was sensed, her fighting style would inevitably be restricted. She quickly recalled his earlier attack. Cian-A seemed to realize it then. Even if I try to close in and crush him with force, I still have to deal with that trick. She began circulating her power. Lightning crackled around Cian-A. Damn this mana restriction. If only one more tenth of it were released, I could use advanced aura techniques. Cian-A remembered her year of training and thought bitterly. For an entire year, all I thought about was taking revenge on that illegitimate child. I wanted to trample him and shatter his pride. She had cut down many opponents. Cian-A panted heavily after those fights. I wanted to torment him until he knelt and begged for his life. She lifted her head and laughed crazily, then thought bitterly about the current situation. Who would have imagined it would turn out like this? Cian-A suddenly snapped back to herself. A final thought echoed in her head. Me of all people, Lai Neon spoke, his voice pulling her back to reality. You seem to have plenty of room left to get lost in pointless thoughts. He closed in on Cian-A and arrogantly reminded her, "You'd better focus." The very next instant, Lai Neon struck. Cian-A quickly blocked. She struggled to hold back his sword. Gritting her teeth, Cian-A strained with all her strength, then suddenly released a dense surge of energy. In a strange voice, she said, "I hadn't intended to use this." Li neon wachet kolosi. Cian-A's power rapidly enveloped the dagger, then flowed directly into his body. At once, a disturbance appeared in his heart. A wave of energy surged with every beat of his heart. Sensing it, Lai Neon could not help but wonder, my magic circle is being restricted? Cian-A jumped off the ground. Hovering diagonally before him, she sneered, "So you're at least smart enough to understand what's happening." She shouted triumphantly, her face twisted with manic delight. "Even a timid worm like you can tell that without mana, you can't win." Lai Neon remained silent, deep in thought. Has she used her special ability? He realized it was mana sealing. You're the sixth child, sixth sister, the one who possesses a special power. With the slightest motion, she could throw an opponent's magical flow into disorder, plunging them into chaos and robbing them of control over their mana. If my mana capacity were far superior, I could resist it, but if not, then even if I realized I'd fallen in her trap, I would still be bound with no way to escape. He remained standing motionless while Cian-A shouted loudly, her voice ringing through the entire arena. "Now you have no way out." A strange current of power ran through Lai Neon's whole body. But there was one thing she did not know. Cian-A's eyes widened in utter shock at what she saw in the arena. Impossible! She stared at Lai Neon as an even stronger source of magic power flared from him than before. Stammering, she said, "Why can you still use magic? My spellcraft is fundamentally different from theirs." Gahanwa frowned in worry, an elder calling out to her. But she did not hear what the elder said. Gahanwa closed her eyes tightly, as if trying to hide her fear. What if it ends up like that time again? Lost in her own thoughts, she wondered, what am I supposed to do then? Suddenly, a voice sounded in front of her, pulling her out of the tangled chaos in her head. "Are you all right?" In front of her, two young men were whispering to each other. "More than all right. His foundation is so solid, it's almost frightening." Just as the two finished speaking, another voice came from behind Gahanwa. "What kind of aura skill is that?" The person beside him shook his head. "Isn't that the Yangwu clan's secret mana art?" The next words made her start. "I heard that illegitimate child just turned 15 this year." Looking back toward Lai Neon in the arena, her eyes flashed as she leaned forward slightly. At that exact moment, he unleashed a technique. Oha Tundukklap. The instant his sword struck down, the shockwave spread, making the entire ground tremble as if it were about to explode. Cian-A was forced to retreat in haste to avoid the blow. Lai Neon swung his sword behind him, his cold eyes fixed on her as she stepped back again and again, trying to keep a safe distance between them. Without giving Cian-A a chance to steady herself, Lai Neon immediately unleashed his next move. The tip of his sword tore through the air and shot straight ahead with such speed and force that she had no room to counterattack. Oha Yama. She saw sharp red streams of energy, like arrows, hurtling toward her at terrifying speed, making her breath catch in her chest. Before CNA could even strike back, the red currents wrapped tightly around her body like invisible chains, locking down every muscle and rendering all movement useless. Meanwhile, Lai Neon moved like the wind, shooting toward her from where he stood. With a crisp, fluid movement that left a slash of air across space itself, Lai Neon used another technique. Aura Art, Killing Wind, cutting through the force binding CNA. Her eyes went wide with disbelief. Seeing the arrogant look in his eyes, she clenched her jaw even harder. He used Killing Wind to sever Yama. In the stands, Gahongwa's body slowly relaxed. Thunderclap, Yama, Killing Wind. Those were all aura techniques that Child and I created together. Her hand slowly clenched into a fist, reflecting the quiet determination rising within her. The chaotic emotions inside her now seemed to be washed clean. Gahongwa's eyes gradually brightened like a flame being fanned to life. That's right, you have to win. Only now, for the first time since earlier, did she finally smile brightly, like the dawn itself. You were always a genius. Looking at the chaos around her, Sienna still could not believe it. Inwardly, she kept asking herself, why? How can this be? CNA's eyes opened as wide as they could, filled with shock and panic. His mana had clearly been sealed by her special ability, so how could he still be using magic? By then, Lai Neon had already widened the distance between them, while Sian stared fixedly at the man before her. He narrowed his eyes, reading every shift in her expression. There's one thing Six's sister doesn't know. A blue power enveloped Lai Neon and his sword. He gave a faint smirk. My mana art is different from ordinary people's. As long as I use mana channels alone, I can still wield magic. Lai Neon slowly stepped forward, his gaze calm, but razor sharp, then spoke in an even voice. Now then, it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body had already closed in on Sienna, making the air around them turn stifling. Watching Lai Neon's movement, only one word flashed through her mind. Fast. His sword swept up decisively, the blade flashing through the air before blasting Sienna backward. She could only throw up her arms to brace herself as she was sent flying a great distance. Both of Sienna's arms trembled from the impact, her muscles taut as she struggled to keep her balance and avoid collapsing to the ground. Damn it. Before she knew it, he had already come crashing down with his sword from above, so fast that all she heard was the whistle of wind along the blade. Sienna quickly leaped backward. The sword struck the ground with a thunderous crash, splitting the earth beneath it and sending out a violent wave of force. She clenched her teeth. How can this be? How can I be getting overwhelmed like this? Sienna desperately searched for a way to defeat him, thoughts whirling through her head like a storm. Then suddenly, her eyes froze for a moment. Sienna glanced toward the second floor of the stands. The instant she saw the person there, the atmosphere around her sank, as if a dark cloud had suddenly fallen over her mind. From above, a killing gaze was fixed on her, cold and sharp as a blade hanging in the air. The woman sat there like a queen, dignified yet steeped in a grim, oppressive presence, her icy eyes aimed straight at Sienna below. The moment Sienna met that gaze, her breathing turned ragged. It felt as if her heart were being twisted, fear creeping deep into it. Her body began to tremble, and her lips quivered. Sienna poured all her strength into the hand gripping the dagger. A brilliant yellow-orange aura spread around her. She ground her teeth, eyes blazing with fury, and shouted at the top of her lungs, all because of a mere illegitimate child like you. Mana erupted brilliantly around CNA, startling even Lai Neon across from her. What an enormous amount of mana. The daggers in her hands began to rise. A flicker of surprise crossed Lai Neon's eyes. She's forcing herself to use mana without caring about the damage? CNA's daggers slowly transformed, splitting into many smaller blades that floated around her. Her mana grew ever more violent, spreading through her whole body like a raging fire beyond control. mana wrapped around the countless daggers hovering in the air. Seeing A raised her hand. Secret art, mercy. Her eyes gleamed with a savage, murderous light, as if she wanted to devour him whole. She flung her arm forward violently. I will kill you no matter what. Seeing this from the stands, Tae Hong shot to his feet and shouted, "That violates the rules." But the moment his words fell, her daggers had already shot toward Lai Neon like lightning. Stop her now. Yet he showed no fear at all. Gripping his sword tightly, Lai Neon gently poured mana into the blade, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. The sword lit up with each pulse of mana, waves of blue radiance spreading gradually from the hilt to the edge. Suddenly, Lai Neon let out a long breath, soft yet full of power. Then he immediately shifted into an attacking stance. Just as her daggers were closing in, Lai Neon swung his sword hard forward, the steel flashing through the air, but unexpectedly, it seemed to miss. Seeing that, CNA could not hold back her smug laughter, the sound ringing out like an arrogant challenge. "What exactly are you cutting at?" But right after that, her eyes widened in disbelief. One of CNA's daggers had stabbed straight into the ground. His body turned fluidly, the sword slicing through the air like a sharp band of light. In this world, there are things regarded as unchanging truths. Mana does not disappear. Lai Neon glanced at the daggers slowly falling and embedding themselves in the earth with sharp sounds. Mana scattered into the void eventually returns to nature. Mana is infinite. It can never truly be lost. He gripped the sword tightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining daggers suspended in the air. But Lai Neon stood expressionless amid the daggers buried in the ground. The progenitor's sword. The corner of his lips curled up. This sword can sever and erase even mana itself. Lai Neon looked at the sword, trembling faintly in his hand. "I didn't expect to use even meteor, but in the end it worked." His eyes turned toward her, still cold and sharp, recalling the technique his opponent had used. "With my current strength, I can't completely stop meteor, so I used Black Ray to cut the mana threads connected to the sword swarm." Lai Neon narrowed his eyes, focusing his entire mind, using his magic eyes to see the mana threads linking the swords together, and acting on that vision. Both demanded extraordinary concentration. He stepped forward, one firm stride at a time. Each step landed like a stake driven into the earth, creating a solemn rhythm that seemed to tighten the very air around them. Now it's my turn. Watching Lai Neon's movements, seeing A bit down hard and frowned, a flicker of tension flashing through her eyes. Is he going to use that move again? His body moved swift as the wind, keeping a set distance from her as he advanced with agile steps. Seeing Lai Neon's actions, seeing A was baffled, her gaze darting as she tried to guess his intention. But if he widens the distance, he can't use it. Then suddenly she saw him prepare to strike, and confusion flashed in her eyes. He's going to attack from that far away. Lai Neon gave a faint smile, his lips barely moving. The demon art was originally a sword technique created to deal with monsters. His power spread outward, filling the space around him like a powerful invisible wave, then slowly flowed into the sword in his hand. From the very start, distance was never the issue. Lai Neon's eyes turned completely white as he poured all his strength and mana into the coming strike. Endless solar eclipse. His sword swept upward, powerful and decisive, as if it meant to split the sky itself apart. The blade blazed with brilliant golden light, dragging a violent spiral of wind through the air. "Take this." CNA's body froze in place, her eyes locked on Lai Neon's incoming sword. She widened her eyes and could only spit out one furious curse. Damn it. A massive explosion erupted in the stands. The deafening blast shook the surrounding air, and thick blue smoke billowed up, covering the entire area and hiding everything inside. Slowly, the blue smoke began to disperse, revealing the scene within. Lai Neon still held his downward slashing posture. On the ground beneath him was a huge, deep gash, while dust and smoke still swirled thickly. Suddenly, he covered his mouth and coughed harshly. He lowered his head, one hand covering half his face, cold sweat beading across his forehead. Because he had pushed his magic eyes to the limit, a sharp pain stabbed through them. Lai Neon glanced toward the opposite side, where the whirlwind of dust still blocked his sight. "It's not over yet. The demon art hit, but I still need a finishing blow." Suddenly, from within the thick smoke, a sharp dagger shot straight at him at terrifying speed. Lai Neon had no time to react. The dagger sliced across his thigh, leaving a long gash. He lost his balance, one leg buckling slightly as a sharp wave of pain spread from the wound. From the edge of the smoke, a pair of legs burst out like lightning, cutting through the air at shocking speed. CNA, her face covered in injuries and her eyes burning with determination, threw a powerful punch at him. She's too fast. She held a dagger in her hand, swinging it and then thrusting it straight toward Lai Neon with relentless force. This is dangerous. He slammed his foot into the ground, generating such force that the earth beneath him cracked open. Lai Neon's body drew back a step, trying to maintain a safe distance under CNA's fierce pressure. But her dagger had already caught up to him, darting forward like lightning and stabbing straight into his chest. The air seemed to freeze, and all movement stopped in that instant. CNA's posture remained locked in place, her dagger buried deep in his chest. Dark red liquid flowed from Lai Neon's chest, soaking through a patch of his pure, white clothing. In contrast, his sword had not pierced her body. The gleaming blade had stopped just short of her chest. Sienna slowly pulled the dagger from Lai Neon's chest, every motion drawn out. But suddenly, she collapsed heavily to the ground, her body losing balance and crumpling before she could react. He clutched his wounded chest, pain briefly crossing his face. If I'd been even a second slower using Black Knight to block it, my heart would have been pierced. Lai Neon glanced at her collapsed body lying face down. The moment Endless Solar Eclipse struck, she must already have blacked out. But her body sensed my killing intent and reacted on instinct. He turned his head, let out a sigh, then smiled faintly. What terrifying blood. After that, Lai Neon looked toward the two young men standing nearby in shock. He sheathed his sword, his voice cold. What are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to take her for treatment? If you leave her like this, she'll die from internal injuries. The two young men suddenly snapped back to themselves. Why, yes. Lai Neon, exasperated, lifted a hand and pointed behind him. Yes, sir. He watched the two young men prepare to carry her away for treatment, a weary look on his face. Well, you've all seen it now, haven't you? Lai Neon's gaze shifted toward the stands, where an old figure sat high above. The family's warriors. Seeing his gaze, Joe Rank's eyes widened. Stubborn old men. Then Lai Neon looked towards Cian, lying unconscious on the ground, and the half-siblings as well. His hand clenched into a fist and rose high. To all of you who thought I would fail simply because I'm a secondary son, Lai Neon closed his eyes. The gesture itself was a silent declaration. For the first time, I have proven myself. Suddenly, something flew through the air and struck him on the head. Lai Neon tilted slightly, his eyes quickly turning toward the one who had thrown it. It was Tezin. His expression was stern, yet his hands were clapping, a gesture full of encouragement and congratulations. Right after that, thunderous applause erupted from the stands, spreading through the arena like a powerful wave of support. This left Lai Neon stunned below the platform, his eyes wide as he felt the crowd's passionate approval. From the stands, Gahongwa's voice rang out, brimming with excitement. My child is amazing. Up above, she waved her arms and legs with all her might, her face blooming with joy. Damn it, I knew it. Kagawa tugged lightly at Gahongwa's sleeve in worry. Elder, please calm down. But her shouting still echoed in Lai Neon's ears. My child is the best. His face turned red, and he hurriedly covered it. Dear heavens, she's even pouring mana into her voice. Tezin's group appeared below the stands, quickly drawing everyone's attention, and Lai Neon turned to look at them. Tezin was the first to speak, his voice deep and warm. Excellent. Lai Neon smiled faintly, his eyes shining. Father probably won't be pleased. You've never been one to praise your children in front of others. Tezin looked at Lai Neon with a sharp, appraising gaze. This child had chosen Taehong and arranged the board, then chosen the six to make the match unfold exactly as he intended. His eyes reflected seriousness and long-honed experience. Against an opponent whose nature he had an advantage over unlike anyone else, outsiders would naturally think the sixth young lady was certain to win. Tezin sank into thought. Easy to say, but among all those gathered here, how many could actually have done what he did? He spoke, his voice authoritative though not without praise. You have proven yourself. Therefore, I acknowledge that you are qualified to leave the family and join the warrior's journey. Lai Neon placed a hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Father. After speaking, he smiled lightly and remained silent, his head still bowed. Tezin studied his expression and said, "But it seems you still have something more to say." Lai Neon smiled, as if his objective had arrived. At last, Lai Neon raised his head, his calm gaze meeting Tezin's. "As expected, nothing can be hidden from you, Father. Externally speaking, the reward for this examination is permission to take part in the warrior's journey, and Father cannot grant me anything greater than that." He nodded slowly, his voice resolute. "In that case, please allow me to speak." Lai Neon glanced at Zhou Rang across from him, silently confirming once more that, of course, he was speaking to Father. Though his body still bore injuries from the duel, he stood upright and declared in a clear voice, "I have accumulated enough strength to complete the Academy's curriculum ahead of schedule, and Father himself has verified that." Lai Neon looked at the people before him, his voice steady and full of resolve. "I have also gone to Mount Chanwi and passed the trial of Bloodless Dream." He observed every change in Tezin's expression and thought to himself, "Father has handed the decision to the Council of Elders, so then the reward must also be addressed to the Council of Elders." Even so, Lai Neon did not falter and clench his hand. "I have proven everything. The conditions have all been met. Then why is it that the Council of Elders still does not trust me and tests me without reason?" Without the slightest hesitation, Lai Neon extended a hand and declared boldly, "Through this duel, Sixth Sister has been gravely injured, and I too am only barely managing to stand here and report." The old man's eyes tightened slightly as he stared straight back at him. Listening to every word Lai Neon spoke, he heard, "As for me, I cannot help but feel that the honored elders are pressuring me." Lai Neon remained firm. One hand pressed his chest as he thought, 15 years old. "At this age, even if my words are somewhat excessive or disrespectful, I'll be forgiven. Opportunities like this do not come often. I have to use it well." Meanwhile, Tezin, standing beside him, spoke in Lai Neon's defense. "Head of the Council of Elders, please answer this boy's question." Zhou Rang only tightened his grip on the staff in his hand and remained silent. Finally, after a long and pressuring silence, the old man smiled faintly. "Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Matters concerning the warrior's journey have always been decided by the Council of Elders." Lai Neon merely smiled knowingly and listened in silence. "The family laws clearly state that no distinction is to be made between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Could it be that the Council of Elders intends to break those family laws?" The moment those words ended, Lai Neon inwardly rebutted them with a faintly mocking smile. So he deliberately brought up the word illegitimate. "I myself never once mentioned my birth." He let a wronged look show on his face and continued his questioning. Could it be that the Council of Elders is the one bringing that up? Under the pressure of both reason and emotion, Zhou Rang finally voiced his concern. "That's right. You are still young, and if you rush into the warrior's journey, danger would naturally be unavoidable." Lai Neon did not miss the chance and immediately asked in a doubtful tone, "If that is so, then why did it have to be Sixth Sister? Everyone knows she is far stronger than I am, and older as well." Sweat broke out on the old man's face as he answered awkwardly, "That is," but Lai Neon pressed on, "I have read the official notice. It clearly states that the test would be carried out by someone who had just returned from the warrior's journey." Lai Neon raised his voice heroically. "If that's the case, shouldn't Seventh Brother have stepped forward instead? And if not Seventh Brother, then surely there were other warriors as well." Taehong cleared his throat, trying to rein in Lai Neon's forcefulness. But inwardly, he was laughing hard. What a sly little brat. You set up the board yourself, and now you're using it to force the head of the Council of Elders into a corner? Excellent. Truly a clever child. Tezin turned back, somewhat suspicious. Could it be you chose Sixth Sister for this very moment? Meanwhile, Zhou Rang could only offer a strained explanation. "It was simply that, in our judgment, Sixth Sister was the most suitable person for this examination." But Lai Neon had no intention of letting it pass so easily. If that were truly the case, then the duel should have been conducted in private, not in a crowded place like this. He clenched his fist and spoke clearly. "Therefore, I want to hear it plainly." Lai Neon's face hardened as he bluntly reproached them. Why did the Council of Elders organize the examination in this manner? Tezin could not help but admire him. Looking at the old man's pale face, he felt a small thrill of satisfaction. What a ruthless move. If they were not careful, the Council of Elders would be seen as pressuring a mere child. Tezin quickly stepped in, returning to his dignified bearing as he declared decisively, "That is enough." He shot a displeased glance to the side and interjected, "The head of the Council of Elders is one of the family's great seniors." Tezin reminded Lai Neon of his fault. "You have just finished a duel, so it is understandable that you are agitated, but your words have indeed been disrespectful. Lai Neon lowered his head in apology. Yes, I accept my fault, but Tezen added thoughtfully. Even so, if this is simply left as it is, I fear the outcome will not be a good one. At the Council of Elders, what do you say? The old man did not move, only cast his gaze aside. Zhou Rang sighed, lamenting inwardly in helpless frustration. Just an illegitimate son, and yet I've been forced this far. A complete miscalculation. At last, he conceded. I also admit that there were points in this examination that are difficult to justify. The Council of Elders should indeed offer an appropriate reward. Lai Neon, having achieved his aim, bowed his head seriously. I too apologize for my disrespect. But he did not stop there. He still had more to say. I merely did what had to be done. Those present all reacted differently to those words, each drawing their own conclusion. So I dare not hope for any excessive reward. When Zhou Rang heard Lai Neon's concluding words, he jolted in surprise. I only asked to receive what was mine to begin with. A few days after the duel ended, the scene had become peaceful in the morning sunlight, which shone across the finely crafted wooden windows. In the room, Lai Neon lay stretched out on the bed and let out a soft sigh, his eyes full of thought. Then he suddenly muttered in a low, gloomy voice, I never thought the day would come when I'd miss Mount Chanwi. Though he felt stifled inside, Lai Neon still could not help but sigh. I'm not allowed to go out until my body is fully recovered. Familiar words of warning echoed again in his mind. Hey, you're injured. Where do you think you're going? Where are you going, little brother? You're not fully healed yet. He inwardly scolded himself in frustration. If only I had some healing elixir, I'd have recovered long ago. Just then, a knock at the door sounded, making Lai Neon start and turn his head. He sat up, straightened into a proper posture, and called out, Come in. The door opened, and a familiar voice rang out, leaving Lai Neon slightly stunned. It's been a long time, young master. Right after that, his three close friends stepped into the room as well, smiling brightly. So, have you been well? Choi In-ha was the first to speak, asking with concern. We wanted to come visit you as soon as the young master returned to the family, but we heard you had so many matters to attend to, so it ended up being delayed. Kim Han followed up and asked, Your body is still all right, isn't it? Lai Neon smiled and waved it off. Don't worry. No matter what, surely I can spare a little time to see you all. He pointed at the chair. There, bring that chair over. Sit comfortably. After everyone had settled around the bed, he smiled and asked in return, What about you all? Have you been doing well? Ko-ina nodded brightly. Of course. Lai Neon gave a warm smile as he recalled the past. There were a few troublesome incidents, but thinking about it now, it only means they were wary of me. That's not so bad. Kim Han, unlike his outwardly calm appearance, was brimming with excitement as he asked, Young master, just how did you train to become that strong? Lai Neon widened his eyes in surprise. Before he could even react, Kim Han continued in a serious tone, About that duel, I saw it with my own eyes. Lai Neon's expression instantly turned fierce, killing intent flashing in his gaze as he cut Kim Han off. The promotion period to Year 5, Class 3, is coming up soon. You all seem to have quite a lot of free time. Feeling cornered, Kim Han hurriedly shrank back and stammered, No, that's not it. How could we possibly miss something so important happening to you, young master? Then he desperately shouted in self-defense. And it wasn't just me. Everyone was there too, right? But when he turned around, he was startled to find the two friends behind him merely looking at each other in silence. Bo Ziyong lowered his head and apologized. Please forgive me, young master. I meant to come as soon as training ended, but I was late. Choi In-ha also softened her voice. Because Bo Ziyong was participating in the duel too, it was the same for me. Lai Neon waved a hand in reply. There's nothing to feel sorry about. I'm not blaming you. However, right after that, he turned to Kim Han and questioned him, Don't tell me you got lazy while I was away? Kim Han immediately flailed in panic. No, absolutely not. Looking at his friends, Lai Neon smiled to himself. They had all grown a great deal. In-ha and Bo Ziyong had both been assigned as trainees to the Blood Tiger unit and the Heavenly Bow unit. Those two were among the elite ranks of the warriors, and together with two other units, the four great divisions were known as the Four Guardian units. Kim Han, meanwhile, had decided to enter the Six Gates, the training division within the academy. There were two branches there, the Sword Gate, which specialized in swordsmanship, and the Archery Gate, which specialized in long-range weapons. Studying in both at once was certainly no easy feat. Lai Neon's gaze dipped slightly, revealing a rare tenderness in his eyes. Besides that, half of the fifth-year students had also received assignments. That was truly unusual. He looked sincerely at his friends and said, Work hard. Later on, I'll have to rely on you a great deal. In front of Lai Neon, Boziyoong answered boldly, please leave it to us. Choi Inha added with firm determination, we'll definitely grow strong enough to be worthy of you, young master. We won't bring you shame. After chatting for a while, they tidied up and prepared to leave. Then we'll take our leave. He smiled in response. Right? I'm really glad to have seen you all again. Suddenly, Kim Han cried out, I almost forgot. You're going to claim your reward today, aren't you, young master? Lai Neon turned back and asked with a faint smile, I'm the one receiving the reward. So why are you the one who looks so delighted? Kim Han answered at once, eyes shining, because something good is happening to you, young master. Unable to contain his curiosity, Kim Han quickly asked, so then, have you decided what you're going to take? A faint smile passed across Lai Neon's lips. Lai Neon did not hesitate and answered briefly, but with certainty. Of course. At the Chungmu secret treasury, 2 guards stood watch over the gate under the blazing sun. Suddenly, a carriage came from nowhere and stopped right in front of the iron gate. The carriage door opened, and a pair of legs and dress shoes stepped out. Lai Neon slowly stepped down and looked around, thinking to himself, it's been 6 years since I last came to the treasury, hasn't it? Just then, a voice rang out, making him pause slightly. Isn't that the youngest young master? It was the gatekeeper speaking. He then asked, may I know the purpose of your visit? Lai Neon stepped forward, handed him a document, and calmly replied, I received authorization to withdraw equipment from the treasury. The gatekeeper accepted the paper and looked it over. Yes, I've confirmed the order. They opened the gate and invited Lai Neon inside. You may pass. Just as he was about to enter, another voice called out behind him. Young master. It was still the 2 gatekeepers. Awkwardly but sincerely, they raised their hands and said, that duel truly moved us deeply. We too will strive to improve like you, young master. Then, right there at the gate, they bowed solemnly to Lai Neon. At first, he was a little stunned, then inwardly pleased. This is the first time in my life I've ever received a salute like this. Lai Neon turned back toward them with a bright smile, though his heart was already swelling with excitement. Up until now, most people had only looked down on and scorned him because of his status as an illegitimate child. He did not forget to answer the gatekeepers. Thank you for thinking that way. So as not to betray that faith, I'll work even harder. After that, he walked inside alone at a calm, measured pace. The treasury was jointly managed by the administrative office and the council of elders. Before carrying out the purpose of this visit, Lai Neon had to undergo a full body scan first. If the administrative office handled storage and maintenance, then research, as well as the intake and release of equipment, fell under the authority of the Council of Elders. His gaze softened slightly as he recalled it. That was why I demanded compensation from the head of the Council of Elders. Lai Neon remembered the scene from that time. I only did what I had no choice but to do, so I would never dare hope for some unreasonable reward. Back then, his face had been utterly serious as he stated his wish. I only wish to receive the items I selected during the equipment selection ceremony that day. Zhou Rang had asked in surprise. Didn't you choose a weapon then, and wear it at your side? The old man had questioned Lai Neon in confusion. At that time, you received only a single weapon. Do you now intend to claim ownership of them all? Lai Neon's gaze remained calm and entirely unflinching as he replied, according to the rules, I heard that the weapons chosen during the equipment selection ceremony may all be claimed later. Taehong, who had been listening nearby, startled slightly when Lai Neon suddenly addressed him. Am I mistaken in understanding it that way? Chief Steward, the man muttered helplessly, what a crafty child. Then he answered awkwardly, very well, that is correct. He offered several opinions that put Zhou Rang in a difficult position. According to old custom, those remaining weapons were indeed received later on as well, and the family leader said we should follow that precedent. Stroking his beard lightly, Zhou Rang glanced aside. Now that he thought about it, that was indeed true. His expression was thoroughly displeased and unwilling to accept it. Li Neong Sna. It would be enough to grant me only 2 or 3 items appropriate to my status. Even if a few items were handed over, the Council of Elders would lose nothing significant. They must have thought that. Lai Neon swept his gaze over the stands and thought, if the head of the Council of Elders accepts my proposal in front of all those guests, then the weapons in the treasury will ultimately become mine by proper right. Then he asked again, may I do so? Tezin narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Lai Neon. He answered calmly, I permit it. Those things would have ended up in your hands anyway. Li neong bawet politi li. Thank you, father. As he was bowing his head, Tezin continued, of course, Tezin's expression was extremely serious as he said, "As long as you prove yourself worthy of being their master, the elders will hand those weapons over to you sooner or later." Lai Neon paused slightly. As expected of Father, the head of the Council of Elders didn't even notice my scheme, yet Father saw through all of it. He looked toward the old man. What's more, he skillfully sided with the Council of Elders and closed the matter neatly. Then Tezin ordered his subordinate, decide which weapons will be withdrawn and deliver them to the youngest young master. Returning to the present, Lai Neon was still walking deeper inside. In the end, I was permitted to receive 4 masterpiece-grade weapons. He stepped into the elevator and rode up to the 2nd floor, his thoughts still churning. There was never supposed to be such a generous reward, but because Father stood behind me, they did not dare play any more tricks. The elevator doors opened. There was a little hope in his resolute gaze. Access was limited to floors 1 through 3. Lai Neon looked around the room. It contained every kind of weapon imaginable. There was no need to pay attention to the 1st floor, where ordinary grade weapons were stored. I need to choose things that will truly be useful on this journey. He raised a hand and summoned a small stream of black energy into his palm. Lai Neon said, "Come on, let's take our time choosing." The scene shifted to Mi Hurong Zhang's office. He and Lai Neon were sitting across from one another, drinking tea. Mi Hurong Zhang spoke first. "So, you decided to set out?" Lai Neon answered cheerfully, "Yes. All the preparations are complete." Outside the window, cherry blossom petals had begun to flutter down, creating a cool and refreshing scene. It was spring after all. The weather truly wasn't bad. With a calm expression, Mi Hurong Zhang spoke slowly. "You're beginning a long journey. Few seasons are more fitting than this one." He lifted his head and asked in an even voice, "Have you gone to say goodbye to everyone?" Lai Neon replied casually, "Yes. As for Uncle, he's away on official business, so I couldn't see him." At that, his face fell slightly in helplessness, and it took quite a bit of effort to calm Ann down too. Mi Hurong Zhang burst out laughing. I can easily imagine it. Then he looked at Lai Neon and asked, "So, have you gone to see Father yet?" Seeing his expression, Lai Neon laughed in delight. "Yes, he was threatening me like always." "Threatening you?" Lai Neon continued, leaving Mi Hurong Zhang somewhat helpless. He said that after causing such a huge commotion, if I don't produce results that satisfy him, I'll be punished. Hearing that, I really did feel a little scared. Mi Hurong Zhang's face dimmed slightly, and he let out a quiet sigh. Then he turned to Lai Neon and asked gently, "Have you heard about Sixth Sister?" Lai Neon's expression loosened somewhat, then turned subdued. "Yes, I heard she entered closed-door training." He remembered what had happened then. Not even the guards had been able to stop her. CNA, even while still recovering after regaining consciousness, had caused a great uproar. After she recovered, Madame Beck had sent her into secluded training. Seeing the clear worry on Lai Neon's face, Mi Hurong Zhang explained, "Ordinarily, no one can interfere in matters concerning your martial path, but at the very least, for now, Sixth Sister won't be able to come out and seek revenge immediately." Lai Neon said nothing more and slowly nodded to show he understood. Rubbing 2 fingers together, he asked hesitantly, "Brother, may I ask you for a favor?" Then, to Mi Hurong Zhang's surprise, Lai Neon made his request. "While I'm away on this journey, please take care of my nurse for me." In his mind, he remembered Kawa from his previous life, pounding desperately on a door in the pouring rain, crying for help. They may not dare target me directly, but targeting the people close to me would be easy. In my previous life, that was how I lost my nurse. Mi Hurong Zhang understood immediately and nodded at once. "All right, I understand. Your nurse will stay here where I live." Lai Neon's eyes widened, deeply surprised when the next words followed. "No one will dare lay a hand on her." Lai Neon then stood up and bowed solemnly. "I will repay this debt someday." Mi Hurong Zhang smiled kindly and replied to his younger brother, "If I'm your elder brother, how could I not do at least that much?" "Li nong so mai lai di holit." Mi Hurong Zhang added, "I'll wait for the day you return after finishing this journey." Then Lai Neon lifted his head and answered with firm determination, "Yes." 15 years after returning, the places he needed to visit, the things he had to obtain, and the people he had to meet were all piled high in his heart. For the first time, he was leaving the family, free to act, in possession of time that belonged to him alone. Lai Neon lifted a hand to shield himself from the blazing sunlight, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Everything begins here. Morning sunlight streamed through the leaves. A woman sat beneath a tree, leisurely sipping tea. Wazian slowly lifted the teacup to her lips. She closed her eyes slightly, savoring the flavor of the tea as it spread through her mouth. Wazian set the teacup back on the table, the golden tea still giving off faint warmth. Without opening her eyes, she spoke as though addressing empty air. Report. A foot stepped lightly onto the green grass, the movement so quiet it was almost inaudible. A figure with his face completely covered knelt down with utmost respect. Please forgive me. I lost him. Wazian's face darkened at once, clearly displeased, and she shot him a glance. Be clear, he reported mechanically, not daring to look her in the face. The moment he entered the busy district, we lost his trail. It seems he anticipated from the beginning that he was being followed. Wazian's slender fingers lightly traced the rim of her cup. Impossible. She circled the rim several times before speaking again. His appearance can be hidden, but the unique aura of demonic power should remain. The hood of the guard's cloak concealed his entire face, so his expression could not be seen. Among the items he received as a reward after the recent duel, there seems to be one capable of changing not only appearance, but also the aura of demonic power. At present, I fear we can no longer track him. Wazian fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. He's only an illegitimate child of 15, yet he managed to shake off the shadow sword I personally trained. As she tilted her cup, her face was reflected on its surface. Then again, if he couldn't even do this much, he would have been eliminated long ago. Wazian stared into empty space without emotion. I meant to probe his plans in advance, and yet you couldn't even follow him for a single day. Suddenly she turned, her eyes widening frighteningly as she gave an order. Monitor all news. Wazian lowered her gaze to the bottom of the teacup and said coldly, the moment there is any sign of him, follow at once. The guard immediately shouted, understood. Inside the tavern, it was incredibly noisy. Where did this piece of trash cheat this time? The people inside were drinking and gambling together. You're the one hiding cards up your sleeve. The uproar inside spilled out through the door the moment it opened. What is it, a fight? I'm betting 100,000 on a bald guy. A man with his head covered, carrying a bag, entered with a blank look. Then I'm putting 150,000 on the squint-eyed one. That person walked straight to the counter and began ordering drinks. A few draft beers. The tavern owner, half suspicious, probed cautiously. That's quite a face you've got there. The man slowly lowered his hood and introduced himself. I came here from the north. Lai Neon had taken on a completely different skin, complete with a rather striking scar. These days, the Nine Dragons Fortress in Zhonghua is in utter chaos. The owner slid a mug of beer in front of him and asked in confusion, you sound exactly like a native of Seoul. If you're Han, why did you come from the north? Lai Neon calmly accepted the beer and replied, I ran away. Back then, I didn't understand anything. The owner continued probing. What's your name? Lai Neon suddenly snapped, startling even the owner. Do I have to give my name in a place like this too? The man awkwardly scratched the back of his neck and changed the subject. You really do look like some wandering drifter. Looking at his own reflection in the beer mug, Lai Neon thought in admiration. Looking closely, it really does look real. To alter his appearance, he had used a masterpiece-grade mask. When infused with demonic power, it created an illusion over the mask. It consumed a fair amount of power, but it was an extremely useful item. Lai Neon smiled to himself in satisfaction. Using the Thousand Faces equipment to change my appearance, and only needing to blend demonic power into my voice to alter it too, hiding my identity isn't difficult at all. He cast a wary glance at the people seated behind him. It's been so long that I was even worried whether I'd found the right place. This place had some of the highest and bleakest mountains in the dangerous northern region. It lay within the territory of the self-strengthening sect. The monsters had been wiped out, but it still remained undeveloped. Beyond it stretched endless deep forests. And in places like this, darkness was always close at hand. Surrounded by such perilous mountains and forests, a village still existed here. It was a village built by drifters who roamed the dangerous zones of the world. People who used martial arts, sorcery, and magic to commit crimes. It was also called the Drifter's Den. Over the years, this place had been swallowed by seas of fire more than once. There had also been those who tried to destroy the den, slaughtering people and burning the village with ruthless cruelty. But there were also times when displaced drifters left with nowhere to hide, caused catastrophic damage. It all began with the handshakes of the powerful figures standing in the light above. The tavern, you mean, is one of those places as well, and this is the largest gathering place for drifters in all of Korea. Criminals from every direction flock here, and secrets gather with them. As old memories resurfaced, a trace of sadness crossed Lai Neon's face. In my previous life, I once hid here to avoid my family's eyes. In the end, I was still discovered. Lai Neon already had plans of his own, and the reason I chose this place as the first stop on my wanderer's journey. He suddenly spoke, making the owner flinch slightly. Let me ask you something. A strange resolve gleamed in Lai Neon's eyes. This used to be under the Nine Dragons camp, but who runs this place now? The man kept wiping the glass without stopping. Why do you want to know? Lai Neon forced out a reasonable excuse. I don't want to die for nothing because of ignorance. I should at least understand the situation enough to know how to behave. The tavern owner's next implied meaning made Lai Neon frown. That's not something I can say easily. A few beers won't be enough to make me open my mouth. Lai Neon slammed down a thick stack of money on the table and said loudly here, 100,000. One of his brows rose. And bring me some snacks to go with the beer. The owner grinned in delight. Now that's more like it. He set down a plate of peanuts and began speaking slowly. This place has been run for the past 10 years by Bitch Sa Su, the owner here. Even if you've come from China, you've surely heard of him, right? Lai Neon replied quickly, of course. How could I not? His heart stirred faintly, just as I expected. A huge man whose hands were used to taking other people's heads. Bitch Sa Su the Butcher. He was also a man blinded by money. Back when he'd still been an official martial warrior, he murdered his own master and became a drifter. In his previous life, Bitch Sa Su had become one of the most notorious underworld bosses in Korea. Barely in his 30s, he had swallowed up the Baekguk faction and begun manipulating the black market. Lai Neon fell into thought, his fingers unconsciously scratching across the tabletop. And by now, the finest goods should be appearing. But the person I'm after isn't Bitch Sa Su. A moment later, a smug smile spread across his face. In my previous life, that item fell into the hands of the Sumu family. This time, I'll take it first. Dark clouds slowly began to cover the stars in the sky, and a faint wind stirred the branches overhead. A great mansion stood in silence in the middle of the pine forest. Biksak Suizmenshon. A hand gripped a stack of documents tightly, and the rustle of paper sounded as the hand waved them around. Sue slapped the papers with a grin. As expected, the black market is even more profitable than those wandering medicine peddlers. Bitch Sa Su, leader of the Baekguk faction. He laughed cheerfully as he spoke to Jisoo. You've worked hard, Executive Director Jinsu. Jisoo lowered his head, unable to hide his reluctance. I knew I wasn't wrong to bring you here, Executive Director Jinsu. Jisoo kept that polite smile on his face, though there was something unpleasant hidden in it. Then the man raised his voice, making Jisoo stiffen. No, I should say, Jinsu bloodline. Jisoo set the documents face down on the table, struggling to keep his expression proper. The man swayed as he walked closer to him. I've told you before, haven't I? I'm not binding you here. Bitch Sa Su placed a hand on Jisoo's shoulder and lowered his voice. If you ever think you're capable of carrying the weight, you can leave anytime you want. Jisoo's whole body trembled, and he forced the corners of his mouth upward into a strained smile. Jisoo could barely get out a single sentence without stumbling several times. We'll be more careful. Bitch Sa Su turned away, muttering, yeah, that's better. You look much more pleasant when you smile like that. I value the Jinsu bloodline very highly, you know? He glanced at Jisoo as a warning. Didn't you study at a prestigious university and make a great deal of money, all thanks to me? Jisoo could only bow his head obediently. Yes, sir. Bitch Sa Su turned his attention back to the papers spread across the table. Back to the main matter. Leaning against the table, he sighed in admiration. This time, so few black market entry tickets were issued that even I was a little worried. But it turns out those noble guests have quite a taste for this sort of thing. Jisoo's eyes narrowed slightly, full of calculation. Even so, what if we increase the number of tickets a little? Jisoo blinked and offered his suggestion. If we keep the number of invitations extremely low and only issue them once per quarter like this, it will help maintain the current tiers of clientele even more effectively. Bitch Sa Su rolled his shoulders as if in agreement. Right. Of course, the Jinsu bloodline would handle it well. No matter how bright the moonlight outside was, it could not illuminate the heart of the man ruling this mansion. But remember this well, our goal is not this miserable place, but a far higher one above it. Jisoo clasped his hand behind his back and did not dare move, while bitch Su kept rambling. You said before that you wanted to put an end to this kind of shady business too, didn't you, Jinsu bloodline? Moonlight from outside began to spill over him. What we need to take from the black market is money and connections. In the darkness, bitch Su looked like a demon gradually revealing itself beneath the moonlight by the window. With that, we will climb into the realm of light.